Ever wonder how Chinese short dramas started and why they're now going global? Let's explore their origins and ecosystem in just 5 minutes. First, where did short dramas come from? I believe short dramas originated from in-feed ads and are initially the video version of online novels. They are a product of in-feed ads combined with online novels in the era of TikTok and big data. Let me introduce two key concepts. First, online novels. According to 2024 China Online Literature Development Report, there are about 31 million online novel authors, over 41 million works, and 575 million readers. Online novels have a 28-year history in China. Let's take a look at a popular free online novel platform called Qimao. When you start reading chapter 1 and click through to the next, what does it remind you of? Yes, it's just like watching one short video after another, similar to short dramas. The rise of Chinese short dramas didn't come out of nowhere. It's built on strong online novel writing, extensive reader feedback, and massive data support. Short dramas are basically the video adaptation of online novels. Second, in-feed ads. I opened Douyin, the Chinese version of TikTok, one of the biggest players in the short drama market. Here is an in-feed ad. You can click it to buy products. Sometimes you might see clips from short dramas. Clicking those takes you to a mini program theater when you can watch and pay to unlock episodes. In China, these platforms aren't apps. They are companies that operate multiple mini-program theaters with strong traffic acquisition capabilities, and most have their roots in online novels or traffic acquisition. Second, the development of Chinese short dramas. Initially, the main revenue model was IAP, in-app purchase, meaning viewers paid to unlock episodes. The second model is IAA, in-app advertisement, where viewers watch ads to unlock the next episode. You can also click purchase links directly, which redirect to other platforms like Taobao or Douyin. In August 2023, ByteDance, Douyin's parent company, launched Hongguo, a free-to-watch short drama platform. China is gradually moving towards the IAA mode. According to Crest Mobile, as of March 2025, Hongguo short dramas have exceeded 173 million monthly active users. Hongguo focused on high-quality free short dramas. In July 2025, ByteDance launched its second free short drama app called Muye, available only to Android users. Shortly after, a third app named Xianning was launched. It is important to note that Douyin, Hongguo, Muye, and Xianning all belong to the same parent company, ByteDance. Now you understand why many companies are launching apps for going overseas, right? Third, short drama going global. In August 2022, RealShort launched overseas. According to an industry report by Jiashi Consulting, up to March 2025, the number of overseas short drama apps increased from 21 in Q1 2023 to 331 by April 2025. As of March 2025, the total in-app purchase revenue from global short drama apps has approached $2.3 billion US. 4. Other ecosystems of Chinese short dramas. Culture and tourism short dramas. For example, here is a horizontal short drama focused on protecting ancient cities, showcasing Suzhou's intangible cultural heritage. These dramas are usually horizontal. They are often funded and supported by local governments and stream on traditional platforms like Tencent and iQIYI. Brand custom short dramas. I originally produced a branded short drama for a popular game on the NetEase. These are basically ads presented as short dramas. Many brands in China use short dramas for advertising. Han Shu collaborated with top influencers and achieved millions of views online. In 2023, Han Shu's 5 branded romance short dramas became the first and only beauty brand on Douyin to exceed approximately 430 million US dollars in sales. Not only local brands, but also international giants like McDonald's, Starbucks have joined in. That's the brief overview of the development of Chinese short dramas over the past 5 years.
Hey, my name is Scott Brown. I've been a digital producer, writer, and director to a lot of notable names in digital. I was a director for Larry King on Hulu. I produced and was the executive producer as well as the writer director for Dwayne The Rock Johnson's YouTube channel from launch. I produced multiple videos for MrBeast, and I have made so far one short drama.
Why do you get into the short drama industry?
Because I've been in digital entertainment my entire career. As I've said in the article, I was around when YouTube was a dating website, and I've watched it turn into the most powerful medium in the world. And it's going to continue to get bigger. And really, I think all of entertainment is going to be just that entertainment. I think that even the distinction between digital and traditional is going to go away, and there'll be a new era of storytelling. In that era, there has not been a sustained business model for scripted storytelling and entertainment. And that's what I love. And digital has been a really great home to me, but I've done mostly unscripted. I've done a good amount of scripted. I've done things with The Rock. I have made short films, web series, all kinds of stuff, but a sustained business where the consumer, the audience, has wanted to watch scripted entertainment and is willing to pay a consistent amount of money and sometimes a large amount of money for it. All to find out what happens next to Jack and Jill. That hasn't existed. And now it does. And because of that, it's the moment I've been waiting for. And I'm really excited about it.
How do you define short drama? What is short drama? What's your opinion on what's the essence of short drama?
First of all, I don't like calling them short dramas. I like calling them vertical series because I think that eventually comedy will work in this space. I think that anything can work in this space. I think that ultimately what's happened is that audiences want to watch stories told in short installments that they can pick up and put down. So when I say a short drama or vertical series, I currently call a sustained narrative that is self-contained, that has a runtime between 45 minutes and 2 hours, usually centering around 75 to 90 minutes, where the episodes are usually averaging around 75 seconds, almost never exceeding 2 minutes, usually longer than 30 seconds, that comprise one complete narrative story.
The core of short drama. Some people say it's escapism. Some people say it's soap opera.
I think the essence is storytelling. I think that it's very early. I think we are literally at the beginning of television. And imagine how hard it would have been to define what television was going to be in 1953, right? Imagine how hard it would have been to define filmmaking 1 year after the Lumiere brothers exhibited Train Arriving at a Station. The essence is storytelling. People want to know what happens next to these characters. People will say that all those words that I think people use to talk about them is what it is right now. And it's what works. And it's what is ultimately an underserved niche. But I just think we're at something really early. So it's storytelling that can be enjoyed and metabolized without an enormous amount of effort that rewards, that has an immediacy to its reward. But again, I think that's because it's early. And you'll hear me talk about the earliness a lot. I'm a student of history of film and television and everything. And I know that can feel broad and almost like a cop out, but it's actually what I think drives everything that's successful in all media. So that's my answer.
Because short drama has been like originally from China, maybe
Mhm.
emerged from China, and it has been for almost 4.5 years already. In overseas, I think at least 2 years. Do you think it's still the very early stage of this industry?
Absolutely. I think it is. Oh, yeah. I'm betting big that this is going to be around for a century, far after my time. I mean, look, in a lot of ways, a short drama is a movie. The person that watches it watches the story of people, and that story concludes with a satisfying ending, and you find out the end of the plot. That's what it is. We want to know what happens to these people. We want to know how do they fall in love? What happens to the people around them? How do they overcome the problems in their lives? Um, However many ways we do that, yeah. But I know I really believe we're at the beginning of something that is going to be as ubiquitous as television is today.
Wow, I'm very glad to hear that. So, I read your article. You said you want the most successful story of this series give audience what they want. So, what exactly do you think audiences are craving? How do you know what they want?
I guess at what they want, and sometimes I'm successful. They want what I want when I watch a story, right? That's how I make these things. I ask myself, what would I want to watch in this format? And then I make it. I love passion. I love excitement. I love watching people push through conflicts. I watch people discovering their shared humanity and their humanity within themselves. I like to watch people breaking free of the chains they put themselves in. I love watching people break free of the chains that they're put in by others, or realizing those chains aren't there. I really just love the same things that are in movies, and they're just distilled down to a higher density, especially in the beginning, that ultimately lays the foundation for deeper, more interesting things when it's executed well.
Your from men's perspective, how do you know what women are craving, women audience?
Because I work with really smart women and I listen to them and I write with them and I direct. I let the text tell me what I should be doing, and I work with a lot of different women that can help me understand. But I also think that my partner Stacey Howard, who did the story with us, she reads romance novels, which I think a lot of these are right now. They're essentially romance novels brought to life, and she shows me her favorites, and they're written extraordinarily well, and they're stories actually that I would like. Maybe I personally don't gravitate to some of the steamier scenes only because I personally am a heterosexual man. But besides that, I love the stories, and um, I think it's a little more ubiquitous than what do women want. I think it's about what do people want, and I try to focus on that.
Right. Let's talk about the Diamond Rose. That's the first vertical short drama you've produced. And why do you,
The first one we've produced. We've written several, but that's the first one we've made. Yeah.
what kind of stories have you written yet for short dramas?
None of them have those been produced either. It was before I made one, I wanted to write a lot. So I made a lot of romances. I wrote paranormal romance. I wrote some action romance. I wrote some uh, true crime romance. We tried to write a short drama as an exercise, as if it was an independent film. We tried to write a short drama as it was a prestige Oscar film. We just tried to put every single thing we love about movies into the genre before we made our first one, and we learned a lot along the way. And you can only learn so much by your own self-examination. But again, I think a day is not far off when they're going to be a lot more than romances, like, and they're going to be more than dramas, and we're going to be in. Anatoly, one of the co-founders of My Drama, put it really well. He's like, 1 month in verticals is the same as 1 year in the entertainment industry. So in 1 year will be 12 years actually, and I'll be interested to see where we're at there.
You mentioned about you learn on the way. What did you learn along the way?
A lot about pacing, a lot about the need for density, a lot for the need about what something, a lot of people say that a plot twist has to happen every minute. I don't think that's right. I think that every episode should end with sharp, provoked curiosity. And I think there's a difference between those two statements. And it's not just semantics. We tried subtle things, and some of them worked. We tried outrageous things, and some of them worked. I kind of had this rule where I want to make sure, personally, for I think Western audiences, there's this distinction between melodrama and drama. And I don't make a judgment on whether or not one is better because you can't. Storytelling is cultural and thus subjective. But in Western audiences, generally, there's a trend to prefer drama, which at least we define as when the characters drive the plot. I think a lot of the vertical series that I see especially coming from China, there's a lot of what we might call like Deus Ex Machina, right? Like the plot almost comes out of external factors rather than the central characters. Um, and and trying to find ways to modulate that into the format of verticals into short dramas. I think there was a lot of things that did work and didn't work there.
How do you comment on those Chinese plot? I think those more like plot-driven characters.
I think they're plot driven by unexpected things that often can come feel like they come out of nowhere, right? Um, and again, I don't. There's no judgment there. Whatever people like is right, as long as it doesn't hurt other people. And it's just a taste difference, right? I noticed that like I talk to a lot of these apps. They talk about localization. They talk about the challenges of localization, right? And I think maybe they focus on things that are maybe not as important as if they took one step back and said, are our characters driving the plot or are external circumstances driving the plot? And if they could localize based around that idea, I think they would actually find a lot more success in localizing their stories.
Because a lot of Chinese apps have data, they have short dramas already proven in the Chinese market, and they
I
see
know.
the data. That's why they localize it and export to overseas just for a test.
Of course, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's great.
Let's talk about the data. The platform provide anything with you data to you?
Oh yeah,
Does
they provide all kinds of data, retention, conversion, cohorts that watch. Yeah, but here's my thing, and maybe this is a hot take. But studios spend a lot of money trying to use data to determine what movie to make next, right? Data is like reading tea leaves. Tea leaves. It's a bit of an art. It's a bit of witchcraft. I come from YouTube, and we get a lot of data in YouTube. And I come from digital. We get a lot of data there. And the data will only take you so far. I know people want to believe that the data will absolutely tell you what to do next. I don't think that's true. I think the data can help you understand what moves to make next would be a good idea. But ultimately, you have to function on instinct, collaboration, and listening to the audience to really understand what to make next, and listen to yourself too. I think that's where the artistic part comes in, right? I think people like to watch people doing something that they love. That's something I actually really feel about these verticals too, is like one of the reasons that the Chinese companies are having success localized to the US is because they're often made by crews. I realize that usually the executive producers and things like that are not local, but the crews and the cast are often local. And I think they're often people who are at a point in their careers where they're very excited to be on that set, even if they're working really, I've heard really long hours and for pay that I guess it's competitive today, but I think that will change. And they're really passionate. They're really driven, passionate, wonderful people. And that passion ends up on the screen. And one of our thesis with the Diamond Rose was let's make sure to make the passion really exciting. You hear a lot of people talk about these vertical series, these short dramas, and a lot of the crew and a lot of the cast, they almost kind of apologize for aspects of what they're doing. Maybe they don't like the dialogue, or they think like the title is hokey or something, right? Um, and yet they still succeed. And I think they succeed in spite of those things. I know they're having success, but success does not represent optimization. And I think they would actually find more success if these companies let go of some of these rules they believe they've discovered and did more experiments and were more disruptive.
right, Diamond Rose, how do you plan this and why did you choose the particular theme?
Because it spoke to me, because it was exciting, because it was a romance set inside of a strip club was a natural place to have a provocative sexual evolution for our main character. It honestly, I was driving to a meeting with my drama in Beverly Hills, and it came into my mind and it felt right. And then I pitched it to them, it just really started to check a lot of boxes that they care about from an algorithmic perspective and from a data perspective. And then we wrote a draft and they gave some feedback and we collaborated really well. And uh, a lot of it's instinct. It's instinct informed by data, I think is actually how you have the most success.
The audience, you mentioned about you have your own instincts and also you hear from the audience. So how do you hear from the audience? Do you talk to them or
Oh yeah, we actually had a fan screening. So we had an advanced screening of the film, and we invited 100 fans of Vertical Series that were excited about our show based on the feedback of the cast posting about it while we were shooting, our own actions on social media, our posts on YouTube, our posts on Instagram, LinkedIn, and we invited 100 of them. We listened to what they said, and then But I've always been listening to the audience too, right? I listen to the audience in the comments of the dozens and dozens of Vertical Series that I've watched. You listen in the comments of movies. You listen to like everyone always, and then you try to like let that inform your instincts.
is
I
there
don't know.
any short dramas from China or localized short dramas?
Yeah, I watch a lot of I follow the C drama subreddit. I really love what China's doing with these. Like some of them are the production quality is really amazing, and the ambitions of the storytelling are things that I would love to see happen in the American market.
To what extent do you rely on tropes and how much originality do you layer on top?
That's like trying to say how much blue does someone use in a painting, right? I don't know. I don't really have an answer for that. I use them. They inform the process, but it's not like I sit there with my writers and go, we're going to do this trope and we are going to, and because of that, we're going to do these things. It's like, oh, this guy kind of feels like an alpha hole. And there's definitely like an enemies to lovers thing happening here. And let's make sure we really lean into the sparks. And let's make sure that she really like pushes his buttons in this scene and we set that up. But again, I'm a chef and it's just another ingredient. It's a set of ingredients. We know that people like salt. We should use salt. We just can't use too much or too little.
So it's kind of gut feeling, the original.
It's ultimately a gut feeling informed by data, the past, and an awareness of the present.
You also mentioned in the article that vertical apps have their own grammar. What exactly do you mean by that?
So like it's the way that they're structured, where something compelling happens every minute. In a movie, in a TV show, you can go 2 minutes and no true plot point happens, right? And the speed and the need for something to happen and to get the viewer to keep going creates a pacing grammar, and then there's also a visual grammar. The vertical aspect ratio creates a different cinematic language than you might see in like a horizontal aspect ratio, right? But they're just boxes for story. One thing that I think is underutilized is, and again, it's important. Like we have a bit more contrast, I would say, in ours than the average short drama does. Like a lot of short dramas tend to be really flat and bright. We have a lot of brightness, but like we just lean a little more into contrast. I think that the moodiness of lighting is a tool that can actually make people enjoy them more.
Maybe the brightness, it's the two different tastes from the China and the Western audience.
Exactly. And that's all it is taste, right? Neither is better or worse. All I know is what people like me and I know the people that I know like, I know what I like. And for my whole career, I've been in a practice of making what I would like. Again, informed by data, informed by collaboration, informed by all these things. But I think the greatest success ultimately, people want to see themselves and their lives illuminated by the things they watch. Even if you might not think, what the hell is someone having illuminated about their lives when they watch a werewolf movie? No, they do. And it's like, so I just try to operate from that and give them that and know that if I do the rest of the things I've discovered in my career, it'll work.
So if I'm a writer or I'm a writer from the long term, like web series or films, if I want
Yeah.
to do short dramas, what's your suggestion for those writers?
Come work with Second Rodeo. That would be my suggestion. Make them listen. Find someone that is making something that you will be proud of. I don't, there's a phrase I learned, practice doesn't make perfect. Practice makes permanent. So make sure you're making things that are in line with the things you want to keep making because you want to make sure that you're growing in the direction you want, not just in the direction that is making progress. So look for apps that are making things like you look at Galatea. I love what Serial is doing. I love what Alta TV is doing. Obviously, I love what My Drama is doing. There's a lot of apps out there that are doing really cool things. I look even Real Short. I love what they've done with the Luigi Mangione story. I think the Pride and Prejudice adaptation they made is really interesting. I love what Drama Box is doing. Like, there's a lot of Flex TV. Like, there's a lot of people doing a lot of different things. Everyone's trying to find that disruptive thing right now, I feel, at least in my observations about the American market and then the Western market. So go find someone doing something you're excited about. Don't get too precious. Also check your ego. And this is hard. One of the reasons we wrote so many before we made our first one is it is a lot harder than people think. It is not just a movie broken up. It is its own thing. The pacing already demands it. The audience expectations for a really dense, rich, intense, twisty story demand it, right? And then our job is to find things that we're excited about and imbue them into those things, into the new format.
I used to work in traditional industry like films or white films. They kind of look down at the short drama industry in the beginning. Right now, it's still happening in China. So how do you think can improve our status as short drama creators?
By telling better stories that might be a little harder to make work, right? Look, having 37 slaps, having crazy things come out of nowhere can be effective. In the same way that like a fart can create a laugh. In the same way that playing a violin and then all of a sudden a lot of sound and light can produce a jump scare in a horror film, right? And there's nothing wrong with fart jokes and jump scares, right? But if all you have are fart jokes and jump scares, that can get really old really fast, right? We can help ourselves. Here's my great analogy. Here's what I'm saying. When film started, Charlie Chaplin was falling down a lot, okay? And people did not respect movies. Later in his career, Charlie Chaplin was making The Great Dictator and taking on Adolf Hitler and giving one of the great monologues of movie history. And people started to look at movies in a new way. He was still falling down a lot, right? And so what I would urge all vertical series people, both in production and the companies and the filmmakers, is keep doing what's working. Keep having beautiful people doing crazy things and even like violence. I mean, but to what end and for what purpose, right? And so we will succeed more if we raise the quality while still giving the audiences what they really actually love. And I think some of the things that people think they love are just a side dish, not the main course. And we got to discover what the real main course is. I'm really passionate about the space, if you can't tell. And and it's like that article I wrote. It's not just about vertical series short dramas. It's about the fact that audiences in digital want scripted entertainment in a sustained way. The truth of the matter is that at least in America, what I know, the people who've succeeded in doing scripted things in digital before the last like 5 years, people loved those people. They didn't actually love the fact that it was scripted storytelling. They loved Issa Rae. They loved Donald Glover, right? Now they really love the formats. And that's why I get so excited about this, is they're in love with the storytelling. We just have to keep seeing where that goes.
Hey, it's me, Maggie, the founder of Short Drama Alliance. I just want to give a big thank you to Anina Net and 360 Fashion Network for helping with the setup of live streaming. Your help made this possible. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Just a big thank you to producer Guillaume and the Duanju platform for great media promotion. Really appreciate the support, and I'm excited to grow short drama together.
My name is Wendi Ma. I'm from China, but I've been doing film in America, specifically in New York for like 9-10 years. I just come back from America and I try to do some more vertical, like short drama in China now. I'm the producer and director now. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anina Net and I'm an actress with 7 years acting experience in the United States, Europe, and in China, and I'm super excited to be here. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Irvin Gelb. I am a producer, a manager, and a creator. I'm in Los Angeles. Nice to meet you all.
My name is Cayman Cardiff. I am an actor in Los Angeles, but I've been kind of all over the place lately. And I am based in LA from the United States my whole life, so I enjoy it and I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
So let's start by defining short drama. What is short drama? What is not? And what genres or narrative styles are unique to short dramas? The last question is, what's the essence of short drama?
I think from my personal opinion, I think short drama, to define short drama, the only thing I can imagine is like the media, like short drama, it seems like the storytelling content specifically made for mobile device, especially like a vertical, like not necessarily vertical, but for mobile device, for like people watching on the phone, not in the theater, not on the TV. I think that's the only thing I can imagine, because otherwise every other aspect they can like have a gray area, or they are like similar to other film or like regular film or TV. But if you made this thing specifically for mobile device, for those audience, they are watching their phone or iPad, I think that's what this thing is, I guess.
So what do you think the essence of short drama?
I don't think there is this thing like this, you know. I think it's just the mindset when you're making this thing, like for different purpose, like different like audience, target audience, I guess. I don't think we have to, or we need to define that to a specific thing, because that doesn't matter, I think.
Right. So do you think there's any genre or narrative style that fits to short drama, or there's not?
I don't think there has to be a very specific thing for a short drama.
So I believe that short dramas were born as 1 minute to 1 minute and a half, 2-minute segments in a TV series style. And they were born out of social media. So these TikTok game advertisements where they had to tell a whole story within a few minutes. And if you've ever shot any game TVCs, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And I think that since people are, you know, in transit, they're moving, their lifestyles have changed since the pandemic, they're looking for the short form content. And I think, so to answer your question, what it isn't, is it's not necessarily a television series or a, you know, short series created for, let's say, Instagram or TikTok, because it's longer than that. It has a story arc, it has defined characters. But what it definitely does have is a lot of dopamine hits to keep the people wanting to then pay for the next episode. So those are my definitions of what short drama and what short drama is and what short drama isn't.
Short drama is a new form of storytelling in the entertainment industry. It's not television. I call them movies. They're a different form of movie, cut into many small bites, which is where the current public likes to watch. They have a short attention span.
It's a edit version of movie. So what if I got one movie and I add into different video clips, like 1 minute per video? Do you think still treat as short drama? Why or why not?
May not be able to be applied for the short bites of 1.5 minute or shorter time frames, because standard film, theatrical film or television are written, they're produced in a different way. They are made in a slower pace. And to maintain your audience here and to keep them intrigued so that they stay with the series or film, you need to have exciting endings and anticipation.
Well, I'll start with the second part of that question, any genres that fit. Currently, there is one genre that's predominating this new wing or this new arm of the film and television industry, and that is the soap opera. I call them Gen Z soaps because they are the new standard for a soap opera. They are romance, they are drama, they are melodrama, they're all those things. But I think what's fascinating is that's what it is, but I don't think that's what it's always going to be, because you've got so what is causing the demand or the drive for these micro shorts or micro dramas is two things. One is the audience, and two is the technology. So in the past, when movies were first made, they needed a platform, a way to show these. So they made houses called theaters, where we already had kind of the same idea for plays. So why not just put a projector up there and project it? And people came to the theater. Then people said, you know, what if we put that theater inside of people's homes? And a TV was made, and the first television set was made, and then television was sent to homes, and then computers were made later, and we got things like the internet and things of that nature, and YouTube and streaming was made, and now we have all of those things in the palm of our hands. This new technology that we haven't had for more than 15 years, that has been combined with the new demand for really fast entertainment, as was being said earlier, the dopamine hits, as it was being said earlier, the escapism, the desire to have something to just tune out of what is going on around you inside the world and be able to just focus on what's inside your little handbox, aka cell phones. And so it's this new kind of twofold shift that's created this. And we are seeing what's first being implemented is the most easily accessible dopamine hits. And that's just high drama soap operas. They've been around for a long time. And that's what people want them. And they're in small doses because they're more manageable. They're easier to watch when you're on a bus. You can watch 2, 3, 4 episodes until you get to work. Then at your break, you can watch another 2 episodes and things like that. It's something that you can leave and come back to and be mindless about it. That being said, there are some people who are really, really intentional about these soaps. I've had the chance to interact with a lot of them, especially these vertical drama fans on social medias. But I believe that it's going to continue to shift. There's going to be more demand as more people catch on and realize, oh, there's a new way to consume media, and that is in this vertical format. You'll see movies. I don't think it's always going to be 1 to 2 minute. It could be 3, 4, 5 minute episodes, and then you could be getting into this. Could be years down the road. Entire feature lengths that people just have there. You could have the genre will expand into so many others. It'll be horror. It'll be everything that we're used to. It'll be action, romance. It'll be nuanced features like A24 films and things like that. It's going to expand. At the moment, we don't have the demand for it, but it will grow. And as more and more people catch on, that's what will happen. So I'd say vertical or micro drama is something right now, but we don't know what it will be in 1, 2, 5, 10 years, but it's going to be big.
Well, what do you think the essence of short drama?
The essence, what it is at its core, I believe that is currently escapism. People want something to pull them away from reality and be able to just not have to worry about what it is that's going on in their life. And the current format allows for that very easily.
I thought it was super interesting what both Caleb and Irving and Paddy said, that these are movies because they have a beginning and an end, etc. But I feel like it's really easy for me or for someone else to stop it right after, and it's almost set up for them to then continue on. Whereas if I'm watching a full feature-length movie and I stop it, I'm kind of stopping it at some random spot, and then I have to maybe rewind and pick it up again. Whereas these are designed that I can watch, as was said, 2 or 3 episodes, and there's a clean place in the storyline for me to stop, and then I can continue on when I have time again. So I thought that was super interesting.
Why do short dramas go viral, and how to create hits? Is there any pattern or formula, and why? So let's go start from Paddy.
There is some like a concept I don't know how to say in English, so they will say there are some shots or some scene like that specifically for promotion.
Oh,
like
viral video?
I mean, yeah, maybe highlight, but I think it's start from like scripted like part, like they already designed some shots or some scene or some kind of story specifically for this purpose. That's like a very important part of vertical drama, like something like you film that specifically they have material for promotion videos that it's kind of like a sort of like a clickbait thing. Yeah, that's probably one of the most important part of that. Otherwise, sometimes people are making those shows with very bizarre story and relationship between like very specific people. Like recently, there is a lot of it's not only in vertical. Like it was kind of like a thing before, like a stepfather or step family member story. Like I know that there's a couple like a stepmother with a son, kind of very kind of specific thing going on right now. Well, it's just like people are looking for new and very abnormal things that not usually on the big screen or on TV. That's where vertical, they can give them like this new thing, like new things, I guess.
So I was invited to ByteDance headquarters because I know lots of people in the technology industry, and they shared with me, this was early on in the short drama craze, because I wanted to know everything about it, because I felt like the bells were going off in my head of this is the next big thing. This was several years ago. And they invited me and they shared with me an internal study that they had done on short dramas. And I was absolutely shocked by incredibly how data-driven they are. They are so data-driven that they had in this presentation that they gave me the 7 ways that a male lead can carry a female lead that will lead the viewer to continue on, because basically how they rate it is the viewers watching, and then where do they drop off and why, and they do the analysis with the data. So there are 7 different kinds of kisses, 7 different ways a woman can be carried out of the frame. There are 7 different kind of fights. I don't know why they picked 7, but maybe 7 was a lucky number, I'm not sure. But they had literally screenshots of the way. And of course, this was for Chinese dramas because there weren't that many foreign dramas, this analysis. But I thought it was so interesting at how data focused they were. And so they will, maybe what Paddy was just saying, like, you must shoot this for very specific reasons. Another thing is that I think that, again, not enough people do is when one of my short dramas is coming out, I am invested in it being successful, any production that I do. So I create an entire campaign of launching it on my social media. And those are videos that I create telling the story. Those are videos I create explaining the character and how I designed the character. Those are videos with backstage footage explaining different parts of it, but never telling, of course, the whole story, and then directing and driving my followers to go see it, because more followers see it, then I stay, in business is sort of my philosophy. I think that then there's this magical aspect of the team coming together and the ideas that come up only together on the set, because you're working with a whole bunch of passionate people that want to make it the best. There was a scene where we had to have, a lot of smoke, and I study stunts, so I'm able to perform certain moves, certain actions safely, and I can do a more involved fight scene because of my stunt training. So we can make that scene way more engaging by the action because of my background in that arena. So I think those magical things only happen on set. And because my fellow actors trust me, and I can also teach them how to perform certain moves safely, we can, bring the scene to a whole nother level that may or may not have been possible from the get-go, because a lot of people don't have that background and training. So I think sort of those areas, the data, then, the storyline, of course, being great, and then the magic that happens on set, and then the social media promotion of it, the raising awareness of it. If people don't know it exists, then, it's a tree falling in a forest, does it make a sound? And that's where I think lots of these grassroots, social media reviewers, YouTubers, article writers that love this genre, they are the ones that are passing the stories along through their media, and I think we need to connect with them more. I had a wonderful story written about me by someone that writes about actors and fans, and he did an incredible story of summarizing my career and how I came to acting, and I was incredibly grateful on Medium. So I think those 4 sectors determine how it's going to go viral. And lastly, Paddy's sector, which is shoot it so it looks like high quality, beautiful movie. I mean, everybody loves to see beautiful images. In the end, that's what we're here to do.
Anina brought up a great point. One of the great advantages of working in this technology, the short form on the digital platform, is the ability to analyze the audience reaction in a minute way, which most media cannot do. So that's really one of the exciting parts of this that everyone is looking at, and the data-driven side of it. Also, because most of these are shot in a vertical format, which is because the audience on the mobile phones or mobile, any type of device, prefer to watch in a vertical format. They don't want to turn their screen sideways. So because of that, directors, cinematographers have the ability to be creative, to shoot very different angles, and use this vertical format to their advantage. One of my favorite actors was Orson Welles. If any of you have seen his classic Citizen Kane and The Third Man, you really need to see it, because he was a master at using different camera angles to excite us, lighting. And in Citizen Kane, he invented shooting from a low standpoint. He dug into the floor and put the camera underneath the ground, shooting up. That was the first time they had done that in cinema. So those are all great techniques that we can use with this format. There are so many wonderful international production companies from China, Asia, Turkey, all over the world who approach me and Cayman to try to sign him for work. But we look for the unique aspects of each company. Who's going to do something that's exciting? We don't want to be a follower. We don't want to use the usual content and technique.
If there is, it is not widely known or fully known, because then that one platform or person will be dominating and making hits every single time. And nobody's doing that. Like I said, it's enigmatic. But the things that do tend to go along with those bigger hits are, like I said before, good content that is relatable and audience focused, and that is promoted well.
You receive scripts that are mostly fixed from the start, so you cannot change too much, right? So how do you make the script content stand out? What do you think are the key highlights that make a short drama go viral?
Actually, I have a lot to say about this. So, I mean, for different platforms, different apps, like different those EPs, they have a different guideline. But most of them, they understand their script is not very good, especially when they translate it from like the original Chinese version. A lot of things is, I'll put very direct, it's like badly translated. So they expect the like director or the actor to improve the script. So one thing I want like over like my team, we do better is like we treat this very seriously. We will try to improve like fix and improve the script to a better version, to be more authentic, or at least to fix some like a very obvious like a mistake in the dialogue, or some script that they even have like chopstick in it, which is like directly translated from the original version. So I think that's one thing we can do to make a better vertical show, because especially when they make this in China now, like a lot of directors, they don't actually pay very close attention to the script, or they even working on the Chinese version of the English script. So that's one thing. And also, yeah, that's like the question like what the platform want like allowed to do. I think most of them they allowed us to change the script by a lot, but just not change the plot. But we can change the text. So, and also that's one thing we can do to make it better, because it's that's one of the very hard part of this industry, because they translated a lot of script, but there's very less people who can make script like better for American audience or English audience.
Give me an example of how you improve the script.
Like what kind of example? You mean story wise or text?
Yeah, maybe story wise, maybe character wise, or maybe some details. Just give me an example.
I mean, like the chopstick I mentioned, because in the original show or original Chinese version, they always like chopstick or eating something. That's one thing. And also, it's just a recent script we did is like it's mentioned like kind of like a panda blood, which because of the blood type, like the percentage of blood type in Asian people and the white people is like totally different. So there's some like plot device that can work in Chinese setup, but not working in like American or Europe setup. So we have to work around a little bit about this panel device, although it's still not very authentic, but we have to find a way to work around a little bit, something like that.
It just improves the script a little bit more localized, but is there something you can change to make a short drama go viral, to make sure it...
Okay, for example, right. I think this is another topic, but for example, a lot of Chinese writers, when they write the Chinese version or when they translate it from like Chinese version to English version, they still have or they don't know like what the production can do, especially when it comes some sort of like censorship or some sort of that area. For example, the last project we did a car crash scene, which is not very normal, but it's doable in like Chinese production. But it's rarely written in English script because they believe like in American in LA with this budget, like with vertical budget, people unable to do like a helicopter or car crash scene, but it's possible in China. So we actually add the car crash scene in when we film that here in this city. So that's definitely that part definitely gonna go to the promotion video for like actor car crashing or vertical film.
Actual car
crashing.
Wow.
So
okay. Fantastic.
that's maybe as a good example, I guess. And also, last time we had a helicopter scene, which is very rarely done in America because it's very expensive. Okay.
Oh.
So when I receive a script, as Paddy said, a lot of it isn't fleshed out. I even sometimes don't receive a character breakdown, and so I improve it by doing the actor's work. I do a full character creation. I work on, the style of the character. I invested in, for example, a plethora of really high quality wigs because I found that I was being cast as one particular type of role, and instead I wanted to expand that. So I brought my own wigs and my own hair extensions and things, and I give a lot of care to my characters to write their entire backgrounds. And I find that some actors aren't doing that. They just accept the script as it is at a superficial level. But me personally, I go extremely deep. And so then when I'm on set, Tom Hanks said, the job of the actor is to know your lines and come with ideas. So in working with Paddy or with any director, I'll approach a scene and I say, oh, I was thinking of this, and I'll work together with the director to explain why I think my character would do this. So this is all pretty normal in television and film, where you have lots of time to prepare, but in short drama, sometimes you're given the script the day before. So I leverage a lot of AI technology. I wrote a super prompt to give me an incredibly long character breakdown. I use AI art to think about what does my character look like, how does she move, how do I change my voice. In another short drama, the woman was extremely crass, so I spoke as though I had smoked 100 cigarettes, and I asked it. I normally don't use cigarettes, but for this character, I did use cigarettes, and I used it very intentionally. She would dig it in to the, overflowing cigarette butt ashtray, and she sat with her legs spread and, was an extremely poorly educated person. And I always try to bring some humanity to my characters. Why are they totally evil, rather than just having them be superficially evil? So those are the ways that I improve it beyond just fixing the text or fixing the logic or working with the team.
Well, that I feel is an enigmatic question in and of itself, because I've been with so many different teams doing all the right things to make their vertical go viral, and some do, some don't, some never even end up getting produced all the way. So it depends very, very much on the audience. It depends very, very much on the script. So there's not as much that we as the actors and the team can do, but what we can do is show up every day, and be a team, and work together as a unit. The teams that I've seen have worked the best, or the shows that have done the most successful in my experience, are the ones in which the actors, the directors, the director of photography, the producers, the client producers, and every single person on set had worked together before. They knew what they were doing, and they were trying their hardest to create something that meant something to them personally and wasn't just, I mean, obviously at the end of the day, yes, it's about numbers and the money, because that's what's funding these. But we try to produce something that we are proud of, that we can be excited for. When that fire, that passion isn't there, I don't really see much that comes from the acting. I don't see much that comes from the editing. The post teams are just, they're just told to just get it done and submit it and hope and pray that it goes viral. But the ones that have, for example, one of my most successful ones still to date is just some random werewolf romantasy called One Wanted True Mate. And it felt like a family. It felt like we were creating something special, even though in the moment it was just daily. But then afterwards, we looked back, and me and the other principal cast were just talking, and with the director and producer, like we just all felt so connected. Yeah, there's a lot that we can do as the actor to bring more truth and make it more watchable, because sometimes they're hard to watch in terms of the acting. But as we do that, as we work together as a team and realize that it is a team effort from a production side, everybody's firing on all cylinders, and it makes the actor's life easier. It makes them able to focus more on the acting, makes them able to feel more comfortable, makes the director of photography work with his camera crew better, and the graphing and electric better. Everything runs more smooth, and the end product is more polished and something that people are more excited about.
For planning a script, how will you design to ensure it has key lines that make a hit?
It's a new trend of like a male focus or male-oriented vertical show now. I probably want to try that because, I mean, basically speaking, as a male myself, I think it's better to direct a more like a male-focused one than, So I would try like maybe a little bit action plus some maybe thriller, a little bit action, a little bit thriller, something like that.
I've seen a big evolution in short dramas, from starting out with many of the leads being young, and now there's this whole genre for my generation of mature actresses where we are playing the leads. So I find that incredibly exciting. And I think no matter what the genre is, again, I think it's so important that the story and the actors and the teams do work together out of passion.
That I love. Forgive me, but I'm going to refer to Cayman as an example. Cayman, my team and I are creating many story ideas and treatments that are different, that show him in different light, different characters. Cayman has a wide range, and I think the audience loves to be surprised and excited. They want more real content with fantasy, and romance could be in there, but they don't want the billionaires. They want to see real people, not always someone who's fantastical. I speak to the fans every week, 2 or 3 internationally, and they all say the same thing. So we try to create new types of content that we love. If you look at all the hits of Hollywood, Gone with the Wind, The Wizard of Oz, those are all grand fantasies. They take you into another world. And other movies that have been popular. So it's thinking of what the general audience worldwide would love to see. And you never know if something will be a hit or not. but you try to make content that you like. We don't follow trends. Cayman and his team, we create new ideas, new trends. We're leaders in the industry. We're excited about that because we're at the forefront of molding a fantastical, exciting new form of entertainment. So the ideas are boundless. We're creating long form series, continuing series, which the audience wants. They want to see the characters that they love, like on television, continue. They want to see story arcs. So there's so many ideas.
Well, there are way too many factors to answer that, like with a one package thing, but I'd say there's a few factors that are more important. And that is one, we've kind of talked about it already, is the audience. Who is watching these and what do they want? The ones that do really, really well are the ones that really resonate with the audience, because the audience then shares it with their friends. They go and tell out. You get the natural virality of a show, and then platforms go and they say, oh, this one's doing really well, performing well in the data. Quick and early on, the algorithms are showing, oh, this is a good one. They then promote it a lot, and that's so what you want is something that is naturally viral that can then be promoted more. Something that has a lot of or one or two really, really hooking scenes that are just so impactful, just so punchy, that you can then turn that into an advertisement, and that advertisement will then take it. Now, the audience, when I'm thinking of the audience in mind, it is the female gaze. That is who are watching these. Data shows it is women in their 25 to 45, 50-year-old range, in the Western in Western culture. That's who I'm primarily filming for and creating for, those of Western culture, English speaking, or Central South America. And that's the ones that are watching this are women. And so in talking with a bunch of fans, a bunch of people who are watching these, reviewing these, and talking with other groups of women that have whole Facebook groups and group chats and discussion boards based on these verticals, what they want is drama that is safe, that doesn't depict women being harmed or hurt. It depicts women who may be vulnerable, but who are then cared for by an emotionally available man. And that's what the Western culture wants. I can't say much for any other cultures, but that's what I'm consistently hearing is like, why does it always have to be about this or this or this? Yes, we want danger. Yes, we want some like emotional flare-ups and things of that nature. But things that are, when you've got a finger on the pulse of the audience, you need to be listening to that and following through. And I really think that is something that is so integral to keep in mind when writing these scripts. As for the topics, zeitgeist. It's fascinating. There's this idea in the vertical world that, oh, this one thing went viral, so that must be because it's a good idea. So they copy and paste in just different shades of the same color and say, oh yeah, this one should do well because this other production company did it, or oh, we're going to do it better than them. And what the audience wants, and I consistently hear this, is they want fresh, they want new, they want things that aren't copy and paste repeats. And yes, it can be an easy way to maybe make some clickbait content, but ultimately those aren't the ones that are going viral. The ones that are going viral are the new ideas, at least new to the culture that is, for example, the Western culture. So a lot of Chinese ideas get rewritten for Western culture, and it's new to them because they haven't been exposed to that idea as long as it's done well and translated well and written well. And then the other thing, so they like new and they like nostalgia. Nostalgia doesn't happen until enough time has passed. For example, I did a rom-com, early 2000s style, and it did really, really well because it was new. The idea was new. It was something that hadn't been seen before. And there was a lot of nostalgia behind it because people said, oh, it's like a 2000s rom-com. I love it. It was so good. It was so fresh. It was so exciting. And they played it well. The acting was good. So those are the feedback that I'd say. I look for things if I'm writing a script and I can't say this is female gaze oriented, at least for now, female gaze oriented, that brings a fresh idea and a bit of nostalgia, callbacks to things that make people feel good, then I'm not writing the right script and I need to start over. If it has those things, then it will most likely do well if produced by the right people and marketed and promoted in the right way.
For of you, what kind of genre do you think still need to explore?
Like definitely like a male focused content. It's like a big like a market like haven't be digging in. All right, so like actions, like sci-fi, like what's it called? I always forget the word.
Post-apocalyptic.
Yeah, that's definitely gonna be very popular in America, at least in American, So that's what I will really want to do, in the future. Otherwise, comedy.
Comedy, right?
Yeah.
I want to go to space.
Sci-fi.
I am totally ready to go to space. I've been training wire work, so I can definitely do all the floating in space, no problems. I love post-apocalyptic, and the reason why I love post-apocalyptic is because it opens up, because society's norms have all been destroyed. It allows for mature women to take on leadership roles, right? We don't have to have the general who's a male, right? And I think that's a really important point of in the current cinema topography, it's a male-dominated story world. And what I think is so incredible about short form content and also the short dramas is that it has become an incredible playing ground for women, where women are taking the lead. And that means women are directing, women are starring, women are producing, women are writing. This has become, from my perspective, an incredible way for women to get into the film and television industry, and an amazing platform for female stories to take over and for there to be more female roles to be played. So I think that also stories with more women taking on intelligent roles, leadership roles, and that can translate to, primarily sci-fi, where they can be the chief biologist and the chief scientist. That can be post-apocalyptic, where they can pick up a gun and have to defend the family because all the men are dead. And then, of course, I think, and I have seen genres where there's an older woman, taboo topics, older woman with a younger male, that's being explored. And I think that these stories that don't make it to the mainstream or don't fit into their male hierarchy have a wonderful opportunity in short dramas to flourish. And I say more of it.
Well, I already discussed some of the ones that we are developing. And I think in a nutshell, the sky is the limit. Just be creative, be smart, and don't assume your audience is stupid. They want good content, reality shows. We're creating long form well, short form, but continuing series with characters. Uh, the urban market, young adult, the LGBTQ, comedy, and there's a bevy of different genres that can be applied to this. It all comes down to smart writing and paying attention to what the audience wants. Don't follow trends. Be the anti-trend follower.
I actually want to combine two questions together. So what do you think the future of short drama will look like?
I'm very excited about it. I wake up every morning wanting to go to work and answering all the emails that come in, talking to producers around the world, and um, this is a wonderful time to be in the entertainment industry. So wherever you want to take it, one area that I can talk about is we're doing brand deals with companies. So integrating brands into the storyline organically so that it's satisfying to the audience. This has been done in Asia and China very successfully with tea companies, I think fast food company, and clothing. And we are developing projects with big brands and advertising agencies, which is very exciting because they can measure the data very minutely. There's so much that we can do with this digital form of entertainment.
Short answer, everything.
Yeah.
It's a format that can allow for any and all type of content. It's just based on the viewership, and that kind of goes into the second question. But things that I believe will come sooner rather than later are reality TV type of shows done in a reality format where you don't have to pay the actors, but you just put people and say, here's a prize, and people will do it. And you get editing and everything that makes it really flashy and fun. And people love reality. People love soaps. Combine the two. But also just actual reality shows. I think also documentaries and informative series. That's something that people love. People watch on YouTube, but I think if you do it in a way that is measurable and easy to consume in short bits, people will really enjoy that type of content. It's just going to be up to the pioneers in the industry who say, you know what, I think this will do well. I know some people who are trying to launch different platforms that are specifically one genre, horror or comedy or X, Y, and Z other genre, and that's it's interesting. It's new. I think the future of this format is whatever the future of this thing is. If these things don't ever go away, then this is where the future is. People will be consuming more and more and more and more media on their phones. People will become more and more isolated. But also, I think people are going to want to find ways in which they can find and share their favorite short form or short dramas, micro dramas, with their friends, and they're going to want to watch that on a TV at home with them. They're going to want to find ways, and so I think cross formatting is going to be something that happens in the future, where you're filming both horizontally and vertically, and things are released for the phone and for your TV. That's going to be something that happens. It's going to just become more and more integrated into the already established film and television industry. And what that will look like is it being accepted. These projects will become SAG. These projects will start working with the union in that sense. They will become better quality, better published, better released, better marketed, and other big companies will start getting in on this game and throw their billions of dollars and their experience in the industry at trying to tap into this already flourishing market. I don't know what that's going to look like for the other apps or industry or platforms that already exist. But there's going to be some sort of reckoning. There's going to be some sort of shift, and it's going to happen a lot sooner than I think we think. And it'll be the film, TV, and phone.
So actually filming Vertigo and Toronto already happened in China. So I just want to add up this.
Cayman reminded me of two things. Number one, user-generated content, creator content, which is the hot buzzword today. Most of it is on YouTube and social media, and that will migrate to the short form genre. And we're talking to Fortune 500 companies who want to invest in content that extends their IPs into this format. So you just put your thinking cap on every morning. You'll think of a million ideas and try to go for the ones that are most adaptable and easiest to approach. It's exciting.
So from my technology background, the mobile phone, being that it's a handheld and it's easy to carry with you, I think that first natural progression will be integration of e-commerce, and specifically with fashion brands and lifestyle products. They'll be really easy to integrate into the shows, and then because you can then easily click on the items on your screen, they'll be really easy to make them shoppable, or they can have a floating area underneath. Or instead of these game ads, which are currently what they're using, there'll be just a closer integration between the products that cast and crew may be using and wearing, and then these ads, the mobile ads that you're seeing. So making the short dramas shoppable, I think, will be the first evolution that happens. Secondly, I think the storylines will become user-driven. There will be a genre of short dramas where you'll come to the cliffhanger, and you, as the viewer, will be able to choose. Does she get together with this person? Does she not? Do they stay together? And you will drive the story. So the stories will become incredibly complex, and at the same time leading to an end. And the users will be able to decide at certain points within the storyline what happens, and then they will follow that thread, so to speak, because, again, it's all mobile format. And third, I totally agree. I think that as we saw with any other technology that came out, first it came out in its small form, and that's almost like a proving ground. Even in television series then later became movies, right? The same thing I think will happen as the directors start producing and having success with #1 hits. They will gain more trust of the investors, producers, platforms, and there's no reason that then they wouldn't evolve into a cinema story, or then into a YouTube feature film, or into a longer format that isn't necessarily a short drama, but came from the short drama with potentially the same characters. So I think that I'm excited because, as with any new format, it's pretty much when it's lower budget and in the beginning, then they're given more budget, and then they're trusted with a lot. It's like grow your garden, right? And I'm excited to be in on the starting floor because that means we get to grow with it.
Anina, that was a good point. We are developing one project that's a proof of concept for a bigger idea, a theatrical film, but we're producing it first as a short form. And this is an easier way to show what you want to do. Lower budget and it's better than spending more money, for example, for TV and producing a pilot. This is another exciting aspect of this. That was a good point, Anina.
Even me, I have this iPhone 16, and with my friends, we're creating a little short drama for our Instagrams. It'll have, 20 episodes, and when we meet up, we shoot a short segment, and then I'll launch it and, slowly for, 20 episodes on my Instagram. And of course, it's not to the level of what Paddy or the platforms are producing, but it follows that same sort of short, quick kind of format. So I think this is a new shooting style that, of course, has been around, as you mentioned, with the creator economy. But even me, with my little iPhone 16 and my friends, we can create little stories for our social media and Instagrams. And why wouldn't then the same type of stories then get made into a short drama and then follow up the food chain and become a feature film?
Hey, it's me, Maggie, the founder of Short Drama Alliance. I just want to give a big thank you to Anina Net and 360 Fashion Network for helping with the setup of live streaming. Your help made this possible. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Just a big thank you to producer Guillaume and the Duanju platform for great media promotion. Really appreciate the support, and I'm excited to grow short drama together.
My name is Bogdan. I'm a founder and CEO of the company called HOLYWATER. Founded the company 6 years ago. Essentially, we are building AI-first entertainment network where we have a lot of content products connected to each other. In the core of our content ecosystem is our books platform called My Passion. Then we have interactive stories, and then we have our vertical video streaming app called My Drama, which is our biggest product at this point. I don't think I play any role in short drama industry. I think that the Chinese players are really good in short dramas, and especially in basically taking the approach from China and making it successful in the United States. They are focused on something else. Basically, short drama is just one of the format for expanding our IPs that we create within our content ecosystem. We don't look at this as like our one or core product. It's just one of the products of our ecosystem.
In your view, what defined a short drama, and what is the essence of short drama?
So I'll differentiate between short drama or micro drama and vertical video series. I'll just be referring to them verticals. So short drama is essentially a phenomenon, you know it better than me. It's a phenomenon that started in China. It's mostly revolving around five tropes that are being recycled in different settings. So this is short drama. Basically, the classic definition is around 60 to 70 minutes long, 1 to 2 minutes each episode. Each episode starts with a hook, basically to grab the attention of the audience, and ends with a cliffhanger to keep the audience progressing within the short drama. Also, great thing that works very well in short drama is that where you have, for example, a hidden identity that you basically uncover in the end of the series, so that you keep attention by the end of the series, so that audience can discover this fact as well. This is short drama, basically 5 tropes revolving around topics like romance with CEO, hidden identity, and stuff like that. And what I'm referring to is vertical video series is more like evolution of video streaming to me. I believe that vertical video streaming is not different in terms of topics from, for example, what Netflix creates or what any other mainstream media creates. So verticals for me is just an evolution of entertainment in different form. It can be detective, it can be drama, it can be romance, it can be thriller, it can be any genre that you can name that fits within this structure. Fast-paced, short-form episodes adapted to the consumptions of audience that is used to consume content on Instagram and TikTok.
Hi, my name is Brandon Dennehy. I am a short drama executive in the United States.
What is short drama? Are there any genres that are unique to short dramas?
Genres that are unique to short dramas, no, but genres that are very intense in short dramas, yes. I would say soap opera, which, coming from China would be urban romance, is dominant genre. And then within that, there are many what I would call micro genres, whether it's sports romance or mafia romance or variations on that. That's sort of what short drama is currently in terms of the genre diversity. It's a lot of soap operas with different flavors added on top of it.
How do you define short drama?
So I would say bite-sized episodes, extremely fast-paced storytelling, extremely heightened emotional stakes, melodrama, and something that really hooks the audience and keeps hooking them over and over and over again. The quickest way to describe it is if Netflix and TikTok had like a baby, that's what short dramas are.
My name is Leo, and I'm co-founder and CEO of DramaShorts. We started as a novels marketplace, Alpha Novel, and then we saw this trend of short dramas exploring internationally on US market, and we started to do our movies based on the books. We saw this trend. We started shooting films in Europe, and we grew now to top 15 within this industry and continue growing. And our target is to go within top 3 within this year. That's our ambitious goal. We are producing movies in Europe, in US, and in Ukraine. And currently we shoot more than 50 exclusive titles and on the road to shoot 100 within this year.
In your view, is short, how to define it?
We call it vertical movies. We don't call them short dramas here. We see this trend. We see how it's called originally in mainland China and then by some players. But in US and in Europe, we see a perspective that it's a vertical movie. It's a full movie, and basically with a lot of hooks, a lot of plot twists, and it's really organically integrated into TikTok, into Instagram feeds, and that's why distribution is so good. So basically, it is like a part of content that is very easy to sell to users using social media. And we treat them like movies. So we have like an outline by episode, full script, pre-production, production, and post-production. So it's like a full cycle movie production. And we call them, and for me, it's 1 hour and a half, full length movie with a lot of plot twists, a lot of hooks, a lot of drama, a lot of stuff happening, especially in the first episodes, to make users hook and crave to watch more.
So I want to deep a little bit more about this answer. So let's say there is a full-length movie already made and cut into pieces, like 1 or 2 minutes per episode. Do you think it's still a short drama?
Not. It's all about the pace. So the pace should be that every minute and a half, something should happen, especially in the first episodes. Because we are basically competing with TikTok feed, with Reels feed, and the content should be so catchy that you should grab attention and then basically make user go to your platform and pay for watch. So the content should be like classical movie pace and drama is not enough for user to go to your platform and pay. So it should be like something extra, something big, and it should be very, very like catchy, cliffhanger, something happening. She's discovering like that he has an affair. She's discovering that she's pregnant. Something like a hook should be visible from the start. It's not a movie, it's a separate genre, which is defined by pace and the quantity of hooks, cliffhangers, and overall pace of story.
Are there any genre that are unique to short dramas?
Basically, based on our experience, paranormal and romance are key for this niche, especially romance, like SEO stories, billionaire stories, like businessmen, etc. And I believe it's defined the genre in the first year of its existence, especially on the Western markets. So what we are seeing now, we need to add more genres to be relevant, because you cannot make only SEO movies and be successful. It should be like about sportsmen, teachers, professors, about basically like housewives, about love affairs. So it should be wide variety and how we see a success, there should be like a romance line and also some action line in the movie. And then if you do it properly, it should be interesting enough for users to watch, to engage, and to make it a successful movie. Because if you do only one love story in a movie, it will be dull and it will not be enough. So I would say it's basically like intertwine of romance, detectives, fantasy, history. Romance should be always there, but there should be something on top to add to make it more appealing for a broader audience.
Hi, my name is Chris Wicke, and I'm with Ember Entertainment in the United States, and I'm the owner of Ember Entertainment, owner and founder, and we've been producing micro dramas under Ember for about 8 months now, and before that, I was producing vertical dramas under my old company, Be Here Media, but I founded Ember Entertainment strictly to focus on the production of vertical mini dramas.
You're very welcome to share updates about your company and your current projects.
So we just wrapped a film for Real Short a couple weeks ago, and we are now working on another script for them right now. We're budgeting out our next script with them. And I think our big push is still to get our own platform developed. As I mentioned, we've got our own app that we're going to be releasing soon, and we've got what you would call a minimal viable product right now, but we still got a ways to go to get it fully developed so we can launch that to the public and start creating our own content for it as well.
In your view, what is short drama? Are there any genre storytelling styles that are unique to short dramas?
That's a great question. When people ask me what a short drama is, I usually tell them it's a feature-length film with 65 to 70 cliffhangers is the best way to describe it to the American audiences here.
So do you think any genre or storytelling that are unique to short drama? Or maybe there is none?
I don't think they're necessarily ones that are unique to short dramas, but there are, I think, unique stories to Americans that are manifesting in short dramas, and primarily stories about CEOs and some things that China has exported culturally to the United States. And I think we only see those in Chinese mini dramas.
Hi, I'm Dana. I am founder of Vertigo. I am based in LA. I've started in verticals in 2023 as a writer, and now I have my production company, which is devoted to elevating vertical content and building a vertical community for creators.
In your view, what is short drama? Are there any genres that are unique to short dramas?
So in my understanding, short drama is a feature film, shot vertically and chipped to 1-2 minute episodes, from 60 to 90 episodes, basically 1-2 minutes long each. About specific genres, I feel like it's mainly romance, especially billionaire romance and werewolf romance that are very specific to this niche. I feel for instance, horror short dramas, it's something that will be unique for this niche, but I don't think that it will work. So I would say that short dramas is mainly feature films chopped into 60-90 episodes and also focused mainly on romance or some other genres, but romance still should be a main trope.
I have two questions. Let's say if I have a feature film already made and I cut it into 1 to 2 minutes long and about, 90 episodes, do you think it's a short drama? Why or why not?
So ideally it wouldn't be a short drama because short drama needs to have a hook in the beginning of each episode and a cliffhanger in the end of each episode. But I feel if you edit your feature film accordingly, or for instance, if you put a big hook in the beginning, big hook enough that will drag the audience for the remaining episodes, it can be qualified as short drama as well.
Why do you think romance will be the dominate of short dramas?
Still the female as a main audience for verticals for now. It's something that people are trying, people are looking for in short dramas. They can have some other elements, but I still feel the dramas is a must.
Right, let me share you with some data because in China, male-oriented stories in the very beginning, 5 years ago, 100% male-oriented stories, and then female-oriented stories came out. So now about 50 to 50. So actually half of the male audience dominate this market. So it just didn't happen in the US yet.
Honestly, I'm surprised because I feel that it's it's the biggest request from all the platforms I've talked to, that they need stories to engage male audience because their audience is like mostly female. So they're trying to get more like thriller kind of like thriller detective stories, like to engage male audience as well.
So Ben Pengilly here, CEO and owner of Onset Octopus, the first vertical production company in Europe, in the UK. I'd like to say the best as well. We've been operating in the vertical scene for about 2 years now. We shot the first BL1 Mafia Lover in April 2024 that went viral. And since then, we're just growing from strength to strength and trying to market ourselves and network as much as possible and just take over the scene really as much as possible.
This is Emma, and I'm from China, and I am the executive director and the content head of Onset Octopus. I met Ben this year on LinkedIn, and I am currently helping Onset Octopus to find more clients on this vertical industry. And also we have a 22-person of writer team. We write the localization script and we write the original created script for this vertical market.
What's the essence of short drama if you have to define it?
The essence is highly addictive viewing. You're getting an audience hooked on content and narrative stories that before they just wouldn't be hooked on them. You know, for example, even if you're not necessarily interested in viewing something on your phone, it does grab you. You can't say it doesn't, you know, purely because the dopamine release from viewing on your phone and also cliffhangers every 1.5 minutes, you know, is something like that is definitely going to grab you. So I'd say highly addictive viewing content on your phone from a narrative perspective would be overall how I'd kind of explain it.
So I think if I have to use 3 words to define why this short drama is so highly addictive, I think the first word is building dream. It builds dream for audience who watch it. And the second word is it can help you to achieve something in your mind, but you can't achieve in your real life. And the third word is in the middle of something, because many of the short drama audience, they are like 24 to 40 female, and maybe she is a housewife or she works really hard, but her life is just not as good as it might be. So they might be short drama to help them to feel like she can be the one that in the short drama, she will have a billionaire to save her life or make her life a lot of better. And you can live in a real better life. And it helps them to live in that dream when you open that vertical and spend the next maybe one minute or next 10 minutes or next 1 hour. And it can directly cure your pain or make your life feel better, but at least it can help you like feel there's still hope, or I can be that one in the future and my life will be like that. If I have to use the most important word, I think it is the making a dream for the audiences.
Hello everyone, my name is Andriy Kuksa. I am a creative producer of Vertical Series. For the last year, I have been working on the My Drama project. During this time, I managed to produce about 15 series, including Young Elite, Braceface Betty, Engaged to the Enemy, and many others. I participated in all processes related to content production, from script to finished product. I am currently in Europe and working as an independent creative producer, so I am always in touch and happy to collaborate. In my opinion, short drama is not just a TikTok series or an accelerated film. In my opinion, it is a separate format. a separate genre, one might say, in which everything happens not just quickly, dynamically, emotionally, but at the same time, depth and interest in the plot are preserved. Therefore, it seems to me, in principle, that within the format of short dramas itself, the genre is not so important. Of course, there are genres that are currently more trending. But in general, it seems to me that any genre has the right to exist. The most important thing here is the form and the presentation of the material. Therefore, any genre is possible. And it seems to me that the future will show us this. Because the palette of genres will only increase.
My name is Daniel Yongma. I'm an actor. I've been an actor in short dramas for about 3 years now. I'm based in Australia, but I've shot in Australia, China, and Turkey. So I've enjoyed the kind of cultural exchange of working in different countries and how that is the same but slightly different depending on where I'm at. More recently, I've moved into talent management as well. So I'm very passionate about bringing new talent into the industry. Because it is still a very growing industry and it does actually have a lot of opportunity to bring in new talent and to give actors that otherwise wouldn't have kind of been able to take that chance to enter the entertainment industry, which I think is a brilliant part of short dramas.
How do short drama go viral? Are there any formula behind the hits?
I think that the formula is pretty out there, and it is that firstly, it has the kind of intense plots. I think that's the high stakes drama is really, really important in terms of capturing the viewer's attention. Having a hook is really important for viral content. And I think a lot of short dramas have that. They do it in various ways. A lot of them use just shocking content. And I think that's why we have seen a bit of an uptick in the like hyper-sexualized short dramas, especially on Real Short lately. But they go for that shock value to hook you, to bring you in. And then because they have that short episodic arc where you're getting what we used to have like a 30-40 minute TV series episode, that arc is condensed into 60 seconds. So because it's so quick, the viewer's mind is just fully engrossed in the short drama and there's no additional space. There's no kind of wait time before the next piece of information comes. And I think that that is also something that once the hook has brought the viewer in, the viewer is kept there because there's kind of no dead space in the short drama. And I think the third thing that they do that we were talking about before is they have the cliffhanger at the end of every single episode. So every 60 seconds you get another dopamine hit of, oh my gosh, what's going to happen next? And because you're constantly getting little bits of dopamine, the viewer kind of needs to know. Their attention is held, they're given another question, and they need an answer to that question. And that's why they keep watching, because even if they might not be fully interested in the story, they have to know, where does this go? What's happening next? And I think the formula, the hook, the no dead space throughout the entire 60 seconds, it's quick, quick, quick. And then the cliffhanger at the end brings you into the next hook of the next episode, and then so on and so forth all the way through the series.
Why do you think short drama are becoming so popular?
I think there's a few reasons. I don't think that you can bring it down to one. I think the viral nature that we just spoke about of short dramas is really easily taken advantage of with social media. So in terms of lead generation, short dramas have grown immensely in popularity because on platforms like TikTok, Instagram, even Facebook, even though short dramas are on a specific app, viewers are kind of brought onto that app through social media that they're already engaging on. And because short dramas have that viral hook in all of the episodes, or at least a few big hooks in each of the series, it's very easy lead gen to capture someone's attention on social media. They have to know what's going on, what's happening in this story, because the hook is so strong. And then that brings them onto the app. And once they're on the app, they just cycle through. So I think that that is a really big success point of short dramas. Beyond that, I think they've grown in kind of investment and they've become a much bigger industry at a time when cinema has kind of fallen off. Cinema is not as popular as it was kind of pre-COVID during the pandemic. I think since the pandemic has ended, cinema is like slowly making a comeback, but it's really struggling. I think streaming services also have a lot of value in the content mix at the moment, but the space that streaming services are kind of missing, that short dramas are picking up, is that lack of dead space in the short dramas. So on a streaming service, it's very easy to kind of stop paying attention, go on your phone, because social media has kind of changed the average viewer's attention span to be significantly less than what it used to be kind of an expectation for. Consider that we used to sit in a cinema for a 2 hour, 3 hour movie, and our attention would be completely on that movie. Then you move into streaming services, which the majority of content on streaming services is actually TV series, which are that 30 to 40 minute episodes. So we're already reducing the time while being on a streaming service. But many people started watching, say, Netflix, and then they just go on their phone, get distracted if Netflix wasn't really kind of capturing them. So I think the fact that short dramas are able to capture your attention so well and then hold that attention because they're so quick, I think that's what they have that is missing from the major traditional Western streaming services. And I think the third thing that has caused them to have so much success is the fact that they're so accessible because they're on a phone. You don't need to kind of sit down in a cinema and have like 2 hours blocked out to watch one of these short dramas. You could be on the train to work, just looking for something to distract you. And there it is, right there. You've got something on your phone, super easily accessible. You can watch a couple of episodes, then you'll go to work, then on the train home, you watch a couple more. Whenever you have a spare moment, the easiest way to fill that time is with a short drama because the phone is something that pretty much every person has on them at all times.
So why do you think short drama go viral? Are there any patterns or formulas behind the hits?
I think they go viral because they are immediate and they really touch upon our very base emotions in our human emotions, and I guess the rawest emotion in us. And I think it's the same thing with melodrama in terms of how it connects to an audience. It really evokes the emotions of fear and love and betrayal. It's very much at the forefront too. We're not dealing in subtleties here, I think is one of the biggest reasons they grab people. And I think also because it's so immediate, it's right there on your phone. People are already on your phone, on their phones. And as soon as they see an ad, they can click on it and they can watch right there. And once they get hooked, they can just keep swiping and they don't have to ever plan for it. It just happens. It's an immediate gratification.
What makes a series viral is, first and foremost, the fact that people's demand for content has changed. If previously it was cool to buy a huge book, several volumes, and read it, now it's called long read. The formula for a successful vertical series, in my opinion, is very simple, but it is not always easy to implement. I can highlight three main components: interesting events, interesting characters, and clarity of the plot. That is, the plot should not be too complicated and should be understood very quickly. If the viewer even turned it on or got distracted or turned it on not from the first episode or missed something, they should be able to quickly connect to the story. In other aspects, the rules of big cinema also work. For example, it's better to show than to tell. High eventfulness, intrigue, suspense, and so on. And, of course, a focus on the beginning, on the first 5 to 10 episodes. You know, a little bit of an advertising rule works here. The first 3 to 6 seconds. We need to hook, to interest. But at the same time, the viewer must understand what story they will be watching.
Definitely not a formula, but there is a format, which, you know, every major entertainment format, whether it's film, TV, whatever, there's certain structure to it. And so short dramas being new, a lot of people just aren't familiar with the structures there. But the format very much is built off of the same DNA as TikTok or Instagram, where it's very much an instant gratification style storytelling. Which is why it has to be so intense in the melodrama and in the emotional heightened stakes. And so formula-wise, no, but there are certain elements that it kind of has to have to be a short drama, or else it won't go viral. In terms of it has to have a really big hook. Otherwise, people, when they're scrolling through whatever they're scrolling through, they'll see something, and within a few microseconds, they decide whether they're going to keep scrolling or not. So if you don't hook that audience right away, you're not going to go viral. You don't exist at that point, so you're not a short drama. And then the other thing is constantly renewing that heightened element of high stakes, surprise, emotion, cliffhangers, revelations, all that kind of stuff that you would get in any long form storytelling like film or TV, but like really distilled down to its most essential element and very, very heightened. So that's kind of very much how social media works also. This very emotionally it hooks you instantly, or you keep scrolling. And so they go viral. And that's why they work so well on Facebook, Instagram Reels, TikTok, which is where all the marketing for these things are, which is how people find them.
Why do you think short dramas are resonate with the audience?
I think it's an inevitability. Social media has come onto culture so fast and evolved user behavior so fast that eventually storytelling was going to catch up to that platform, that format. And this is how it caught up. It's storytelling like you would see in film and TV, but in that sort of extremely intense, fast, instant gratification style of content consumption that people who are scrolling through their I don't know if they would desire that. That's just how it works. That's how social media works. That's why we're all kind of addicted to our phones these days. And so this is a storytelling format that caught up to that style of user behavior, basically. And so that's why short dramas are the way they are. That's why they're built the way they are. That's why they work the way they do.
Why do short drama go viral? Is there any pattern or formula behind the hits?
That's an interesting question, because I recently just worked on a show that I thought it would be a huge hit, but it didn't. So I feel like the script is only one of the components of a hit. Story should be very engaging. Ideally, we should introduce the same elements, but like in a new way that we can surprise the audience, because people get used to hooks and cliffhangers. And if we want them to stay, it needs to be something different, something unexpected. Also, I feel like it should have like some A-list stars from verticals, or at least like one vertical star, or people who can bring audience, like influencers. And editing also, I feel, matters a lot, because sometimes even like the best footage can be spoiled in post-production if you don't put it in the right way. So I think like it has a lot of factors to being viral. And sometimes I also feel like it depends on the timing of the story. Like sometimes the story, I've heard some stories where like focused like specific like for Christmas or something, and they just failed because the production calendar moved and they were released like too early before Christmas or too late, and like no one cared about them. So I think like the timing also matters a lot. And for instance, like if people like are watching a lot of different apps, and like one app like releases something big, like it happened like with Real Short when they released like How to Tame a Silver Fox. I think like a lot of shows made on the other platforms, they just faded away basically in comparison to a hit.
That's the $1 million question, isn't it? I think if people knew the formula of what the next big thing is going to be, they'd be the top rank. I mean, you know what? I think within the top ranking platforms, they probably do have an idea. You've got people that religiously watch so many verticals, and over time they're going to have an idea of what the next big thing is going to be based on data and everything. But to be fair, you still don't know. You don't know. It's like asking me what is the next stock that's going to rocket in a stock market. You don't know. You can have an idea of what the next viral sensation is going to be, but you don't know. I think the only way to know is to try new ideas and engage new audiences.
You have to know your audience, like what they want, what they think every night. For example, there is a producing company in China. They have just launched a really, really good vertical, and it just hits like 1 billion views in 1 month. The first 3 sentences is really interesting. I think the first one is that I can't get up at 8 a.m. this early for the first class. And second is that she's asking her college mates, can you just when teacher asks where I am, can you just say something to cover me? And the second one is that this food in this college is just killing me. So it just targets the college students, and it fully understand how for Chinese college students worries and what they're thinking every day. And they're using some quite hot phrases in the internet to make audience feels that, oh, they know me, they feel me. So I think if a vertical really want to go long and go viral, for overseas verticals, we have to do the same thing. We have to know what our audience is thinking every day, what they are worried about, how they really want. It's not just that like we want to build a dream to save their life. We have to understand what they're worried every night and how they're going to spend their day, something like that. We have to do the interview, or we have to talk with our real audiences.
So not just from data perspective, but also from the audience perspective.
Sometimes from data, you only know the data, you don't know why. You just know what, you don't know why. The data is like, it can't just tell you everything. For example, you wrote those magical moments and you put on advertise and you got more downloads. It's just because maybe they're hooked by your first 3 seconds, or they think this is interesting. However, if you want to build a long-term and increasing in revenue, you have to really know your audience to keep them, to make them continue to watch your content, not just let them download. Otherwise, they will just watch that and they will go. You have to keep them.
There is a formula behind making a hit.
That's a $10 million question, I would say. I don't think there is a formula. I think there is a quantity, main talents, they really matter, like who is the lead protagonist, who is the lead female character, and you should just shoot more to be successful, I would say. We don't have formulas that, like in entertainment niche, you don't have every title super hit. Even on Netflix, even on Amazon TV, even in Hollywood, there are some fails and there are some super hits. And sometimes it's not obvious what will be the one. And we face similar questions. And we believe that we just should shoot more. And based on our experience, if a movie is based on a successful book, there is a strong correlation between success. So if a book was successful for a mass audience in United States, movie adaptation of this book in vertical format, like shorts, it will be successful. That's how we see it. It will be like A tier at least. Not all will be S tier, but A tier, higher B tier, that's for sure.
I'll just add up to this question. Have you filmed any short dramas or vertical dramas that was based on a popular novel?
Yes, we did it. We have Alpha Novel. It's our first product where we have 20,000 books in English. And our first movie was based on the book. And some of our most successful movies are based on the books. So it's like Taming Mr. Black, Alpha Rick, Mafia Boss, Cold Shower. Those are the movies that perform extremely well. And they are based and inspired by some of our books titles.
I've watched your apps, and there are a lot of romance short dramas. And have you created short dramas outside the typical CEO romance format? And why do you decide to shoot that genre?
I believe we just watched the market. We saw that 70% of creatives are based on the movies on the CEO billionaire archetype. It's super understandable for a broad audience, like in US, in Canada, in Europe, in Africa, like worldwide. Like CEO rich guy, everyone understands this. And the power dynamics between like his assistants, his wife, and him, it's super approachable for a big audience. Because I believe that each genre has its audience, like paranormal, werewolves, vampires, mafia, gangster movies, sport movies, Christmas movies. And SEO is just like universal. So you can launch it like at any time of the year, and it should be appealing for the mass audience. That's it.
Robert, have you planned any other genres that besides SEO romance?
Yes.
Was
Yeah,
it?
yeah. We already did it, and it worked quite well. And for us, how we see like a formula for success, as you mentioned, that we should shoot one movie classical SEO, one movie like classical werewolf, one movie R&D like some melodrama, something about mafia, something about sports. So there's always an R&D movies that we are testing. We even did like an action movie based on like Secret Agent. So we play with a lot of different genres, and sometimes it works, sometimes it's not. But we should do it just to be relevant and don't miss this trend.
How was the audience feedback on the popular one, besides, not SEO romance trope?
It was different. We have a very successful movie about female transformation, like from obese to like slim and successful, called XXL Vibe Before After. And the feedback was very like different. So some people said you cannot shoot like this, and everyone watched it, everyone enjoyed it, but the feedback was very like provocative, and we did it intentionally just to test it, how it works, and will it resonate with the audience. So then we have an action movie. It's called the Secret Spy Affair, and it also worked extremely well, especially for the male audience. So now what we're seeing that at least like 20-30% of our audience can be male. And I see this trend in China that it's already like half male audience for this content. And probably the same will happen in United States in like 1 or 2 years.
Undoubtedly, stories about romance and love are quite popular. Now, in my opinion, society currently has a demand for two types of content, if you can call it that: good and harsh. Good, because it seems to me that there is not enough good and love in the world right now, and people have this demand. And harsh content works like a slap before an injection, right? That is, to prepare yourself for something, to experience some adrenaline-filled emotions that you potentially wouldn't want to, but which could happen to you. If we talk about the female audience, it seems to me that an underrated genre at the moment is true crime, especially true crime based on true stories. And it seems to me that this genre has great potential. If we talk about expanding the audience in principle and the male audience, it seems to me that the horror and fantasy genres could be very promising. Fantasy. But again, we remember that in our niche, one of the key factors is budget optimization and fast production. Therefore, again, fantasy has great potential, but it is certainly a challenge from a production point of view.
Why do you think short drama resonate with audiences?
I think the underlying mechanism is how it interacts with our dopamine system, because basically there is this habit which was created by TikTok and Instagram for consumption of short content. Where you have really fast dopamine hits because there is a hook and you expect something to happen, and then it happens and you get your dopamine hit, and then you expect something else and stuff like that. So it's really like short dopamine circuit, and this is how the structure of short drama is tailored to that. Another thing is like I would say emotions per 1 minute of content. There are a lot of emotions per 1 minute of content, so our users get emotionally attached to the drama and they want to see what's next. But if you go on a macro level, one of the reasons short dramas work right now is that it's really ideal, like the format is ideal for distribution within social networks like Facebook, TikTok, Snapchat, and stuff like that, because the content that short drama creators create is already adapted to the native format of Instagram and TikTok and YouTube. And this is why short drama ads, they win against other ads in the auction, and there is a basically wide distribution among social networks.
Different genres in my drama. Most popular ones still CEO romance. What other genres have worked well on my drama, and which genres do you feel are still underexplored?
Detective has worked really well for us. Some of our best series are within crime and detective genre, and young adult. In terms of exploration, you asked about exploration. We are not limited by any genre. Like almost any genre that you can think of right now, we are already exploring. We are either filming it or either already testing.
Except genre action, what other genre deserve more attention and why?
That's a really good question. I think thriller is an interesting one. I think that there's a way to do it that still makes the viewer feel good, because something I haven't mentioned until now, but it's kind of unsaid, is that short dramas run an escapist concept. So they make the viewer kind of feel good towards the end. They're appreciative once they finish a series, and that's kind of what keeps them coming back for more. So the issue with doing a horror short drama or even a thriller, which is kind of like a step back, is that viewers are kind of then put in a position where they might be scared, or shocked. So I think that there's space to do it, but I'm not entirely sure how to integrate it into the current model of short drama, which is that every single episode, you pay per episode unless you have like a subscription. Because I feel like if you give the viewers that tiny break between episodes and it's a horror, they're gonna check out. They're gonna leave, most of the viewers, unless they're very much interested. So horror, as much as I would like to see horror, I'm not sure how it works with the current business model of short drama. Beyond that, I think that a very, very high potential short drama genre would be the musical genre. We've started to see a few integrations of singer-songwriters going into short dramas and actually kind of performing their original music as part of the short drama. And I think Viglu has done a couple of those. And that's like really, really cool because it adds an additional part, an additional bit of value to the short drama, something to make it special and unique. But I think doing a short drama that is like fully a musical, where every couple of episodes you have a song and a dance, like High School Musical, like any of those kind of like full dancing and singing. I think that would be a real challenge based on the way short dramas are filmed, because they're very short, like they're very quick in terms of filming, less than 2 weeks, some in as little as 4 or 5 days. And it would take a lot of preparation, a lot of choreography to do a musical. But I do believe that matches with the short drama audience at the moment, which is very much that kind of wanting to feel good, wanting to get kind of lost in the moment, lost in the romance. And I think that music is something that has so much power to just capture an audience. If you were able to merge that with like the short drama format, I think you have like a very high potential for success if produced well. But it's a risk because it would take a lot of budget and a lot of preparation.
I'm just curious, since every episode is around 1 minute to 2 minutes and maximum long, how can music fit into one episode? You're gonna change music every episode, right?
Well, it would be the way that musicals work in like normal musicals, right? You go to a theater. What often happens is they'll actually have a theme, and that theme will be kind of the melody or the chord structure. For example, the musical Hamilton, very, very popular. Even between songs that are not specifically a reprise of each other, between songs, you'll still have that consistent beat, that consistent melody, rhythm, even if it's kind of two different characters or two different kind of parts of the story. And that's like a creative way that the writers of that music are able to keep that consistent flow going between scenes. So I think that it would be revolutionary. And I'm not suggesting at all that it would be easy, but to answer your question about, well, how would you put that music kind of together? And if you're constantly changing the song, what I believe you're inferring is that maybe that might be distracting, or it would pull the viewers out of it, because changing that would be a difficult thing to watch and be engrossed in. But you could have a similar through line, a similar kind of melody going throughout, a similar chord structure. And in that sense, you can kind of like work it within the episodes without it being jarring as it start, stop, start, stop. I think something that a lot of verticals have already done and done quite successfully is, although they are 60-second episodes, some scenes run across multiple episodes. And this is probably what you would do to get the whole song out. Say you have like 4 episodes. That gives you 4 minutes, which I would say is like plenty of time to do a full song. You could have kind of like that plot twist or that kind of 60-second section. That's one verse of the song, or maybe a verse and a chorus. And then you have a little break period that the plot twist happens. Maybe that's part of like the bridge of the song. And then that leads into the next episode where we pick up the next verse where something has happened, something is new, something is different, and then so on and so forth into the third verse. So I think that there is still potential to work that into the vertical, and the value I think that that would have beyond a traditional vertical is that if you released an album, like an original album alongside that vertical, that gives you a significantly greater pool of people that you can obtain lead gen from, because viewers will watch the musical on the like short drama platform, and then they'll like the music, and then they'll have like a personal connection to the music because they know the story. So then they'll start playing it on, say, Spotify or wherever they play their music, and then they'll want to go watch it again. And I think that something that a lot of short dramas don't really consider is the rewatchability of the short drama. It's very much, let's get viewers in, let's get them to watch it, and once the story's over, it's over. It's done. Maybe they'll rewatch it, but that's not really a big factor. It's all about just getting as many people in to watch it as possible. But I think the rewatchability of something is significantly beneficial to the platform because it keeps the viewer on the platform, thereby kind of reducing their like subscription churn. But yeah, to answer your question succinctly, I think that it is very possible to have a song go across multiple episodes.
How do you keep audience watch the short drama again? Is any suggestion?
Specific to musicals or to any short drama?
Any short drama.
Tough question. Very tough question. And I will not pretend to be an expert on this because I have not looked at the data. I'm specifically kind of just from my chats with fans and looking at it kind of from the actor's perspective. I think that what separates a short drama that you would watch once versus one you'd consider coming back to is the number one thing is quality. If you have a short drama that is just, it exists for the sake of filling content, it's a story that was created without love, without preparation, without passion. If it's something that you've just done one take of every kind of shot, you've just done one take, okay, good enough, move on. We ticked that box, we've got the shot, let's go. That's a short drama that I don't believe anyone is going to watch again. So it comes down to the production process. Beyond that, I think that when a viewer strongly connects with a character's journey, and by extension with the character themselves, that's something that stays in the viewer's mind after they like finish watching. So a character that is well developed, that has multiple dimensions, that is real on screen, that really kind of captures you in their performance, that is something that a viewer will come back for. If a character is kind of one-dimensional and the story is too predictable, it's not really worth watching again, I don't think. So the challenge there is twofold. I think that firstly, it is very specific to the actor themselves. I think that if the actor is not able to fully kind of grasp their character and the emotions of that character, and they're not able to get the audience to relate to their performance, the short drama will probably not even be finished, let alone rewatched. But on the other hand, if the actor is able to really kind of perform in such a way that an audience will connect strongly with their character and their journey and their emotions, and the audience kind of has that empathy for the character, then absolutely, I think that will like very much increase the rewatchability of that vertical. On the other hand, I think that on the production side, I think it's really important that you have a story that has that balance of being predictable enough that it still fits within short dramas, but still has that kind of additional layer. And it just needs to be subtle, something that separates the short drama from everything else on the platform. Because if it is exactly the same, if you have copy pasted a plot that has been done 100 times before, which has happened many, many times in short dramas. We see a lot of copy paste plots that don't really have anything unique to them. If there is nothing unique and everything is completely predictable, there is no reason for someone to rewatch that short drama. There's nothing special about it. There's nothing to stay in that viewer's mind to say, oh yes, that specific short drama is one that I want to watch again. Because the way the industry is today, there is so much content. 3 years ago, there was barely anything. Now, there are thousands upon thousands of short dramas on every single platform. A lot of them don't even cross over between platforms. So viewers have to jump between platforms in order to kind of watch all the stars that they want to see. So I think that having something unique to the story is really important for watchability as well.
You've been acting for 3 years. Have you seen any trend or changes in the scripts?
Yes and no. Yes and no. I think that there are, as the industry grows, the more people that enter the industry, the more ideas there are. And what I have seen happen is that the industry kind of goes up and down in terms of the scripts. It appears, and I have on good authority that this is true, but it appears like a lot of the decision makers in the platforms that have existed from the beginning are driven by data. So they look at a project, they take a successful project, and then they produce 200 of that project again, because they look at the data and they're like, oh, this project did really well, let's replicate it. And the trend there is basically just you see one hit project that has something unique to it, and then in the next 6 months, you will see another 100 variants of that project, which I personally don't think is the greatest way to go about it. But I'm not a decision maker, and I haven't seen the data myself, so I can't really comment on that because I have no authority there. But in terms of the trends, I think that very much there's been this need to provide viewers with shock value, and we kind of were talking about it before, where the scripts will have something that is so out of the norm, whether it is a crazy event that happens. It used to be that like pouring a drink over someone, that used to be like a big deal. Now, standard, viewers have seen it. And so we've seen this trend of platforms just trying to gradually increase and increase and increase in that shock value. And it could be in the stunts, it could be in the sexual nature of some of the scripts as well. And I think that the trend of just trying to increase that shock value is probably driven by the data side. But what happens when you only focus on providing shock value to viewers is you lose the value of the story, because it's no longer about the story. It's about just kind of throwing something into the face of the viewer to hook them in. And that works temporarily, but it doesn't keep them there. And I think that's an interesting kind of trend that I feel like there are some platforms that have become very focused on creative storytelling. And from an actor's perspective, I love that. I think that's awesome. And there are some platforms that are focusing on the shock value. And you can see which of those platforms are which. And I think that trend is going to be something that separates platforms in the future. As more and more kind of viewers join the vertical community, whether platforms are just going for shock value or whether platforms are providing kind of that brand, that creative brand, that, oh, I'm going to give you a good story as part of the platform's brand, that I think is going to cause viewers to choose one or another in the near future.
It can be some shock values, but most important thing is the original story. Is that what you mean, right?
I mean, it's difficult to value one over the other. I think that you can do an original script, and the originality of the script is the shock. You know, if a viewer is expecting a standard vertical story, but then you flip it and you give them something different, that is a shock. That is something for a viewer to go, oh, okay, I'm interested. I want to know what happens here. But the problem with doing a copy paste plot that then just has one scene that is over the top. I mean, verticals are over the top to begin with, but I'm talking like going well beyond what like anyone would kind of be comfortable with just for the sake of saying something crazy. That, if anything, I believe pulls viewers out of the kind of like the magic of the short drama. Because if you're watching a short drama as a comfort watch, which I think most viewers do, they watch it because, and this is not all viewers, but they watch it because it's easy and it's comfortable, it's simple. That's something short dramas do that is really, really good. That's something that's great about the industry. But if you're watching something that's comfortable, that's kind of your comfort watch, and then suddenly there's just this crazy hypersexual scene that has this like very like pornographic kind of language, it kind of pulls you out of the romance because it's nasty. It's not sexy. It's not like romantic. It's just gross and it's disgusting. And I think that when you have like a scene like that that happens in the middle of what is otherwise a very magical, kind of like beautiful romantic story that the viewer is engrossed in, that one scene, although it might be shocking enough to force people to come and like view your platform and be like, whoa, what is going on here? The problem with having one shocking scene is that it completely like destroys the magic of the rest of the story. Whereas on the other hand, if you have a unique story that has something that is creatively shocking, something that reels you in not because it's just gross and disgusting, but something that reels you in because it's genuinely like a creative way to express a scene or a story. A good example is that there's an Australian producer, Total Media, who did a recent series, I think it was called Falling for Her Bodyguard. Amazing fan response. It was a very wonderful story. It still had the classic vertical tropes, but it was done really uniquely in the way they did the shots, in the way they did the stunts. But specifically what I want to mention is the way they did the romantic scene. It was not at all kind of an overly graphic, overly kind of like dirty, pornographic kind of shooting. It was actually a romantic, a tasteful, a sexy kind of like shoot that looked really kind of like powerful in terms of its creativity. And there are many ways that you can communicate two characters being in love. Just to use kind of the romance as an example of shock versus creative, doing something that is shocking for dirty or nasty reasons, I think pulls the viewer out. And they're like, oh, that is not what I was wanting to watch. But equally, you can shock them with how good and tasteful the scene is. So I hope you understand where I'm getting here, but there's that kind of like difference in storytelling. I think it's easy. It is easy and simple to shock someone with something that's disgusting, but it takes skill and effort and time to shock someone with something that is tasteful. And I think that is where the value is, and that's going to be the big separator in stories going forward.
Now dominates the North American market is the CEO genre. From your perspective, what genres are underexplored or deserve more attention?
That's a great question. I think like teenage romance is something that isn't explored as much in terms of the more innocent teenage romance. I think has always been a huge part of American culture. And I don't see much of that coming out of China or even the scripts that we're presented with. And I think really there's a lot more experimenting to be done. We have done a horror film that did pretty well. And I think horror is a really interesting genre to explore. And I think we're going to start seeing more of that soon. And also we've done an action film as well, or a suspense film. And that one did pretty well as well. But I don't see many of those coming out as of yet. It's a little difficult for those to translate on the mobile format. So, but I think horror is something that definitely needs to be explored more, and I'm excited about jumping into that myself.
You mentioned about horror, thriller, and action. Why do you plan those genres, and how was the audience feedback?
Those were scripts that were handed to us and that we produced for a platform. And I know the horror one did very well. It's number 4 a few weeks ago. This was on Salty TV, and the film that we did was called Truth or Dare. That was number 4 for a while in terms of viewership there. And from what I was told anecdotally from the folks at the platform is that it actually did a little better than, or much better than they had anticipated, especially because this was several months ago. There weren't that many horrors out there in terms of examples or things that we could look to, but it did really well. The action one, I don't know. It was released a couple months ago, but I haven't gotten any data on that at all as of yet.
So you got the script from the platform?
Yes.
The number 4 within the apps ranking or?
Within the apps ranking, yep. It was the number 4 most watched for that month.
The action or thrillers you've done, I want to know more about this.
Yeah, so the film that we produced was called Married to the Assassin, and it was for Salty TV. And it was, I will have to say, just one of the funnest projects that we've ever done. We had a really experienced stunt coordinator that worked with us. There were some gunfights. There was a car chase that we really wanted to do, but the budget wouldn't allow it, so we had to cut it from the script. But it was a really, really fun production, and I was really hoping that it would kind of launch more films like that. But I think we're just still waiting to see how well it does in terms of the audience response. But it was a story it's called Married to the Assassin, and it was sort of similar to Mr. and Mrs. Smith, where you had a married couple that were each living in under a secret identity. And as the story goes on, they discover each other's identity, and then in the very end, they get matched up in a moment where they both have to make a decision whether to save their careers or save their lives or save their marriage.
So what about the thriller film?
That was it. So that was the thriller. Yeah, that was the same one. Action thriller.
One more question about the thriller and horror. So since we're watching those short dramas in a vertical format and in a very small foam screen, so how can people get excited by action or by threatened by horror?
That's a really good question. I do think that action's much more difficult because it is a lot harder to feel that thrill that you do on the big screen. The pleasure of watching a thriller or an action film derives from that adrenaline rush while you're watching that. And I do think that is much harder to translate into the vertical format. So again, we're waiting to see how that goes and knowing how well that one does in the end. But I think horror is a little different because horror is still the pleasure and the response that you get from horror has a lot to do with the actor's response in that moment. And if you can capture that in that medium shot close up, then it can be effective. And I think that there's a lot of similarities to audiences' relationship with the characters in horror, as there's a lot of similarities to that relationship in horror and romance, I believe, in melodrama.
I wouldn't say any genre really needs more attention than another, because the whole point is, is to find what the next viral sensation is and what the next audience. I'd say that the project that needs the most attention is the project that's going to get the most sales and the most views. I don't think that too much verticals are at a place yet where they'll start to have an impact on real political issues in the world, like you see in certain feature films and TV programs and stuff at the moment. I thought it's more going to be what's going to get the most people viewing it, what's going to grab the audience's attention as much. So I'd say, I guess that's the next big thing, isn't it? Something that hasn't been done before.
I saw a really interesting one. Real Short is doing that. They found 40 people, like 20 male, 20 female, and they make a show to let them fall in love. It's in their application, but not fully vertical drama. They just let those people like naturally fall in love with each other. It's more like a show. So they're trying this new genres, and we're looking whether it goes well and whether it's gonna attract more audiences. And I think maybe in the future, those vertical applications, they should try like what MrBeast or other interesting short video producer they made, because I think this vertical it doesn't need to always tell the romance of CEO story. We got many other stories, but the reason they keep telling this story is because this is safe and this can always helping them to make money. Just like what Disney and Pixar did, they always tell a kind of the similar story, just like Saving the Cat. They have a whole kind of formula, but they're sure this formula can let them continue to make money and to like They got different IPs, always the same stories, but they just tell them in different ways.
Are there any specific genres people feel are still worth exploring?
So thrillers, because they think that they can hook male audience, and LGBTQ stories, especially here in US, they feel that there are like not enough of those stories, even those romance stories, but like with more diverse cast, because a lot of platforms, they want to cast only Caucasian people, and like we have like a lot of diversity in US that needs to make it to the screen. So those are the main stories I would outline. Some people also want to try comedy. They are curious whether it could work. And some want to try like more detective, like true crime stuff. If we have like someone killed in first like 3 episodes, and then we will have like the whole vertical basically explaining like how the person got murdered.
Why do you think those genres gonna work in the market?
To be honest, I'm not sure that they will work, because I've been having these talks like for a few months, but I haven't seen any of them on screen. So I feel like people still trying to see like where the market is moving, like what genres work at the moment, and they try to make more of those like tropes, genres that work at the moment. If they see that like billionaire romance with like a girl who saves like grandpa grandma works, they will do it, and they will postpone like all projects they have in development. And also like another story that like I feel like was that people wanted to have and the platforms wanted to have is like stories with more female like with stronger female characters, like not as a victim, but like more as like revenge or like just like stronger women. And I feel like we are starting to have more of this, but it's still a part either of like billionaire romance or like some family drama, but just like a bit different arc for the female character.
How do you decide which genre you're going to shoot? It's based on the data or like your instinct, or
I would say, like, for instance, we want to make 5 movies per month for this month, for instance, and 3 of them will be based on the data. We know what is working for us, we know what is working for competitors, we can do something similar. But then 2 other movies will be, as you mentioned, gut feeling ideas. We think, let's do historical romance, let's do fantasy romance, let's do a spy movie, let's do a mafia movie or something like this. And that's how we operate. So like 70, like 60% of our content is based on data and industry, like SEO, Werewolf, Billionaire, like the classical ones. And then like 30, 40% is, as I mentioned, research and development ideas, something new just to be relevant. So now we see a trend about like college stories for students. We see a trend, for instance, we are preparing for Christmas movies because it will be a high season and we need to prepare content especially for this season.
in the article you mentioned that AI has helped you better understand your audience, improve your short drama production. Could you tell me more about it and how exactly AI being used in your process?
AI is basically like a copilot. It's a research tool that help us to understand, okay, what are the trends, what are the top movies, what are the outlines, and then it help our scriptwriter team to basically refine ideas and write quickly. So we can produce scenario within like 2 weeks. And for industry average, it's like 4 or 5 weeks to produce a production ready script. So it's basically like an amplifier tool that help us to move faster.
Your current focus into the US and European markets. As an app rooted in the Europe, do you think promoting content in the US presents any challenges? If so, what are the challenges and how are you addressing them?
Great question. And I would say now we are shooting half of our content in Europe, half of our content in the US. And we see a trend that movies that are produced in US perform better for US audience. It's a different style of movie. It's more simple, fast paced. And I believe it's about main characters and their English pronunciation. So if you're doing the shooting in Ukraine or in Poland or in Czech Republic, some characters still will have accent. if you're doing like voiceover moment content, it would also have like specialities. When you are shooting in US for US audience, chances are higher that it will perform better for US audience for us. But here we found a lot of very, very good native English speakers in Europe, and the movies with them work perfectly as well. But it's hard to find a lot of actors who can play with proper English. So I would say it's the main bottleneck.
So language is the biggest challenge.
Also, yeah, language is the first one, and it's a different cinematography style. So here in Europe, we do more like directors and creative producers. They want to do like a movie style, more slow paced, a lot of perspectives, a lot of angles. So they want to make like a movie for a Cannes festival. Okay, it doesn't work. We need a movie that is working for a broad audience in US. It should be simple, and it should trigger emotion when users see it ads in Facebook and TikTok. It's a bit also a mentality issue, I would say.
I think in the English market, there's huge white space still. That's not to say that you could just start doing horror or true crime or whatever tomorrow and it would just work as well. The reason they're all doing CEO billionaire stuff is because that's what they have access to from source material, and that's what's worked really well. So they're going to keep doing it. Somebody's going to have to, probably from the independent space, make a really good horror short drama or a really good anime style short drama, like a fantasy, progression fantasy, lit RPG, cultivation style story in the independent space on their own buck and put it into their own social media space for it to go viral. And then you'll see some of these other players realize, oh, we can allocate resources to making horror. We can allocate resources to making, detective thriller style stuff. And obviously there's a big gap between what they're doing now and some of that stuff, which makes them very hesitant to take the risk on it because they know the thing they're doing now, maybe 1 in 10 or 1 in 50 or 1 in 100 of the things they're doing now are going to be a huge hit that keeps the whole app in the green for the year. And so if we take, 10% of our revenue away from that, 10% of our manpower away from that to try something else that we don't know how it's going to work, or if it's going to take 3 years to figure it out, that's why, you don't see them trying other stuff. But I would say horror is a no-brainer. Fantasy is a no-brainer. The related industries to short drama are online fiction and in the United States self-publishing that are very, very successful in online fiction and self-publishing and are those romance style stories, the paranormal shifter style romance, CEO billionaire romance, bad boy high school romance, mafia romance, all that stuff, right, is very popular in that space. And then the other thing that's very popular in that space is fantasy, whether it's a lit RPG or there's 8 million different flavors of fantasy that's popular in that space as well. That's a no-brainer. And that was, for 2 years, we were working on making fantasy work at Pocket FM. And even after I left, they were still working on it. And just in the last probably 6 months or so, they've really shifted hard into fantasy because they got it to work. They got shows that would work. They got My Vampire System in particular is a huge show for them, a great English language original web novel that they adapted, and it's worked great for them. So I would say fantasy is a big space. And there's a lot of ways to make vertical drama fantasy. It doesn't have to be live action. It can be animated. I mean, why not? And horror. Those are the two really obvious things.
I interview other directors and producers because a lot of Chinese shows, they have some shock value, a lot of violence that cut into promotion ads. If there's no shock value, people won't click the ads. So how do you see those shock values?
That was one of the major sort of learning curves with Pocket FM was we're getting all this content in. A lot of it is, what you might call inappropriate or toxic or whatever you want to call it. You then have to calculate, well, if we soften those elements or change those elements, are we taking out the thing that actually made it successful, right? And at a certain point, that comes down to culture, that comes down to personnel. One thing that I was always very careful of at Pocket and that I've talked to a dozen of these companies about is a lot of the content that comes in starts with, a woman being roofied and waking up in a bed not remembering who this guy is, or worse than that. And You have to be aware if you're going to bring in people that you want to help you make these shows successful, you don't know those people's histories, their backgrounds. You might be giving them material that is triggering them because of some traumatic stuff that's happened to them in their lives. So you have to be very aware and open with the type of content you're working with and make sure that everybody is on board with that content and that everybody understands there are certain lines that you can't cross, that you won't cross, and that there are certain lines that are, you're pushing the envelope in terms of, what somebody might be disgusted by, another audience might really love. And so you have to figure out, like, where do we not cross a line, and where do we give the fans that love a really toxic romance story, or that love a power dynamic that features brutality? How do we give what they want without, how do we make sure we deliver that show for those fans? And how do we make sure that we don't make a show beyond the acceptable barrier? And again, that becomes a big gray area. That involves a lot of people having conversations with legal departments and creative teams and all that kind of stuff. The long and the short of it is, you have to be aware that you might have a title that's highly validated from the source material that you want to license and adapt, or that you want to put in your app yourself. But if that material is too much for a general audience in some way, that you would have to alter the thing that actually made that show work, you might want to put that show further down on your list of adaptations and pick something else first. I would say that it's very easy to adapt a show away from made it work, whether it's toxic stuff or not toxic stuff. And so that's one of the big things you always have to be aware of. So if you have a show that has content that it disrupts the creative team that's working on it, then you probably want to have conversations openly and more honestly before that type of content ever even comes in the door. Because you want the show to work. You don't want to change the show so it doesn't work. And you also don't want to put out a show that's going to get, your app in trouble because it's disturbing in certain ways, right? So it's a complicated gray area, essentially.
Can you give me an example?
I mean, obvious lines would be, rape. Certainly, we're not going to do that. We're not going to put that out. Over the top, gratuitous violence of some kind. Obviously, that is very genre specific as well. You can go as over the top as you want in a monster slaying anime, but that's not the same for a, dark romance. Dark romance features a lot of morally ambiguous, morally gray themes, which is why the audience loves it. And it's one of those genres that has that you have to have conversations before you start working on it. If the violence is so over the top and brutal, it's going to cross a line, and it does become at a certain point. That's why you have to have open and honest conversations between the creative team and oftentimes other departments as well. So that's what I would say in terms of, if you're going to be an app that's okay to put out dark romance or things that push the barrier in certain and morally ambiguous areas, then you have to be prepared to set your teams up to do those things, because it's very easy for these companies to turn into a well-oiled machine. And then these things just come through the door one day and nobody knew it was coming in, and you hand it to a team and their heads explode because, they're revolting because they can't believe how disgusting it is. And then there's, somebody else over there that's like, oh, I love this stuff. Let me do it. So you have to set up your team to be ready to work on that kind of stuff, or to not work on it, to say, no, we're not working on this.
What kind of content do you think is proper to show in the promotional video?
That's less up to you than it is up to ads platforms. And one of the great frustrations in this business is how random the ads platforms seem to be. I can remember one show we were promoting where two people were just talking about having had sex earlier, and not in an explicit or graphic way, no nudity. They had just talked about, like, oh, that was great, basically is what they're saying. Got flagged, got pulled down, can't do that. And then the next day on another show, I don't remember what the thing was, but it was like gratuitous and it was clearly over the line, didn't get flagged. The ad went out. It ran on Facebook for 3 weeks and nobody said anything about it. It's kind of, how much are you willing to get flagged by Meta or TikTok or whoever for your content, and then re-edit your content or adjust your content until you find the thing that works. And it's very frustrating because it can, especially when you creative team in to do the work, they start to feel like they don't know what they can do and what they can't do. They start to feel like they're handcuffed in certain areas, and they start to, honestly, it's very easy for that team to then stop short of going as far as they should to make the best ad possible. And so there is no perfect answer for that question, because you could send the same ad out twice, and one day it gets flagged for inappropriate content and the next day it doesn't. And so I would just say you just have to have your ad creative teams be ready to rework stuff, and, don't hold back, until you've hit the red flag and that ad got pulled for some reason.
How does My Drama leverage audience data and feedback in practice? For example, how do you evaluate the performance of a show based on data once it has been released? And how do you use those insights to guide decisions about what types of shows to produce in the future?
There are a lot of data mechanisms. I'll tell you about a couple of them. So the main metrics that we look at is basically user retention. So we have a lot of episodes. We see how users are retained within our episodes. And there are a couple of milestones within our funnel that are important for us to cross for users. Like, for example, an episode. I won't be telling each episode. It's our proprietary metric. So retention, then conversion to payment. That's an important metric for us. So those two are like high-level benchmarks that we normally look at when we evaluate our short dramas. But one of the things that we are focused on is expansion of our audience, because one of the challenges in the industry right now is that most of the players in the market, they're hitting the same audience essentially. And everyone is thinking about expanding the audience. So one of the success metrics for us, how many new users which haven't interacted with our platform yet, a new short drama vertical video series is bringing to the platform. We have a way to evaluate that, and this is like an incremental metric for us, based on which we make a decision whether to spend more budget for that or not. Also, like how you ask how data drives our decision. For example, if we see that there is a churn on a particular episode, we can remake this episode, or we can create like additional point to this episode, stuff like that. Or for example, if you see that some particular episodes work really well, then we take those episodes and integrate them into marketing ads and creatives for other series, for example.
Just chat with some my friend who used to work for Real Short, and their boss told them to not write from the 1 to 60. However, they write the magical moments first. Those intimacy moments, or those who people have fight or some interesting things, they will using this intimacy or magical moments for their advertising in Meta or in YouTube. So they write those first and they highlight them. And after that, they start building their story based on that. And also another interesting thing is that when I just wrap up a script, and my content head told me that you have to be more bold and more direct when you write the action lines. For example, he just hate that body and like slap him and he fall into the ground. Like delete every scenes or every action that cannot be shoot directly, and you have to like show them how these people get beaten, or how these people like use some direct action to show the audience this will happen in a fast and in the straight ways. That's a lot of difference between the movie script. I used to work with some script writer who only wrote a movie script. So they would just say to me like, why do you tell me my pace is too slow, or adding more up and down, adding more intimacy things, adding more interesting things that make bad people look like nuts. Because yeah, that's how vertical runs. We have to be exaggerated, we have to be fast and hook our audience in the every episode. So in this way, it's really different with the movie script.
Oh, what kind of script is too slow in pacing, and how do you change that? Can you give me example?
I used to write one with another friend, and we form a story. The female actor just arrived in New York, and the male actor who is a billionaire, but no one knows that. So they just met each other in the subway and they fell in love. So this thing have take us like 10 pages because we want to like emphasize how we feel and how we think. It just like something like Fleabag, or we want to make it beautiful, make it like the audience could have imagination, make it more true. But in the vertical world, maybe this whole story just happened in 1 minute at most.
Do you think the streaming platforms or cinemas will die and short drama will evolve in the future?
No, I don't think so. I think the way that, and it's anyone's guess, really, like depending on how the industry develops and what changes, we could bring in the concept of AI at this point in terms of talking about the future. We could bring in
So do you think traditional media like TV series, streaming platforms, or cinemas or films will die and short drama will dominate the market?
No, I don't think it'll die. I think that there's a continual contraction of film and television, and that's not because of short dramas. It's because of a whole lot of things. Just user behaviors over time shift. And so more content exists now than ever before. So there's just not enough eyeballs to go around for everything. So the of Hollywood dominating entertainment, that's come to an end, and is not fun for most of us to grew up in Hollywood and work in Hollywood. But it's still going to be premier content at a high level. There will still be a market for that stuff. It just won't be as monolithic and big as it has been for like the last 50 plus years. It'll now be a very large segment of entertainment. Microdramas will be a segment of entertainment. Video games is obviously another very large segment of entertainment. So it's not going to die off. It's just not going to be the only thing that's out there.
What do you think the future of short drama look like?
Looking to the future, it's very open-ended in terms of where technology will progress. But based on what we know, I think short dramas will continue to grow. And I think in terms of the entertainment market share, short dramas will significantly increase. They already have had a massive kind of growth in the Western market in the last 3 years since they kind of started to get established. Because I know in China they've been going for like 10 or more years, much longer than in English. But I think that cinema will never completely die. I think cinema will always exist. I think theater and cinema kind of will start to kind of connect and go hand in hand in terms of being a very special occasion. Cinema, like 10 years ago, was a normal thing to do. It was a classic. You're going on like your first or your second date, go to the cinema, see a movie. Like it was very easily accessible and it was very common for people to do. Nowadays, you only really go to the cinema if there's a big movie or a really exciting thing going out. So it's more of a special occasion rather than, oh yeah, let's go to the cinema as a casual thing. So I think that we're going to see streaming services and short dramas kind of compete quite closely. I don't think that it's going to kill either one, because just as short dramas have that value in that they hook you in, they hold your attention, and that they have kind of no dead space in the episodes, I think people, what short dramas lack is they don't really challenge you to think. The benefit of short dramas is that they do all the thinking for you. They show you the whole plot. You don't really have to read into it. There's no hidden message in most short dramas. Maybe this will change in the future. But I think what the streaming services will continue to do, and their, shall we say, niche that they have, their advantage over short dramas, is they are presenting complex social issues. They have kind of series that are filmed not in a week or 2 weeks, but are filmed over a series of months. They have scripts that have been worked on for like years in advance of the production process, and they have significantly higher budgets for their series. So until short dramas, and perhaps they will, until short dramas kind of progress into that longer preparation time, bigger budgets, and like more complex stories, I think streaming services will always have value in the content mix. So I don't think that one will beat the other, because as much as they are both competing for the viewer's attention, they're competing in two different lanes. So there will be some people that will prefer short dramas who aren't really interested in kind of complex thought, and there might be some people that really value that complex thought or those big budget projects that really challenge your thinking and entertain you, but ask you to consider what could happen next, as opposed to the short drama, which
Regarding the future of the niche, it seems to me that it will develop rapidly. And I would like to see the quality improve not only in production, but also in storytelling, so that with a focus on cliffhangers and high eventfulness, we don't forget that our stories must still be strong, logical, interesting, and so on. Undoubtedly, artificial intelligence will also integrate into our niche, and a lot of content will be created thanks to artificial intelligence. I also really look forward to a famous Hollywood star appearing in a vertical series, thereby setting an example for others. In general, I think that the niche will develop, and the format of vertical series, in principle, will become firm laid.
I think it's going to grow. I generally think anyone who thinks it's not going to be huge is definitely in the wrong. I thought it's going to be the next big thing. Before Netflix became Netflix, people thought it wasn't going to be a thing, and then look what happened. So yeah, I feel like we're definitely at the beginning of something, considering it's only been going for about 12 to 15 months maybe. And look how much it's grown already. It's huge. I think it's going to keep getting bigger and bigger. I think the revenues don't lie, and I think audience, interest and stuff also doesn't lie, and the statistics don't lie either.
I think the future of short drama, it might become a really interesting part of people's life, because when the AI have grow stronger and stronger, maybe in the future we will have more time for entertaining, or it will become a really important way for us to entertain.
Hope, and I feel like what happened to soap operas, it will happen eventually to microdramas as well. I feel that the content will get more original and elevated.
You just mentioned the market is very competitive. Do you still think the market is a blue ocean? It's still the beginning age of verticals.
As the 2010 for mobile gaming, when mobile gaming just started developing, and there were a lot of games on the market, and the market was growing, and now it's like a huge market. So I see it as the beginning of mobile gaming, because right now the market is super competitive. It's because everyone is doing pretty much the same thing. Like everyone is doing short drama, what you called, like those five topics, 5 tropes about the CEO, about hidden identity and stuff like that. This means that everyone is competing for the same audience, which is interested in these particular tropes that they're filming. But the market is much bigger. The market is huge. The market is a streaming market, which is around $400 billion. So the market is huge. It's just, I think, the biggest winners will be those who are bold enough to experiment with the new genres and with new audiences.
What's the future of short?
The future of short drama is to basically kill short drama, because while the industry is thinking in the terms of short drama, it's going to be super competitive. It's going to be recycling the same thing all over again. So I think the most thing that the short drama industry can do right now is to stop thinking about this phenomenon as short drama and start thinking about this as the evolution of entertainment, and as one of the forms in which they can express their IP that they create internally. So I think that's the main thesis that we have in the company right now.
Hey, it's me, Maggie, the founder of Short Drama Alliance. I just want to give a big thank you to Anina Net and 360 Fashion Network for helping with the setup of live streaming. Your help made this possible. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Just a big thank you to producer Guillaume and the Duanju platform for great media promotion. Really appreciate the support, and I'm excited to grow short drama together.
My name is Steph. I'm a director, producer for short vertical series. I am based in Toronto, Ontario, Canada.
How would you define a short drama? How is different from traditional series?
So short dramas, I would define it as like if a soap opera and an MOW had a baby, and it's really fast paced and you watch it on your phone.
How is it different from traditional series?
For vertical dramas, the storylines are the plot points are like you discover the stories really fast. It has an immediate hook. You have to be able to capture your audience within the first couple of minutes while they're watching it. It's very tropey. It is its own genre, and it does play with and use a lot of tropes.
Hi, my name is Kate He. I was born and raised in China, but I spent my last 15 years in America, mainly between New York and LA, and I am a director.
How would you define a short drama? How it is different from traditional series?
It's very interesting that nowadays, because people's attention span have become way shorter than before, now that a short drama is being seen as like 60 episode in a vertical format. And each episode it's about a minute and a half to 2 minutes and a half. So far, we're working with 60 episodes, and upwards, I've done the episodes per series.
What's the difference between the short drama?
Here's the thing, when I think of a short drama, I don't perceive it as like a horizontal series. Like the fact that it's a vertical, it has different rhythm and different story points. That alone, it's already its own category than horizontal dramas, the traditional film and TV per se. So like it's short, right? It's short in the sense like each episode, it's a minute to two. And it's very different storylines per se. Like I don't think of it as a difference. I think of it as a different category than horizontals.
My name is Kunlin Wang, and I'm a director. I'm from China. I have directed 7 short drama, and I'm so delighted to be here to talk about short drama and share a little bit of my story.
How would you define a short drama? How is different from traditional series?
When I first worked on my first short drama, I actually didn't feel like too much difference from the traditional series or traditional film, because that was like original script. But later, when I dive into it more, I find it the most important thing is pacing. So it's actually needs to be like very fast pacing, and then I think the visual intensity of the storytelling and the performance is more important than the traditional one, because we are watching like a small screen, and now we need everything to be a little bit more bigger than the traditional content, I think. And also the emotional, I would say, immediacy, it needs to be like more highlighted. I think those are 3 most important things for me when I've like finished my first short drama, and then I realized, those things are quite different from what I worked on before.
What do you mean by performance is more important?
Not performance is more important. I think performance is always important. It's just like the performance needs to be like the intensity of the performance. For example, when we were in film school, certain words are forbidden to say. For example, like happier or angrier. If my professor hear me saying these things, I would think they would be very mad at me, because we like those are the taboo for directing actors. But with the word of short drama, I think everyone use this word, because we need to bring more of the performance to give more to the audience, let audience to feel the anger, feel the happiness, feel the surprise, and everything needs to be catchy, eye-catchy, I think. So right now, I use lots of words like going bigger, or sometimes I just making joke with the actors and actresses, let's say going more vertical, because we do need like slightly bigger performance, especially on the facial expression, body languages. So those things I think are very, very different from the traditional series.
I was just going to say that your first short drama was with me together, and it was called Makeup Sex. That went to #1. So how is it that afterwards you think that we needed to be bigger? Because the proof is in the pudding, right? You were at #1 for a week and #3 for a whole month.
I think the first one, when I'm doing it, I'm just like following my feeling, and then but afterwards, many platform came to me and they said they love Makeup Sex, and basically the review is good, and then the number, of course, the rating is good, but everybody kept saying to me, so the Makeup Sex follows an idea of horizontal traditional series because we don't have that over the top acting, we don't have like vertical framing sometimes, and also we're a little bit darker. I mean, the brightness is a little bit darker than other short drama. It's more like film kind of contrast and lighting. But I think it depends all on the platform because most of the platform wants to produce safe content. It's not like when we're doing Makeup Sex for Dreamy Short, so they didn't ask me to do anything specifically to fit into their category. So they were just like, I trust you. I want you to bring your vision to this drama. So I'm like, yeah, I actually I did Makeup Sex without watching any vertical drama before. So that was all by my own feeling. So, but later I get the feedback to, I guess, make more, I would say more like platform or audience driven. So I changed my strategy now a little bit, but I'm still doing things like I want to. For example, when we're doing Makeup Sex, we had a lot of mirror things in front of the lens because vertical frame, we have lots of headroom, especially when we're doing the wide angle. So there are lots of empty parts on the top or on the bottom. So we use those mirror to create some light effect or something like blurrish things on the top and on the bottom. So it will highlight the people in the middle. So that's something that I try to use, and then it's quite different from the other drama. And sometimes people will say, "Oh, that's like a little bit too artistic driven." But that's something like I still doing now. So I want to have my input, but in the same time, when I'm doing short drama now, I still want audience to feel like this is not like too dark. I don't need to switch brightness and pause a little bit because no one have patience to stop and then adjust the brightness. And if they have the time, they would just swipe it away. So I guess it's also about pacing. We don't want to lose audience in the pacing. I sort of adjust my work, but I still want to keep my vision.
Hello, I'm Jenny. I'm a short drama producer from China. And so far, I've made over 10 short dramas, and more than 3 become hits, which mainly for English-speaking and Japanese audience. Thank you, and thank you for the invitation to the Short Drama Forum. And I'm so happy to have this opportunity to discuss the short drama with you today.
How will you define a short drama, and how short drama is different from traditional series?
Actually, for me, short dramas are like storytelling fast food because it's perfect for our TikTok generation, like vertical, scrollable, addictive. And comparing with a traditional series, short drama is high efficient. Imagine shooting 60 episodes in just 1 week, and every scene we design to grab audience in seconds is crazy. And traditional series need 45 minutes episodes, but short drama deliver all in 2 or 3 minutes. So it's quite different. Traditional series maybe use 45 minutes to build just 1 conflict, but short drama will pack at least 2 or 3 major conflicts in minutes. So it's quite different.
So how will you define the short drama?
Fast forward, mini kind of film.
My name is Wang Nan. This is my Chinese name. I don't have any English name so far. My role is like the casting director, especially for the foreigner part. Foreigner actor and actress, no matter the people in China or overseas ones. And I'm not only casting for the short dramas, I'm also casting for the big TV series, big movies in China. I have a team with more than like 13 casting directors, casting assistants to work together.
How would you define a short drama and how it is different from traditional series?
is somehow like the new stuff, but it's not that new because before then we have like a tool called like the movies on app, like online movies is called Wangda. And this Wangda developed into the short drama later. And I believe the short drama in the future will become into the Wangda later because with the time goes, the short drama's quality is getting better and better, especially for the Chinese ones, not the overseas ones. And I'm sure in the future, the overseas ones, the quality will be better. What's the difference between the movie, TV series, and the short drama? I think first of all is short drama thing we can always watch on the phone. This is the biggest difference. I can lie down, use my phone, relax, 2 hours, done. I don't need to even change my clothes to go out. The other thing is the short drama story is more simple, and we don't have so much like about from the script part. We don't have so much things need to make the character to be into the real character. Like this person is here, boom, boom, boom. Then story goes very fast. You can see the end, like maybe 1 hour later, that is finished. So actually, it's more relaxed.
我是 Shannon Keke, currently based in New York. I was a producer. I have also worked as a producer on the platform. There are more than a dozen Chinese and American skits in production.
How do you define a skit? How is it different from traditional TV shows?
I think the most obvious difference in skits right now is in 2 ways. One is duration. It's basically now in 3 minutes is what it looks like. Because traditionally we are all horizontal screens. Now this is a way of showing the portrait screen. Then there may be another way of narrating. The way it narrates is also a little different from traditional film and television. It focuses more on short, intense emotional stimulation and sensory stimulation. The plot will be relatively concise, but I will be more focused on the lower hook.
Why are short plays popular? What is it that attracts audiences?
I actually think the development of the skit form, basically, because now we have a change in the hardware. That is, people are now very accustomed to using the form of mobile phone skits. It is actually a perfect fit for today's audience's mobile phone habits and fragmented viewing habits for information. It's mainly fast-paced, high emotional density. The plot reversal is also stronger. It will make the audience more eager to watch. And the time cost is relatively small.
Hi everyone, my name is Christy Wang. I'm currently living in Los Angeles. I'm a union producer. I'm also a founder of TikTok MCN, and also our company is currently operating a few influencers. For the short drama development and productions, I have a few experiences I want to share with you.
How would you define a short drama, and how is different from traditional series?
From my perspective, short drama right now it's a trend. So especially after the pandemic, everybody's entertainment, we like transfer from the traditional entertainment like to watch the movies in theater to the phone. So everybody wants to watch the TikTok and the short content through the phone.
What is different from traditional ones?
The difference is like compared to traditional series, like the pace is much faster and the beat is much faster. You can catch like whatever you want, especially everybody is quite busy like in the work, and it's much easier to watch one episode in 1 minute.
Why do you think short drama have become so popular, and what makes them resonate with the audience?
I think why it becomes so popular because people, they don't want to invest too much time and do want to spend too much time in the theater, because like right now after pandemic, people wants to go out, like want to hang with friends. So the only way after work, they want to spend time with family or like the individual time to watch the phone, watch the short drama. Because short drama like has a few platforms, and they do a very good marketing on Facebook and also Instagram and also TikTok. So you can watch the short drama anywhere, and you can easily to finish the whole seasons like in 1 hour.
Is there a formula for creating a hit drama?
No matter it's a short drama or it's traditional movies, like scripted, this is a very important part. I always talk to my director and also my script writer. I think like the beats is really important and the hook is really important too, especially for the first 10 episodes. If you cannot like catch the audience eyes in first 10 episodes, that means like the short dramas are done. It's not like the traditional movies. It's normally like about first 30 minutes to set up the hook, everything, and to reach to the climax. Short drama is so different. Two things is really important. The first thing is the trailer. The second thing is first 2 episodes.
Why do you think short drama have become so popular? What makes them resonate with the audience?
I think the audiences, especially for the vertical world, they want kind of an escape and they want something that is, like not super realistic, but something that's very entertaining.
As we know, short drama sweeping the world now, and I think because it fit our busy lifestyle. Imagine we watch the whole story in just few minutes while you're waiting a coffee or you're riding the subways. Also, in these few minutes, you can get the story of romance, revenge, or redemption. It's quite different. Also, our data shows 82% views happen between 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. So for them, they use the short drama like stress release in that time. So after you release your stress, your body, your mind can be charged and energized. So I think this is why people keep watching short dramas. Also, I think short drama is becoming a very important part of our life. Just we need to grab a coffee every morning.
I'm just curious, is there a formula for creating a hit short drama?
It's funny, actually, for me, there are no magic. The only thing is a professional team to do their best to tell a good story to the audience. But from my experience, my hit short drama, Alpha King, which is the work with Anina, I want to share 3 keys to success. First, a good short dramas come from real life. Because audience, the people want to see their own struggle of their dreams in the story. For example, when we build the Alpha King, we try to amplify these emotions and give a satisfying payoff to the audience. Also, the casting is everything. Because
Why do you think short drama have become so popular and what makes them resonate with the audience?
I think it got really popular because of the internet age that we're in and people's attention span getting shorter and shorter. And I also think with a lot of short dramas nowadays, they are trying very risque topics versus traditional film and TV space. It's becoming quite conservative with the type of stories that they tell. So if I were a viewer, when I'm scrolling on my phone, I see a hook of 60 seconds, that's something I never saw before, then I would click on it. And I think that's how short dramas kind of infiltrated through internet.
Most of the drama I did, the genre is romance. I think that's something like, especially based on the data, most of the audience are young or middle-aged women. So I think romance is always a huge topic that this group would love to watch. But I think it's only the basic reason. But I think a very common thing in all the short drama I watched and I direct is we have a revenge in it. And also we have another really important thing is empowerment. I think these 2 things are quite fitting the need of people in the moment because they are not very happy with their life, especially post-COVID. So with lots of people losing their job and social problems and everything like that, I think people love to watch like who are torturing me, no matter physically or mentally or emotionally. I want to have revenge. So those things are quite things that is called 爽点. This is used in short drama world and also digital literature as well. This is the core for short drama content as well. Another thing is empowerment. In short drama, we see lots of the protagonist is a young lady from a poor family or from lower class, and then we have other people who like torturing her no matter in what way. And now we have this hero or whatever kind of character to support her no matter what, and then helped her to revenge, helped her to become a better person, or having more money, or achieving her dream, or whatever things that makes her feel like the empowerment. I think that mental status is what most of the audience need,
because people, they don't want to invest too much time and do want to spend too much time in the theater, because like right now after pandemic, people wants to go out, like want to hang with friends. So the only way after work they want to spend time with family, or like the individual time to watch the phone, watch the short drama. Because short drama like has a few platforms, and they do a very good marketing on Facebook and also Instagram and also TikTok. So you can watch the short drama anywhere, and you can easily to finish the whole seasons like in 1 hour.
Is there a formula for creating a hit short drama?
I want to say no. I know there are a lot of similar scripts. I know bigger platforms are flipping, similar stories, different actors. It's just the vertical format. It's so new. Everything truly, it's being tested right now. So I think there is a current, let's say, a format that's popular right now, but I don't think that's gonna be long. A lot of things are gonna change in the vertical space now that Disney is in the game. They are working with Drama Box, I believe. And I don't know if you heard of Candy Jar. They have been spending a lot of money on promotional, materials. And their materials is very cinematic. It's like Netflix level, but vertical. So that's going to change. I think the stories are going to have to change, and everything have to, match the American industry standards very soon.
There must be. There are so many ones that have become popular with like millions and millions of views and impressions. Yeah, I think there definitely must be a formula. There is a lot of data behind. It's a very data-driven industry, I would say.
So what's the formula?
Great stories, good performance, good acting, and like a very like over the top, almost scandalous, very intriguing beginning of a story is usually, like a good thing to start with.
But it's also the same in films, right?
I think so, but with vertical dramas, you don't have a whole first act. Like you don't have a whole first act like set up as you would like in a film. Like for film, there's so many like different genres that follows a certain story arc, right? And sometimes like a film is like good in the beginning, or it's not that great in the beginning, and then it gets good, and then it kind of like hooks you into like a slow burn type of thing. But I think in verticals, it kind of plays with the arc, like the story arcs a little bit, because you really have to like start on a high and then kind of just go from there. It has to be something that would immediately like grab the audience's attention. Whereas in film, like you would know what the film is about and you would follow it for the story, but sometimes nothing super duper big happens at the beginning, right? But like with vertical dramas, there needs to be something big that happens in the beginning that would just want you to see the rest of it.
I don't think there is a formula, but I think when we are doing pre-production for short drama, the first thing we care about is hook first structure. For all the short drama, we have 1 minute and 30 seconds for each episode, and now we have, I don't know, for sometimes 50 something episodes, or sometimes it lasts to like 90. But I think the most important thing is to have a hook after each episode. What I said before is we need a really fast pacing. We need to have a hook every 1 minute and 30 seconds. So in that case, we can keep our audience like want to go into the next one, and then keep like non-stop going to next one. I think that's the most important thing for me. I think the second important thing is to have high stakes. So we know if our protagonist is not achieving this goal, what she's going to lose. And then we have high stakes always there. So it will keep audience attention to how she's going to achieve this. This is a life and death problem. So basically we make audience feel for our protagonist, and then very care for what she does like every episode. So I think that's two most important thing for me to keep audience to stay in our drama. And also I think we need to deliver quick emotional payoffs. So I think this is quite different from traditional series, because I think I still remember when we were revising the script for Makeup Sex. So I mentioned, so maybe we should have our bad guys. So like traditional storytelling, we have set up the one thing about the bad guy, and then gradually, and now we have like a huge payoff at the very end around the climax. But the producer told me, so for a short drama, we need to have very quick emotional payoffs. Let's say if we have this bad guy who did really bad things for our protagonist, maybe within 2 or 3 episodes, the bad guy need to be slapped on the face, not like literally, but we need to see someone punish the bad guy, even though this bad guy or bad girl will come back later. So that's another round of the fighting, but we still need to have these payoffs a little bit early. So because people might lose interest later, and they don't want their protagonist to be in the down moment for a very long time.
Is there a formula for creating a hit short drama?
It's funny, actually, for me, there are no magic. The only thing is a professional team to do their best to tell a good story to the audience. But from my experience, my hit subdrama, Alpha Kings, which is the work with Anina, I want to share 3 keys to success. First, a good short dramas come from real life, because audience, the people want to see their own struggle of their dreams in the story. For example, when we build the Alpha King, we try to amplify these emotions, give a satisfying payoff to the audience. Also, the casting is everything, because the actors need to feel real, like someone you meet in the real life. And finally, the whole crew need to know the story's core. If someone misses, the magic will fall apart.
I want to add one more question. What do you mean by the actors must be someone real in your life?
Actually, you need to choose some actors. For example, their personality, their outlook must be very close with the characters. That's what I meant. To let the audience know, oh, okay, this is what I want to see, or this is the real someone in the real life.
How did you get involved in the short drama industry?
Oh, it's a happy accident. Back in 2024, one of my filmmaker friends in China was planning to shoot a short drama in LA and need some local crew connections. So at that time, I knew someone talented in LA, and I helped to bridge the gap. During that time, 2 things struck me. First, I found I can navigate this cross-border production smoothly. Also, most importantly, I found overseas audience have a huge demand for short drama, and they're willing to pay for them. So this become my full-time passion.
Let's talk about female perspective. Do you think female creators have strength or unique perspective in short drama storytelling?
I think so. I feel like a lot of these stories that are a lot of the scripts that we have in the vertical world are very female oriented, and the audience is also predominantly females. So having kind of like a unique perspective, as like for me, like I am queer, but I am assigned female at birth. So having experiences and having like lived and perceived as a woman really kind of helped me see these scripts for sometimes the problematic aspects of it, and kind of look at it from a different lens and see how we could reframe it, right? Since a lot of our audiences are females, I personally don't want to put content out there that is potentially problematic and could be harmful to our audiences. And also, I feel like for women, like women are very detail oriented. And so that really helps us in kind of making these films or making these like vertical dramas a bit more elevated in terms of just knowing and spotting little details. It could be in the costumes or hair and makeup or production design or just like the general tone and emotion of the film. I feel like that's something that female creators are able to bring to the table, aside from spotting things in the stories and in the scripts that we could improve or we could change.
Or can you give me a personal example of it?
Personal example. So for a few of the series that I've done, there are some scenes that are quite derogatory to women. And I feel like there are things that we could tweak a little bit in terms of like just dialogues and lines that wouldn't be kind of like offensive to the female audience and to our actors. So for example, like I've done a couple of BDSM themed content genre, and obviously, as someone who has a little bit of knowledge in that particular world, I made sure that we had like a BDSM consultant on set, and I made sure that all our female actors are feeling safe and like respected within the scenes that we are doing. And we were able to consult with the writers of these scripts to be like, oh, this one is potentially harmful, or this one is not really true to like the BDSM or like the kink community and might send a wrong message to our viewers and our audience out there. And so those little things that we can do on our end to just make the script better and make it like a more impactful show with intentionality, I feel.
I was gonna say, I think female directors always have a better sense in everything, like long form or short form. For a personal example, when I first came back to China, I came onto a really big set in the vertical realm, like a very big company project as an execution director. And my director was a man, and I was, carrying out his directions. Everything was going really well until we had to deal with kids. We could not get the kids to cry or react the way he wanted. And then he kept on yelling at me because I wasn't yelling at her. And then we tried his way. He asked me to yell at her. He yelled at her. She wasn't giving the reaction. And I told him that, hey, give me a second. let me work this with her, like let me chat with her. And although at the end we didn't get exactly what he wants, but we got something usable. So I think that's where I'm like, you should have just given her a little bit more time rather than going back and forth, pushing for something that's not going to come out. And yeah, that's my personal example where I think that female directors are just more patient and willing to work things out and better in every way.
Do you think female creators have strength or unique perspective in short drama storytelling? Can you share a personal example?
I actually have, I don't know if that's a funny story. In April, someone found me online and called me. So this producer, he was very urgent to find a female director because so they were shooting this drama in Zhengzhou, and then the platform said because our target audience is women, so we don't want a male director. So they fired his director and then asked him to find a female director to replace the role. So basically, and then this guy didn't know anyone. And I posted the makeup sector online for the rating and things. And then he found me on Xiaohongshu, and then he called me. So that's how I got the job. I'm like, so that's the first time I think I ever heard someone, they really want a female director, they don't want anyone else. It's quite a thing that lots of short drama now, the producer or the platform, they want female voice, they want female vision into this content. And so another story is what I did last time in Zhengzhou is another short drama. So we also have a lot of intimacy scenes, and then I just realized because we don't really have intimacy coordinator in China, we don't have this role. And then when I talk to the actor, especially the female actor, they feel safe. For example, sometimes my first AD, if the person is a guy, so when they talk to the actress about all these intimate things, and then actually sometimes it's not very comfortable. So I think that's also a strength that when we want to shoot romance and shoot some intimacy things, so female directors also can make the actors feel like safe, not like exploiting them. And another thing is that's something I don't really feel, but other people keep giving me this feedback saying they realize I focus more on the detail, focusing on those small, gentle things like touching and also some eye look, some like very subtle moment of the both character, not only the female character, also the male character. So those things can build up the romance or the atmosphere or the intimacy feeling. I think it's not about two people crumbling into each other. It's all about the gentle things, how I see you in love, and those little moments. I think that's the most common thing that I heard from people who are after seeing me directing my actors. I think those things, they meant that female directors sometimes pay more attention to these small details, and then these small details really matters for short drama.
For me, I found that female producers are very good at catching some small changing of feeling. For example, when we produced Alpha King, we found audience, they like to watch more than just love. They want to watch a girl, how to find her courage. So at that time, I discussed this with the director, and we try to add more some close-up shots of the characters, or the characters something like facial expression and some hand movement in it. Using these emotional details to help shape the story. Also, we found adding this made 30% more people keep watching, so that is funny. And another example is when I found actors is having a bad day or bad feeling, I may change a little bit of this shooting schedule, or maybe shoot another scene first. Small changing like this can help people to do their best work. Also, female lead productions made 23% more people to keep watching.
How do you get data? I mean, do you have a comparison before and after?
Yes, we have a team make research on this data. This Alpha Kin is get a very good data. For examples, it get the number one of the weekly rankings at that time. These are the data for us to know this result.
Have you noticed any changes in the female characters in the short drama scripts you've read? And what kind of changes have you seen, and what changes would you like to see in the future?
Yes, I would say that there is a lot more female empowerment stories out there. I am actually working on a vertical right now. We are in the middle of filming something. This is something that we have collaborated on with the platform in terms of like the script. So they gave us a concept and we have developed like a script for it. There is a bit more like freedom to like how we write the characters, especially the female characters in the script, right? So we wanted to make sure that they don't appear like always weak and always helpless and always needing to be saved and things like that. So I think in itself, for me, that's a win because we're creating something that is not very usual in the vertical series world, and I'm very excited for it. It looks great, like it's very stylized. The dialogues are making more sense. The story is kind of, it's still within like a mafia genre and things like that, but at least there's more intention and we're being very detail oriented about it. So I hope that it becomes more like that. I hope that there would be more original scripts out there wherein creatives and platforms are able to collaborate and explore different possibilities of what these scripts could be, and what these vertical dramas could look like, right? I feel like there is a world wherein these things could be elevated or these things could be improved by way of either the stories or the scripts or the production value and or even like the practices in general, like production practices in general. That's what I'm hoping for.
I don't think the content has changed that much. I do receive a lot of scripts. I would say 80% are very similar. The one I just mentioned also is called Slept with My Fiance's Brother. So this one, the name looked dirty, but it's very romantic. I loved it very much because it's also original script. So it has all the design in the storytelling and also makeup sex. So these two, I think, are the best script. I think others are mostly adapted from Chinese drama. The script adapted from Chinese drama has a lot of problems with localization. So we would say in the script, sometimes I see New York City Second Hospital. That's a totally Chinese thing, like 纽约市第二人民医院. Apart from that, how the parents treat their kids and how the kids feel the pressure from their grandparents. I think those are very different. The content is very different from the like Chinese like narrative and American or the English narrative. So I think that's a problem. I think that's a number one problem of localization. And talking about female character, I think till now, most of the script I received is all about this poor girl coming from a poor family who meets this rich guy or CEO or billionaire and then get rich or get married, being loved. I think we need more different characters, especially female characters. So for Chinese drama, I think because it has been out for, I don't know, it's 8 to 10 years, I guess. In the Chinese short drama market, I think we have like a different kind of female characters. So we have like main character who are like 50 or 60 years old lady who in love with a young guy, or we have like a billionaire lady who in love with a poor guy or whatever. I think in Chinese short drama world, we have like more diversity of the female character. Like I'm talking about the lead character. But till now, I think the English language short drama market is still focusing on the poor girl to be the protagonist. I heard my producer saying they tried Billionaire Woman, but the audience doesn't seem have a positive reaction to this short drama, so they stopped making very powerful women to be the lead. I think it still needs to be more diverse lead lady, so it's not all about this young girl who is being saved by the hero. That's the main thing that I think how we define our protagonists need to be changed.
Do you see any changes in the way women's characters are portrayed? Is there any progress? What else is worth improving? In fact, there have been certain changes in progress from home to abroad. More and more attention will be paid to women's independence. Women's roles will also become more proactive. It's about taking the initiative rather than waiting to be rescued. But there are so many points that need to be improved because skits emphasize strong emotions. So a lot of times strong emotions can actually be through child abuse or female abuse, whether it's emotional abuse or physical abuse. He will achieve it in this way. This could be the current market. It is also some of the commercialization strategies that everyone has to do in this industry. But I think the rest of the story may be better and better for everyone. We will no longer use simple physical or emotional abuse to highlight plot conflicts and reversals. But the audience is receptive to this product. Is this the audience's choice? Or is it because the creator gave the audience this thing? I think skit everyone is a data-oriented now. I can only say that this is a two-way choice between the audience and the market. It may be especially like the current overseas skit. In fact, we have various platforms or various producers. People will first translate a lot of domestic content to feed it to overseas audiences to see which one runs better. You may find a certain type of content that has a very clear advantage in data. This will lead to everyone's next decision. I will do more of this part. So I think it might have been washed out step by step. Maybe we say, okay, now this part of the audience just loves this part of the content. But it could also be because of me in order to provide this content. So it was this part of the audience who was sucked in. So I think it's a two-way cycle. It is difficult to say which side made the unilateral choice. Because I have talked to some fans or some overseas audiences who like to watch skits. Many of them hate this kind of slapping and abuse of women. But it may be because of the resentment of others on the level he looked down. So yes, he couldn't tell if he liked it, or does he really want to see it? Or is it just because he watched it? Yes, in fact, I have also discussed this with many actors or audiences. We are also creators as an audience. It's just naturally very uncomfortable to see these abuses. But because he is a strong conflict or a strong shock, so it may unconsciously attract the audience to watch it. Those abusive scenes to women, it's chosen by the market and data, because from the data's perspective, the data cannot tell whether the audience like it or not. They just tell those audience keep watching those. What's your point on that?
I think that is really an incredible perspective because every fan, every actor, every director, every producer who is a woman, they don't like it. And we ask ourselves, especially since I'm in those short dramas, we sit there and we're like, is this what Gen Z women want? And here's sort of my take on it. I think if we're talking about a really young audience, at least my generation was fed the Cinderella story, right? And we are sold also through, at least in the West, a Judeo-Christian background that we and women need to be pure, Snow White, forever a virgin. Like these themes and these archetypes, I don't know about Chinese society, but in the West, I think it creates a paradox for women because on the one hand, we want to appear as good and pure and clean, right? Those sort of themes. And at the same time, then your hormones kick in, right, as a young adult, and suddenly there's attraction and sexual tension, and there's an incredible, drive in your body, right? That's on the one hand, by nature, right? Sort of the drive to reproduce, but also all of these things that we have been told as women, at least I was told as a woman, that we shouldn't do, right? And so there's this taboo interest in it. So I feel that it creates a paradox, because if the girl breaks her virginity and sleeps with a guy that she's not married to, suddenly she's a slut and she's done something wrong. So the only solution is to be ravished, right? And the only solution is for the guy to take the lead, because there isn't an out or a way for the girl to be consenting and still keep her Snow White appearance. At least that is, I feel, from my generation. Now, Gen Z, I feel, is different. I know millennials view sex and hooking up as sort of something you schedule in your calendar. And I think the Gen Z perspective is even wider, because they're very inclusive in all kinds of love, in all kinds of experience. There doesn't seem to be taboo, because of course they grew up with internet. They grew up with more information. They know what STDs are. They are practice safe sex, condoms are common, etc., right? And so perhaps they don't have this paradox of, I need to stay pure and Snow Whitish and, forever a virgin. And so maybe for them, sadly, I hope it's not the case, but maybe for them, it's just the violence of today's time that there is a really high percentage of those type of things happening. And so, as you said, when from a data perspective, we don't know if they're watching because that happened to them and they're harmonizing with it and they want the revenge, right? And this short drama allows them a place to get that. We don't know if they're watching because it's taboo and it's interesting and thrilling in a certain sense. And we don't know if they're watching because it's so horrifying and disturbing that they can't look away and it's entertaining. And then, of course, the third option is it's just fun and entertaining, which I hope that's not the case. I truly feel like it's a problem because in traditional media, maybe we don't see it as clearly as we do in short dramas. So it's a subject that has interest and needs to be talked about in my circle of friends and acquaintances and work colleagues. Don't know anybody who really enjoys all the violence against women.
I didn't say the audience liked it. I'm just saying that from a data perspective, this kind of content is more popular. Now, one of the more popular metrics comes from data, like how long it's going to last, its payment rate, its ROI. These things are platforms or capital things they care more about. Rather than saying they might care more about what the audience likes as a creator or as an audience, I think people will naturally resist this kind of content. But this kind of content will naturally cause strong emotions due to strong impact. I unconsciously want to watch more, and that could create a cycle. People will create more of this content. But I think it's better that Anina just mentioned 2 points. The first is that all the violence before is fine, or it's abusive. It's all to pave the way for revenge later. In fact, this is what most dramas are doing now. It's the story they're telling. Maybe the abuse in the early stage is for the face slap in the later stage. It is to suppress the desire first, play an emotional role. The second is that, in fact, in the past 6 months, starting in 2025, I think there will be some wind changes in the market. People will also start to do sex transfer or do more stories from a female perspective. I think this may be a better trend for the market in the future. However, as creators, we also hope to have more rights of choice and expression.
2 questions. Why do you think they're watching it? Why do you think that they find it interesting? And then you as a woman, what do you think about it?
因为人类的情绪是相通的，这个东西很好的能激发大家的情绪。大家看到它的时候，天然的会产生愤怒，或者是说产生共情，产生不忍，被吸引的想要看下去。
What does she think about that violence as a woman or as a person watching short dramas yourself?
Personally, I feel particularly uncomfortable and nauseous. So, in fact, when it comes to the choice of subject matter, I haven't done too many female abuse episodes, the so-called face-slapping drama. I may be more focused on emotional expression. For example, family themes are also good, or it could be a love story. But the market is a big environment. Each of its content will have its own vertical market. It will also have its own different audience segments. There will also be different platforms. It also has different tendencies. I think for now, as a creator, I want to talk more about how to present a story better. Of course, when you see this kind of content, I am personally very uncomfortable and
very uncomfortable. What do they tell you? They want to see.
In fact, many viewers will tell me they want to see more women taking the initiative, no matter whether it is taking the initiative to save yourself or take the initiative to choose love. Maybe this is a story that everyone wants to see more as an audience. See the true growth of women in a story. And maybe people will say that they want to see some newer themes, no longer limited to a single person, setting just a tyrant. You don't know what kind of job he does. Rather, he might have more subdivisions. It could be a chef, for example. It can be a race car driver. They can be celebrities, etc., etc. It allows us to tell different stories. We definitely still hope to see more fresher and better content.
You need time in the storytelling to create that depth, right? You have to show different sides of the character. But in short dramas, we don't have time. So how do you see creating or satisfying your audience and the fans' desire for that, and within the constraints of the short drama? How do you propose to give more depth in the characters?
In fact, I personally think that is also the charm of short dramas. In a relatively short period of time, a character is portrayed very vividly. We sometimes say that his characters are particularly vivid, but he's not three-dimensional enough. That could be the origin of this three-dimensional, just as Anina just said. We need to add a lot of details, make this person a special three-dimensional shape. We can look at this person from a different perspective, or look at his whole personality. Career development is also good. There will be particularly detailed but at the moment in the whole form of the skit, because it's shorter, it may be more to concentrate on the most distinctive characteristics of the character to show.
Have you noticed any changes in how female characters are shown in short dramas lately? If yes, what's improved, and what do you think still need work?
I think it's definitely improved in the sense that more and more productions are looking for female directors. Like they're specifically asking to hire female directors because it's all female-centered stories or through a female perspective. So that's a good thing. I do hope one day that we don't have to distinguish female, male directors. Like we should just be referred to as directors. And what I would love for the industry to improve on is the stories. Because a lot of times they are hiring female directors saying that this is a female-centric story, but at the end of the day, the female character is being saved by the male character. So it's not very how you say it. In Chinese, it's 女频, but in my opinion, it's male gaze version of 女频. It's not female gaze. So hopefully that gets better
What
soon.
does that mean by female gaze?
Female gaze, where how I would view it is this story could exist without this female protagonist being saved by a man. Like I think us girls figure things out, like almost everything out, like pretty independently. And it's not to say that, oh, the male characters can't like be helpful or, you know, have other functions in the story, but it's just very I think it's the current definition of the female gaze that's being misinterpreted in the vertical space when they hire female directors.
How do you think it should be interpreted?
I think first and foremost, it's like you have to look at the lead, whether it's male or female, you have to look at their personal like story arc. Can it exist on its own, or does it require another character to come and save them? And it just always happened in the sense where a male character saves the female character. So that could change. It could be the other way around, you know? Yeah.
So you express yourself through film and theatrical performance and stagecraft, and mentioned that you explore storytelling across mediums. How do you view vertical screen or vertical video as a medium? And how does it differ from other storytelling mediums besides, of course, the short time and, you know, the things that I mentioned before?
That's a really good question. I think, you know, one thing I truly...
Have you noticed any changes in how female characters are shown in short drama lately? If yes, what's improved and what do you think still need work?
Yes, it's totally different. Female characters used to be one-dimensional, for example, cute, sexy, or pitiful, but now they have growth. For example, watching a shy girl to find her courage or something like that. For example, in my recent short drama, Super Mom, my favorite thing is the mom not only just to protect her daughter to punch the bad guy, she also teach them how to fight back instead of just taking it. So I think this is the female strength we need and we love. Also, I'm trying my best to show more powerful women from all over the world through the screen. For example, how does a single mom in Brazil to stand up for her kids, or maybe a girl from Thailand to protect her village during the war? I think those stories we needed, and I want to show more powerful women, or maybe their story to everyone, because some energy of some philosophies will through the screen to pass some energy to them. I think it's quite important, and I want to do that.
I totally agree with you. As an experienced casting director, you must have witnessed the rise and growth of many female directors. So what changes do you think female directors have brought to short drama industry?
In the short dramas industry, female and male directors are the same. As I said, maybe female directors are more sensitive. There is one thing very funny. The gay short dramas about the LGBT short dramas, they always use the female short drama directors, especially lesbians. Their way about how to express the love is better than the male directors, including the gay ones, gay directors. But in the TV series, the female directors, they are doing like the spy movies, even the war movies are all good. Love, emotion, relationship, they express better.
You mean half guys and half females in the short drama market?
Producers are more females and the directors are still more guys.
Many short dramas, especially overseas ones, have many female audience and mostly female audience. Does this female viewership influence your casting decisions? If so, what factors do you consider when casting?
Actually, I not even thought that carefully, because each short drama, I had to talk to the directors well to understand what their sense, like what is the beauty in their opinion, because 100 directors have 100 things thoughts about the beauty. Yeah, some people like the round face, some people like a small face. This is the same as the guys. It's not African allowed. But for the short drama female directors, I can see they like muscle more. I do meet some gay directors. I think they are somehow very sensitive, always deal the love well.
As a woman and a Chinese entrepreneur in the US, have you faced any challenges, whether related to gender or your professional journey?
In today's world, like women are really independent. So I don't think is there any advantage to being female filmmakers or entrepreneurs. It's more eco industry for the e-commerce and the other industry. As long as you can work hard, you're creative, like your strength is know how to manage people, how to make a team, you can be really a standing out person.
Any challenges?
I think the only challenges is like I have to travel a lot, because when you do the short dramas, you cannot like just doing the short dramas in Los Angeles because production cost is really high. So you break even your investment, you have to find a really cheap way and efficient way to shoot your macro drama. So that's why we like move our team from Los Angeles to Mexico City, because the majority of our team are local person. So the production cost in Mexico City are pretty valuable. It's pretty much like 20, 30K lower than the US market.
Short drama you produce in Mexico City, so are those English short dramas?
It's English and also Spanish. Depends on the platform. Some platforms, they prefer to shoot there for English content, but others, they prefer to do the Spanish content.
I'm just curious, are there enough English-speaking actors and actresses in Mexico City?
Yeah, they do. Actually, they do a lot. So in a really well-developed, the majority of the people there, they are bilingual.
You produce short drama in Spanish, and how is the market response? And what's your take on a Spanish-speaking market?
The potential market is huge because there was traditional Televisa really popular. The genre of the Televisa is pretty similar like short drama. It's more like a my billionaire husband something. I'm married to a CEO husband something. The genre is similar. Televisa is a platform in Mexico. It's a TV platform called Televisa.
It has similar content. How can those Spanish-speaking vertical dramas compete with Televisa?
Televisa, so people watch Televisas on TV, right? And our short drama, people watch it on the phone, so it's much easier. And in Mexico City, like Wi-Fi is covered, so you can find the Wi-Fi everywhere. It's really convenient. And another thing is, I think Televisa versions is more for elder people, and for short drama, like it's more for young audience.
What kind of genres? I mean, Spanish-speaking people.
It's really dramatic, like comedy, romance comedy, and action. There was a really good short drama produced by Real Short before about the car racing.
Or more female in Spanish-speaking countries.
I think more female audience. It's same like English content. Because in Mexico City, right now, female after work, the only way to entertain is to watch the phone, like TikTok.
Many short dramas in America are mostly CEO stories or romance. Is there any genre that's underexplored? And why do you think so?
We were developing like a script about woman spy thing. I think that would be super cool. I think short drama trend will more close to Netflix, Amazon, horizontals contents.
You were working on expanding into Portuguese-speaking markets.
We just like made the contract with a new team in Brazil. So we are trying to develop a Portuguese short drama in October. And we're trying to launch at the end of this year. And that's the business model way. It's like we're gonna post to the TikTok, our official account, and test the market, test the water to see like how do they like the short drama.
Where do you see the key connections between short dramas, TikTok, and MCNs? And how do you think this will develop in the future?
TikTok is the US versions of in, right? So TikTok is a platform more for young generations to use. And the short drama is definitely for the young generation. Like the biggest audience are young generations. For TikTok, I think that's the biggest way to get organic traffic. A lot of platforms, they are using Meta to get the organic traffic. But I think in the future, like next 2 to 3 years, TikTok will be like bigger than Meta. That's how TikTok work, because every year TikTok gain a lot of new users, like 22 to 30% for each year.
You mean TikTok's users are younger than Meta's?
Yes, that's what I think. Yeah. Because I know we all have Facebook, but we don't, like for our generations, we don't use Facebook a lot. But young generations, like even my daughter, they use TikTok.
Do you think it's content we're going to change because it need to attract more younger generation?
Probably, yeah, because young generations has more creative mind. I think young generations is more on TikTok, not just do the content things. They are really creative on contents. They are really creative on everything. They do business on TikTok. They are using TikTok to make money. That's why e-commerce did so well on TikTok.
How do you see the future of short drama?
I think the future is unpredictable because I cannot see like a short drama will replace the traditional entertainment, traditional film industry, but I think they gonna find a way to collaborate with short drama. The traditional entertainment gonna collaborate with short drama in the future for sure. Just take Disney collaborate with Drama Box example. I think more and more big platforms will realize that short drama will be a new way to show the content. So they probably gonna either merge a production company or develop a different department to create short drama for themselves.
How do you see short drama combined with e-commerce?
That's my goal. I mean, we're still developing that. We're thinking about to do the product placement like the traditional entertainment film industry. We can do the product placement in the short drama, like when you see like the t-shirt, you really like it and you want to click and add it to the cart and you can directly buy at the end. That's my goal. You can shopping and you can do like a branding exposure in short drama.
So I'm fascinated by your data, and I would like to know how much does data factor in to how you shoot, what you shoot, and even the story formula?
Maybe some of the data is in just my inner company. They couldn't be shown out. So for now, I just want to share about something that's ranking. Because mostly my short drama is for the English speaking or Japanese. So the most popular one is Alpha King, and the data is quite good.
My question is more though, for example, I was invited to ByteDance, and they showed me an internal report that they had done on Chinese short dramas. And for example, they had 7 ways that a man could carry a woman that led to more views, right? That led to the people continuing to watch. And they had 7 different kinds of kisses. And they had 7, I don't know why 7, but they always had like 7 different ways for them to break up. And it was all data driven. And when I asked him, like, what do you mean? And he said that they have to put this, one of these 7 different ways to carry a woman out, because they found that those images, right, or those movements or those scenarios done in that way kept the viewers going, because someone would be watching, and they can see where the viewer will stop watching and then they ask themselves why, right? And so it led me to believe that the stories they were writing are very much data-driven stories, not so much stories that are invented. So my question was, you know, how much you've done 3 number ones. Are there any common data points? And then how much does the data affect maybe which stories you choose in the future, or which kind of characters or which actors? Like, how big of a role does data play in when you go to make a production? Not any specific data that you can't share, but just the idea of how much is the story or written creatively and how much is it generated, you know, by data?
Actually, as a producer of a production team, we respect the data online because we want to produce something that the audience really love it and love to keep watching it. But I think when we produce or when we write a book, maybe we don't write 3 kinds of cases like that. We will maybe choose one. But I believe some of the company of the platform, they maybe want to shoot 7 kinds of that case because they want to cut the clip out and test it online, which kind of cases the audience like, and then they will put that one cases back in the whole episodes. That's maybe the reason they want to record many kinds of case or other things like that. But for me, we are very professional or we are very good at create a story. I think we need to make a decision for just one in the book because the time is limited. Everyone do their best work and everyone have a huge work in a limited time. So for us, we don't shooting that many kinds of the clip of that things. But we respect the data. The data is quite important. Comparing with the traditional series, maybe we really want to create some IP of some story from which country, but the short drama is quite different. The data we will consider it firstly and make the final decision.
And I remember when we spoke, you have a background in traditional film and television. And I asked you then, and I will ask you now, you know, which do you prefer and why?
It's totally different because as a filmmaker, maybe we use 3 to 5 years to create just one film. But in a short drama, we maybe just use 3 months to create one. So it's quite different. But in the film one, you can create a story with very meaningful and something deep thinking and share that ideas to the audience. But as I speak before, the short dramas for me just like some fast food. So maybe you can enjoy in a few minutes and get a release, and then you can do another things. So it's quite different. But also now I try my best. Maybe I can put some idea of philosophies in the short drama to make the audience, you just in this few minutes, you not just get a good story, you also can think some simple idea, but not the difficult one.
So do you think that film and television are going to die and we'll be left with all of short dramas?
Actually, as I know, some television or some long videos platform, they already cut the number of the traditional series and add more projects. Or they want their team to create more short dramas in their platform. That is quite a big change for me, because everyone in the society, they will follow the interest of the audience. The society was changed, and the need from the audience was changed. The watching habit was changed. But for me, the traditional one not died, because for example, for some audience, they really want to use 1 or 2 hours to really enjoy a long ones, because it's quite different. It's also another way to get a release or get some thinking. For example, I really like the movie named Green Book. You can get a lot of different things or ideas from the movie and the traditional one. It's quite different. So it depends on for the audience. If you have just few minutes, you just want to enjoy some feeling good things or something like that, maybe you can choose the short drama. But if you some days you really want to escape from the real life, you really to calm down, enjoy something, I think they will choose the traditional one in the movie. It depends.
What are your thoughts about Gen Z and the main consumers of this type of media? When they are growing up, will they always be accustomed to this short format? How do you see that younger generation evolving as they mature?
So it's quite funny because also our data shows the audience age may be from 20s to 50s or 60s. So there were lots of kinds of story for this audience. For example, the younger people, they want to watch some story about the school, of the workplace, some struggle, some romance, of some dating anxiety, something like that. But if you grow out, maybe you will experience more in your real life. Maybe some family's drama, or maybe some struggle of your family's wealth, or maybe you face a cheating fiance or something like that. So we try to create more different types of story for the audience according their age, their different experience.
Today we have so many genres, but we still have romance, fantasy with wolves, for example, and then we have some mature female stories coming out. What do you think is missing in the short drama storytelling phase that you think it will grow into, or maybe it will never be a popular story?
The audience habit of their life is changing a lot, but they always focus on just some main topic. Just like our clothes style, maybe this year the popular color is white, but the next year the popular color is yellow. Its developers also will creative follow the popular elements. Maybe this month or next month of these years. It's quite interesting because we found that the wolf things is more popular than the vampire in the US market. It's quite interesting, but it doesn't mean we don't make a short drama about vampire. Maybe we can cut the number of the vampire, but we will try because add some creativity or add some another population elements in it to make people enjoy it. Or maybe we will make a feedback or make a research why they don't like this vampire story. If the element is wrong, something is wrong. So we will try to update that short dramas, not just cut it or let it missing.
Do you do audience question list or something?
Actually, we will start more of feedback online. They will discuss this short drama together or something like that. Also, we will make a research on our apps.
One evolution that I said in my interview with Maggie was I felt that e-commerce would soon become a new integration or a new avenue to revenues for the apps because of their mobile nature, and fashion being, you know, a very easy way to have advertising or to have sponsored content. Could you share a little bit if you agree with that, or where do you see like the platforms evolving to? Because now lots of the ads are game ads. So do you think that in the future there will be maybe sponsored fashion short dramas, or that you will integrate e-commerce, the ability to click and buy things from that are seen in the short dramas?
It's a very good question because we discussed it before, how to combine this short drama with another economics apps or something like that. It needs a long time to develop that because we need to make sure the audience is enjoy when they are watching the short drama and they want to click another link to buy something like that. Because we want to make sure the audience really enjoy that moment when you watch the short drama. Don't just add something like that, but we want to maybe try another part of the economy or shopping part on the apps. It maybe need a long time to develop it.
We're interested to know about scripts because many of the other directors and guests have been saying that the script is everything and the script is key. What do you look for in a script, and what are the things that make you say, if a writer comes to you with a script, what are you looking for?
As a producer, actually, we will respect the data and audience like. So we will track the popular scene maybe every day or maybe every week. So we ask that popular elements or popular scene to choose some script. So maybe this time the CEO of their fresh marriage, that kind of things of the Wolves will be more popular and we will choose first. Also, they have another interesting themes like boys' love story, BL things. Yes, many platforms also plan to shoot some BL boys' love story, and they make it work now. So I think they will maybe have more and more boys' love story come out later. Yeah.
Is that because the audience now is growing and becoming more diversified and wider?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, that's right. So as a producer of some production team, we will follow the changing of the diversity from the audience. Maybe every week or every month. Yes, we will change the scene and change the choosing of the script. Yeah.
Because the data is from your side, you as a platform producer, you got the data, but actually those writers don't know about it. Then how do they know your preference? Like this time is for werewolf and that time is for vampire.
Oh, we will share these data in our company together. We also have some writers work with us together as a team. So we will share this data together and choose some popular scene first.
If I remember correctly, Jenny's platform, actually they have a lot of books. And so they have lots of story IP. Am I not right? And so you have lots of writers internally. So her app company is very different than, say, another app company, because you start from already having lots of good IP and proven stories and stories that you have data on because people read the books, right?
Yes, that's right. Also, in our apps, they're not only just US or Japanese short drama. We also have lots of Chinese kind stories, and we will test it on our apps. If more and more people love it or willing to pay for it, we will change it to US types of some Japanese kind. Yes. Also, we will try our best to buy some data online to know more other data from other websites or other markets, different countries. Yes, that's the business part of our team.
So how do you get your app to become popular in today's sea of apps? Is that purely an advertising spend, or is that purely having original stories that then users like and share with others? Is that having features in your app that enable people to share? What contributes to help your app become known? Because it's a fight to the top and there's so many apps out there. What's the good strategy?
The most important one, the first step, we need to advertise it online, not only in Facebook, in Instagram, in any websites, or maybe in some popular novel websites. So we will advertise it in more and more platforms, maybe in the US market or the Japanese market. For example, also we will promote it in some shopping websites. So the first one is advertise it, and the second one is on the top of your apps when the audience click it and get into your apps. What kinds of the poster of the most popular short drama must be put on the very top side to attract it, the audience stays and click it and look it. We also try another things, maybe cut some very good story clip, or maybe combine it, or maybe not just tell. Actually, this time we just maybe cut some clip that maybe we see is popular and put it on live. But later we try to add more some ideas, or maybe in just 1 minute or 30 seconds, you can know more the high part or the highlight of the whole story. So we maybe put more time to edit that clip, or not just cut it up from the short drama. Yeah.
So it's like a mini story to give people a taste of what the whole story will be about.
Yeah.
So then this will interest them.
Yeah, because this time the time is limited. So many apps, or maybe they just cut it out, not just try their best to edify it more, become a more good clip. Yes. So maybe this will use more time, but I think it's good for the whole apps and the audience.
So you've produced tons of Japanese short dramas as well as English language short dramas. So I understand that Japan is a super promising yet somewhat closed market with preferences that are different from both China and the West. Could you talk about the characteristics of the Japanese market? And, you know, what kinds of short dramas do Japanese audiences prefer? Yeah, how do you get localization? I'm sure actually Wen has lots of questions about Japan, and you would be the first speaker to talk about it and share your experience with us on this topic.
Yes, actually, Japanese audience go crazy for short drama. They might seem very polite in the real life, but they love watching the characters break free and rebel. It's something like their secret escape. My production team made a research on the Japanese market, and we found that they love 3 topics stories. The first one is underdog employee beating their boss. It's like an intern between a CEO. The second one is housewife transforming a very successful businesswoman. I think it's very interesting. And the final one is reverse revenge. So it's quite interesting. For example, my short drama, The Fresh Marriage of Female CEO, this story is about a female abandon her cheating fiancé, make a revenge, also find her true love. This also is get the top of the list on the second day after it released. And to localize it, we think we try our best to bake in cultural textures. Like the recent short drama, My Family Come Up to Be Billionaires. This story opened with a very traditional spring festival, and all the characters will wear the traditional clothes named kimono in Japan. So it's quite interesting and people love it. The local production is not much popular than before. Maybe they love to watch some Chinese traditional kinds of story or something like that. Because you can watch the ranking this time, maybe on the top 10, they just have won the local production. But maybe 9 or maybe 10 all come from the Chinese short drama.
When you plan overseas short dramas, how do you choose the suitable genres or themes? What factor do you consider?
Actually, for us as a producer, we will prefer to respect the data and the audience. For example, when I found the top 10 popular novels on one of the US novel website was werewolves, then we will choose the werewolf themes. Add some popular elements and add some creativities. For example, my another short dramas, A Billionaire, completes my bucket list. Add some elements, for example, a female with cancer, the love from the CEO, or the family struggle, something like that. and these have got over 50 million views online from the TikTok and other websites. This is my way.
And how do you localize? Because some of the scripts are from China. So what kind of changes will you make when you localize those scripts?
The first one is the shooting set must be very Europe or US styled. Also, we will try to find some writers from the US or other countries to help us to rewrite or maybe update the script. This is the most important one. Or we will find some crews from our production team. They have some experience to making a foreign film or foreign short drama. That's also the important one, to make the whole place looks very Europe or US or Japanese style.
If you could create your own short drama series centered on women, what kind of story would you want to tell?
Oh, I would love kind of like a murder mystery type of story. The lead character or like the lead investigator or the heroine of the story is, obviously like our lead female. Murder mystery is like very kind of like a popular genre and something that is good to play with. There are a lot of like angles to it, and I think like there are transferable things into like a vertical. Who killed this person? And there's like a lot of hooks that you could build into it so that it could kind of like fit into a vertical. So I feel like maybe a murder mystery thing could be a vertical genre in the future. I would love to make something like that, because like escape rooms, like those games where you're in an escape room, something like that.
What's the future of short dramas?
The future of short dramas. I would love for short dramas to be a bit more mainstream in North America and in Europe, like in the Western world in general. Like I know that it's like really big in China and like other parts of Asia, but I would love to see it evolve into something that is more tailored for the North American audience and for like the Western audience in general. I think that is the natural progression of it. Remember before there used to be like Blockbuster or those VHS rentals and things like that before there were streaming platforms, right? And then after that, their streaming platform became popular, and then that kind of like popularity like trickled into a mobile first kind of content creation, like Reels and TikToks, and like even like YouTube has those like vertical things now. And then I feel like vertical dramas are kind of like a natural progression.
So you express yourself through film and theatrical performance and stagecraft, and mention that you explore storytelling across mediums. How do you view vertical screen or vertical video as a medium, and how does it differ from other storytelling mediums besides, of course, the short time and the things that you mentioned before?
That's a really good question. I think, one thing I truly came to realization regarding the vertical viewing format was when I came back to China. I saw everyone on the public transit, they're just scrolling on their phone. And then that's kind of a wake-up call where I'm like, oh, wait, as much as I love TV and film, it's hard to see a horizontal screen when you have work every day. So in that regard, right, like vertical form, this form of viewing, it's becoming a necessity. So this is also where I think it goes back into why verticals got really popular, because how else I don't have time to commit to a whole horizontal TV series nowadays. I don't have time. So then, but if I see something interesting on my phone, I could totally watch it on my way to work. And I think the existence of the vertical form, it evolved from our current like way of living as well as like the internet age.
How does it differ from other storytelling mediums besides just the physical size or the format, talking about the story, talking about the characters, etc., besides just the time or shape, etc.?
So which that really comes back to, within our current way of living, everything has been sped up. And this is where vertical storylines, it's way faster than any other format, horizontally speaking, especially. And how vertical stories work is that there's specific timing on when a certain like plot should happen. And this is when you ask, perhaps there's a formula for successful stories. It's the rhythm. You have to get the rhythm right, and then you have to keep people engaged in order to, make them want to watch more. And this type of rhythm, it's special to vertical. It's not in any other medium horizontally.
How much did your work in social media, because you said that you came, from that type of work into this medium, and that's why they trusted you, because you basically a digital native creator or very familiar. I mean, we know that you also have done lots of short films, and your CV is full of sort of horizontal media. But you said you specialized in that at that time for work, and that's why they brought you on. How much of that plays into your work today, directing, short dramas?
Yeah, definitely huge influence. Especially I worked, for big brands for on TikToks and Instagram Reels. It's almost the same logic, but back then you had like 5 seconds, right? Like a 5-second hook to get people engaged with your videos. But nowadays we're talking about first 2 seconds. It's gotten faster. So I definitely think that, actually, speaking of a lot of my film and TV peers who took a stab at verticals, they had a really hard time to adjust to the pacing. So my background in social media definitely helped, because to me it was like a habit already. If I'm a viewer and I'm watching this, 3 seconds, I would swipe away. So yeah, definitely it came in clutch for sure.
And do you feel that film and television and horizontal is just going to fade into the distance and our future is only vertical? How do you view the landscape of the future?
I don't think so. I hope they don't. I think movies, especially when you see it in a movie theater, it's a very different experience than from your own screen, right? Whether it's a computer screen or your phone screen, there is a collectiveness to, let's say, viewing a film in a theater. And like the reason why verticals are so short, like the short dramas are being so short, it's because you can't really watch anything longer than, let's say, 80 episodes on your phone. It has limitations on its phone, right? I mean, I've tried to watch a 2-hour long movie on my phone before. It wasn't a pleasant experience. So I don't think they're gonna go away. However, I think verticals, the standards of production, are gonna have to match the horizontal productions, because I think a lot of stories and a lot of productions are done in a very short span of time. And that's gonna have to change, where we need higher quality productions. That's my personal belief.
And how much do you feel this sort of TikTok, internet era has, and short dramas now, is affecting the way traditional horizontal films and television series are told? I would love to hear your opinion on that.
Depends on where you're talking about, because I think China and America are facing like their landscapes are so different. For example, in China, actually, a lot of film and TV, like horizontals, they're borrowing stuff from the vertical realm. Like they want to follow the trend. They want to be trendy. Even the celebrities in China, they're doing all these TikTok challenges. Versus it's less common in American film and TV space. Like, if anything, American film and TV have become more conservative in the stories that they produce now. And then they're, in my opinion, trying to get back to the Americanness of their industry.
So
Yeah.
I think if you look at the films from the 80s, even the films in the 90s, they were so slow to start.
Mhm.
And then you waited all the way till the end for the bad person to have his upcoming, right? Whereas in short dramas, you were saying that there's a different rhythm and there's a different storytelling, and maybe the comeuppances sooner or in every episode, or etc.
Yeah.
And so when now we see films, it starts out with a big explosion and then it goes back 6 months ago and they start telling the story. So I was just wondering how you think that the future of horizontal is going to be looking if this short drama craze continues. Do you think they'll continue on their conservative trajectory, or will they simply find their movie theaters empty?
Ooh, so I feel like this is a bigger topic because, Hollywood has its three-act structure for feature films, and people are kind of getting tired of those. That's a Hollywood thing because it's very predictable, right? When you watch a hero's journey, he's gonna win. Then why spend 2 hours waiting to see him win? I think Hollywood overall is struggling with that in general, like with or without verticals. Because, on the other hand, vertical comes in with the big boom. Oh, wow, like we're already this far. And they really get people's emotions up. That's how verticals keep people attracted, right? Versus like a traditional film will want you to like go through the journey with the main character. I don't know what they're gonna do with it because that formula, it's becoming outdated. That needs to work it out itself, like with or without verticals. That's what I think. Yeah.
How will your storytelling in horizontal or vertical evolve now that you have not only an East and a West experience, but you have a horizontal and a vertical experience? What stories do you want to tell? And in what format?
I am very invested in the vertical format. And actually, recently I said no to a few projects because the scripts weren't good. I'm at the point where I have limited time and energy. I care about the stories that's being produced. And then because this industry is so fast, a lot of companies are just trying to pump out projects and projects, using the same stories, which I don't want. That's not something that I'm looking forward to do. I think the one that we recently did, In My Sister's Stead, was really different from a lot of other stories. I don't know if you read the whole script, Anina. But it was a bloody, culty movie of sisters like being hunted in the school. So that was something fun and interesting, and I think I'm looking for more original projects to work on rather than the traditional girl needs money, the man comes in and gives her money type of story. That's something that I'm actively staying away. So yeah, I want to work on something new, something exciting, and obviously strong female leads. Preferred. I mean, I don't discriminate male characters if as long as the story's good. But yeah, like looking for something special and more like plot driven rather than the traditional formula.
Do you have anything that you would like to comment, women in film or the short dramas, or about the future, or about yourself?
I feel like my biggest comment, I kind of made it in passing already, but just to reiterate, like in a full sentence, I just hope very soon that we don't have to distinguish male versus female directors. Like when we think about a director, it doesn't always have to be a man. I do hope when people think about female directors that they think that we're better, selfishly. But yeah, that's my biggest comment in this industry overall.
Do you think that short dramas are offering a doorway and a fast track to women to get into film and television? Do you feel that for yourself?
I don't know that yet, because to me, including myself, I have friends that's coming out of film and TV to do verticals. Because to traditional film and TV people, verticals are more in the internet realm rather than film and TV. So I haven't seen the other way around. I haven't seen verticals directors going into film and TV, but right now it's more film and TV people coming out into verticals. Yeah. So that would be interesting.
Your career will blossom and more number ones that you turn out, investors will trust you because it's an incredibly data-driven industry. They cannot deny your effectiveness.
Again, it's so new, so there's so much more to be explored, and I wouldn't be surprised if, let's say, a top one vertical director being funded by a film investor. And I do hope that like the vertical format and the horizontal format can meet in the middle one day, because I think they have to coexist.
So some scripts are adapted from the Chinese script, and then they have this script produced. So it means one script, maybe we have like 4 or 5 different production all shooting this one script. So I think that's also like raise the similarity of in the content as well, because everybody is shooting the same script.
Yeah, I know. It's happening in China. Does it also happen overseas? One script, different companies shoot it.
Yes, it does. I recently just heard about this phenomenon because I recently directed a short drama that was adapted from a very popular Chinese short drama. And then after that, I just heard another production having like exactly the same script. And then they said they were the 5th group having the same script in 1 month. So that means maybe like in a few months later, there will be like 5 exactly the same story. But I think because sometimes we do like a little bit different in characters. For example, for that one, the lead lady playing violin into play a ballet, and then the guy went from a gardener to plumber. So I think I changed a little bit because the producer asked me to change a little bit with the character. I don't know why we were doing that, but later I know because everyone is having the same script. So we need to change a little bit with the character. So we have a little bit different in visual design. So I guess that has become the common thing right now. So everybody shooting, lots of different groups shooting the same script.
Oh, by the way, I'm just curious. Is the platform fully funded your production? They cover all 5 production companies' expenses? That's strange because in
I think that's 5 different projects.
Yeah, I know, because in China, those IP companies, they give one IP to different companies, but normally just co-invest. They don't fully fund those productions. So it's like casting, it's like horse riding, you know. They're just doing which one wins this IP, but because they don't co-invest. That's very interesting to hear.
The reason I guess is because for English short drama is because the market has less script. They want to produce more content, but they don't have enough scripts. When people asking me about my schedule, so normally I'm booked like a month later or like 1 month and a half later. So that when they talk to me saying, are you available this month? I'm like, no, can you ask like a little bit later? And then they will say, I don't have a script for that, like that far. I guess it's like we need more content, but we have less script. So that's why they are reshooting the same script, asking people to change it a little bit to make it like a little bit different. And also because those IP company, they have different platform or applications, so they can spread those similar things into different applications. So it's not like when you open one app, it's like all the same things.
I feel like I work with far more women in the film industry in short dramas. And so I would love to know if you feel that short dramas are really offering you a gateway into the film and television industry. That's sort of my first question. Do you feel like this platform of short dramas has given you more opportunity to then go on and shoot your own large scale productions, etc.? Because I heard that you're preparing your own feature film and it's in the sci-fi genre. And so I wondered if you feel that being in this short drama industry has accelerated your career to be able to get faster to other genres.
That's a very good question. I think the production companies or the platform or our clients are quite different for TV and film, and as for short drama, especially I'm working with mostly like the English speaking short drama. So those are quite different paths for the industry. But for me personally, I think short drama makes me a better director. From my side, because we have such a like short time to make so much content, and now we need to think of everything to make it. Like even we have only a few locations, like we have 90 minutes or 120 minutes, all in this like within 3 or 4, sometimes 2 locations. So like I don't want to make like 2 things like repetitive. So I need to think more blocking, think more ways to shoot. I think for me, it's a very challenging thing at the beginning. And then gradually it becomes like a very enjoyable thing that I'm challenging myself every day. And I start to work more like efficiently. So from my side as a director, I think short drama can make me more active because I'm like shooting 2 or 3 projects each month, and then I'm like nonstop working and nonstop thinking. I think I love the way how it make me a better director, but I'm not sure about the traditional part because I actually shot my first feature film back in 2019. And now I have co-directed a feature film last year. It's released in Chinese cinemas last month. And now I have another documentary movie that will be released the next month in Chinese cinema. So I'm still doing traditional content as well, but the film industry has been very slow, especially for young directors. So I think between the gap, I'm doing short drama, it makes me feel like I'm progressing, I'm growing. Since last year, I have been doing more because previously I love fantasy film. And then since last year, I started to do more sci-fi genre. So I did 3 short films of sci-fi in the sci-fi genre. And I have a feature film still doing pitch in different film festival and a pitch market. So I'm trying to raise money for this sci-fi film. But because of the short drama experience plus the sci-fi short film experience, I recently got the opportunity to direct a Chinese short drama. My first Chinese short drama is a sci-fi short drama. I just wrapped it 2 days ago. It was actually a very quite important project. It's produced by CCTV together with Chinese NASA. It's a government project. It's a very large project and it's a major project of the year. So I was very lucky to do that. I think maybe the short drama work experience gave me more endorsement for a bigger project, because after this one, this is 4 minutes at 1 episode and 30 episodes. So it will be like 120 minutes for drama. It will release right before the national holiday. So yeah, I'm very happy. And also, it also gave me another feeling. Normally, we define short drama as female targeted and male targeted. For female directors, we always hired for doing the female targeted content. This sci-fi one, male audience targeted project. This short drama is about a group of astronauts in the space. They work in the moon, and then they want to rebuild a spaceship. And now we have one lady astronaut. She is the one who pushed this project forward and then supports our main lead guy. Without her, he couldn't like do anything because he's already gave up in himself. So at the very end, so we cherish their love, and also, of course, the whole group of the workers who are building the spaceship in the moon. So at the very end, so we have those workers to cherish their workers' habit. That's everything about the workers. So there is no billionaire in this short drama. We have a billionaire, but it's the antagonist. So it's very different from the things we have been talking about.
Why do you think that Western short dramas don't have more diversity in stories when it seems that the Chinese short dramas are championing marginalized characters and are incredibly advanced in their storytelling? Is it just that the short drama industry is ahead in China than in the American market? There's more user base, and so they can have more stories?
I think so, because I think before the American short drama, so everything was like started in China. This media, I think this is like is very fully developed in China, and then a certain group of people is thinking maybe we can go overseas. So that's how they bring this medium to North America and also other parts of the world. This is not my opinion, but one producer told me Chinese short drama is like 4.0, the American short drama is 1.0.
Do you think, though, that the movie industry will die and we won't have movies anymore? Are they not interested to invest in films and television?
Different investors, short dramas and TV series and movies. There are actually three industries. So there are three different investors.
How are they different?
The movies, they always play the capital game. TV series is also invested by the Youku or iQIYI. They are normally from them. The investors are from them. They got the money from the government, from the 国企, the government controlling factories, for example. Short dramas, especially the overseas ones, most from the capital, from the normal people, small companies, their apps, different games.
And do you have anything else that you would like to share about your experience or about the industry or your thoughts about the future?
I believe there is a good future. Otherwise, why Real Short would like to set up their film base? Film base really needs lots of money. The dramas actually is more faster to make the money. The movies, even some directors, they don't make good money. They still have lots of investors to invest them. I don't know why, but maybe they make money from other part. But for the short dramas, they just it's more fast. They just want money. I shoot these short dramas. Next month, I want money back. This is what the investors think. I talk to lots of people about this. Main focus is money, but the movies, no, not that much.
It's about art. Not yet or not ever?
It will replace commercial. I do talk to something like the brand people. They have a famous brand. They want to make a commercial. I told to them, why not make a short drama thing? They totally agree with me. But they want more audience to see their products.
Branded short dramas are a trend. Do you think that there will be more and more of these?
It depends on the marketing. The brand owners would like to shoot the short dramas, but they are totally different industry. They don't even understand the commercial. How can let them accept short drama as the commercial to replace commercial? Is still a long way to deal. I think you asked me the right time, because 2 days ago I was see some famous face spa machine brand owners. They are talking about how to short dramas, but they don't understand anything. They don't even understand the script. They can't understand the difference between short dramas and the TikTok, the 30-second videos. They don't even understand the difference between these two things. Long way, you need to let them know why they need to invest short dramas. It's a long way, trust me.
A branded short drama, I just shoot one, but I don't know any English branded short dramas. I never heard of it.
I heard that Sheen sponsored a short drama, an overseas short drama. I worked with an actress, and she said she had just finished shooting a short drama that was sponsored by Shein. All the clothing was sponsored by them. I think fashion with short dramas makes a lot of sense because that's what all of the actors are wearing. And then afterwards, there are lots of photos on Instagram that can be linked to buying those clothes. So I think fashion will be the first mover into the short dramas. What do you think?
Depends on the products. It's like the Prada or Gucci or LV, they won't do the short dramas. They will do the movies because they are think about art. Their brand is about art. I think we can get somehow like the less famous brand for that kind of thing. The Chinese brand, the short dramas, we can't persuade the biggest brand. We can only persuade the normal brand they would like to try. And maybe in the future, as I said, with the better quality, with the better background or story, maybe it can change. Short drama, since you can't talk about arts at this step. I mean, the Chinese ones, foreigners ones, maybe if investor more money, then can get somehow. There is one example, maybe you guys can have a look. It's called 家里家外. It's full of art, and then it's sold very well. The production company already makes more than 50 million RMB from that. It's about 40 years ago, China was very poor. The guys live there, they are poor, how they develop themselves to make money, to set up the factory now.
A story about common people, whereas the dramas that I'm always in are about the super rich and the super famous.
Script is the main point. Mm-hmm. It's not about a rich person. It happened 2 years ago for the Chinese short dramas. It will change, especially more professional production team, including scriptwriter, directors from the movie industry to get involved. So it might change.
I also want to ask, so far, it doesn't matter if it's good. When may I ask what kind of situation you are in the show drama position? I'm a producer, but currently all I do are Chinese skits. I would like to ask, production is also good as an actor to, in the face of these themes, do you feel that everyone has the right to choose now? Would you reject such a subject because you dislike it so much?
Recently, I was offered 9 days lead role, and this character in the script is beaten. Like, she slaps herself and degrades herself for like one entire episode on her knees, begging for forgiveness while another character is in a car bleeding to death. The people won't let her go, take this person to the hospital. And so she does everything and she sits there and slaps herself over and over. That made me feel very uncomfortable. Then she's beaten with a bat. She's slammed against a wall. In every single scene, she is treated with the extreme of violence. So my next question as I was reading this was, what about the safety? I'm trained in stunts and I'm able to do these stunts, which is probably why I was selected. But I don't know who's wielding the bat. Generally, on sets, I am the one educating my counterpartners, because my counter actors, because they don't have the experience of stunts that I do. So I'm explaining to them like how we're going to do the stunt safely, and I'm educating them on the job, which is why I love training stunts, because who knew I would use so many stunt training in short dramas. I started asking questions about the safety aspect of it and who am I playing against, and can I speak with the other actor so that I know? And ultimately, I decided to not do this role and not participate in this project because I felt that this was not the type of character that I would like to portray. And it really is the first time that I have refused a role, because genuinely all of the roles that have come across my table, even though there may be violence, there was a reason, there was a logic. I played Linda Smith in Pregnant with My Infertile Alpha King. Well, Linda Smith, her husband cheated on her and had a child with another woman, so she hated that character. She felt incredibly wronged and she felt betrayed, and her heart was broken into a million pieces and she became bitter. At least that's the backstory and the way that I played the character. I didn't play her sort of one-dimensionally evil from the beginning, which I could have, right? But that was my actor's choice.
For me, I think I always have a choice as a producer, because you can, well, whether you want to make this money or not, you can just say, no, I don't want to make this money, right? And also, if the investor wants to invest those short dramas, either he knows about the content or he just wants the profit. So if he knows about the content, the violence is not that good. There are many other good stories out there. And also, if he wants profit, that's even better. Because I don't think the abusive relationship or a lot of abusive scenes are trendy anymore. So from those two perspectives, I think we always have a choice and we want to make something we're proud of.
I think both of you said it very well. In fact, from the perspective of creators, here's what we can do. One is to selectively take on the projects we want to take on. First of all, as creators, we all want to create good content. So do we agree with this story? Or do you have a certain understanding of the logical line of this story? I think this is also important because if I had to do a script that I didn't understand at all, I can't do it well either. I think this is the same whether as a producer or director or as an actor. The second point, just now Anina mentioned about safety. I think this is very important. This is a very important part of my work as a producer in taking on and producing projects. When we are confronted with some violence or intimacy in the script, we as producers, the first is there any way we can make this scenario more reasonable? He wasn't violent for no reason, or simply abuse for the sake of abuse. Is there any way we can make this story more reasonable, make this story better? This is the first aspect. The second aspect, how do we ensure that all evolved actors are also well, and our staff physical and mental health is the most basic safety. I think this is very important. One is to have enough movement coordinators on board. Help us put the picture and security together. The second is that I think there are also times when filming intimate scenes. In fact, the physical and mental state of actors must also be closely monitored. Because in fact, I know that stunt coordinators are actually quite common in China. However, I see it is less common. Yes, this is also the last time I shot in Hong Kong. I actually brought an IC back from the United States. I want to ensure that the actors on the group of my projects, they can work in a comfortable environment. Everyone can feel like comfortable and security. I think this is also very important. This is me as a producer or as a creator. There are two things I can do. One is to choose the content. The second is to ensure the safety and physical and mental health of all personnel during my creative process.
You produce and supervise many overseas short dramas. How do you handle project localization? Can you share an example?
I think there are probably several categories of this. One category is period dramas. In fact, it is very popular in China. Some so-called 80s or 60s dramas. It's going to be very contemporary. This is a kind of period drama. In fact, it may also include or even involve court dramas. These two types actually run particularly well in China, no matter whether it is the court or the ERA. In fact, it has a large audience. And it doesn't mean that I'm not that kind of audience. I don't understand this content because, in fact, most Chinese audiences already have such market awareness. I could tell at a glance that the emperor must have been very powerful. What rights does he have? How about this? I will roughly understand the relationship between this character, including period dramas. In fact, when we take a look, it can actually resonate with the audience. But it's actually overseas. These two types will be less tried at present, whether it's a period drama or a court genre. I know there are some platforms that have tried some do medieval themes or do period dramas, but looking at the results of the data, there is currently no trend towards more
how would she localize those stories? Because America doesn't have the history of kung fu and shoveling and swordplay.
In fact, it is basically a period drama. Now, for example, localize it for the corresponding era. For example, some major events that took place in China in the 1980s. The corresponding localized achievements are some of the major events that took place in North America in the 1980s. The second is the court. The court generally had several amendments. One is to change it to a werewolf because werewolves also have a very distinct class system. Therefore, the emperor general or something may become alpha. The hero may become a human first. But he ended up being a character like Luna. The second possibility is direct epical change. For example, change it to like in Europe, like what happened to the British royal family or medieval themes to tell this so-called story that happened in the court.
Hey, it's me, Maggie, the founder of Short Drama Alliance. I just want to give a big thank you to Anina Net and 360 Fashion Network for helping with the setup of live streaming. Your help made this possible. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Just a big thank you to producer Guillaume and the Duanju platform for great media promotion. Really appreciate the support, and I'm excited to grow short drama together.
Bonjour, je suis Guillaume Saint-Georges.
I'm a
Je suis
producer,
producteur
and I come
audiovisuel
from
et
France.
je viens de France.
In your view, what is short drama? How to define it?
For me, a Duanju is a series, continuing plot, very short, from 1 minute to 3 minutes by episode, which is watched at a frantic pace, and which includes a cliffhanger at the end of the episodes.
We'd love to hear more about Duanju, the platform you're currently working on, what kind of platform it is, and what are your future plans for it.
I'm a producer, but I am also working at the same time on the development of an information platform on the format, because it is new. And in our country, in France, it is not very well known, and we are working to bring it to light. The platform is also aimed at the international market, since it is also accessible in English and other languages soon. The platform is already in first place on Google France. The goal is to grow and be a source of information for all those interested in the universe of the Duanju, for all those who want to be informed, for professionals, but also for the general public who would like to have the behind-the-scenes interviews, the interviews of actors who would like to have information on the series, to keep informed of those who are behind the scenes of this format. Because very often, professionals are in the shadows, and sometimes the general public is interested in knowing who is behind the works that they are watching.
We all know that France is birthplace of cinema, and French audiences are known for their appreciation of art house films. On the other hand, short dramas, at least in China, are often fast-paced, highly commercialized, and consumable like fast food. How open do you think local audiences are to this kind of content? How do you see the potential for short dramas in the French market or in French-speaking market?
For me, in France, there are two types of important audience. There is a cinephile audience that loves auteur cinema, a cinema that can come from the four corners of the world, that can be in the original language, that can be subtitled. This audience will like artistic research, will like to see things that they haven't seen before, and they will be very happy if the format of the Duanju moves in these directions. There is a more popular audience, more numerous, who will like mainstream stories that address everyone with a lot of emotion. The small difference is that these French people are used to watching French language series. That's for the moment. In the Duanju, even if there is dubbing that exists, is a bit limited. Obviously, you will understand that I am campaigning for this direction to be taken by the platforms. Spectators who like fiction have the cinema. They have television, they have had computers. There is a lack of works of fiction that are suitable for viewing on a phone. We currently know that there is binge watching, there is speed watching. There are people who watch series at full speed. Some viewers get tired of the episodes being too long. This French audience can be extremely receptive to watching Duanju directly on their phones. A phone that is no longer an object of communication, but that becomes a screen in itself.
How do you see the future of short dramas?
Short fiction is the future. There is room for creativity in this space, which is the telephone. And in my opinion, it is absolutely necessary to create a positive creative universe, whether for professionals or for the public. This whole ecosystem exists elsewhere for film and television, but it is missing for the phone, and we are going to create it.
So hi, I'm Sanidhya. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Dashverse. We run a short drama app called Dash Reels. Currently, the app is only launched in India, where we are riding on the short drama wave and trying to bring this format that originated in China to the users in India. We also run a supply-side creator app, which is Frameo.ai. And we are also trying to mix short drama with artificial intelligence and make one-person or two-person studios who can create short dramas and tell their stories out to the world. It's been a couple of months since I entered into this space, but it's super exciting. It has got a lot of traction from the users, so we are very excited about the future.
Can you tell me more about the Dash Reel?
Yeah, so Dash Reel, honestly, it's not very different from any other short drama app at the moment. And we have launched it 2 months back. Initially, Dash Reel's library is in Indian languages for the Indian consumers, but it also has a lot of Southeast Asian exported content, especially short dramas from China that we have dubbed into Indian languages. And people are responding great to it. Going forward, our goal is to really be a two-sided marketplace and be a platform where creators can create their short dramas either through live action production, but mostly I believe it's going to use AI a lot. Laptops are the new cameras. You have to be a creative storyteller, but a lot can be executed if you have a great story in mind and you understand the capabilities that you could use the new medium. So let's see where it goes. I believe users and the consumers of short drama need a lot of content and they need a lot of diversity. And there is not one company or one studio who could bring in or generate so much content. So it has to be collective. The industry has to grow on its own. And I feel today, at least in India, supply is a major problem. We don't get so much diversity yet. And that is where our focus is going to be in the couple of months. What different kind of genres, what different kind of content can be built into this format? Can it be as broad as the movie industry or the television industry or the OTT industry is? But I feel short drama that is the first goal to reach there. But I think it's going to get broader than that, right? And it has to be how text industry is, how easy it is to write your stories in a text format and publish, right? And the imagination has no limit of what you could write because you write a sci-fi story or you write a romance drama. It doesn't restrict you, right? But when it goes to visual production, the cost and the complication changes a lot. And that is why you see today's short drama kind of fit in a typical stereotype that this is the kind of content I can produce, and I have a restriction of time, I have a restriction of the real estate because it is mobile film, so it has to be like vertical always. So what I can do with it, what I'm excited about most is what more can happen over here. Can these become like, high fantasies? Can it have very high production value? And how can technology enable that? So this is what we want to see going forward in short dramas.
You just mentioned increase the diversity of short dramas. How can you increase the diversity?
Yeah, I think the biggest limiting factor into why diversity does not exist so much as of now is the production budgets. Right. End of the day, creative people who are producing content need to make their money back, right? And if you invest too much amount, you go bankrupt after producing a few short dramas. So you have to always think of it like a business and how any media industry is. And what I think is technology will actually enable it, right? Because there are so many things that can be created using the latest technology, which is not so expensive. So it might be a mix of both, like some shots are reduced from shots from camera. These are live action. But there are few things that you can use technology for it. So it might be a mix of it and stuff like that. But VFX traditionally has been very expensive. And that is the reason not so much of content is not created in diverse genre. Also, beyond that, I feel so short drama originated from China, right? And China consumers like certain kind of content, right? But globally, people also like different kind of content, right? So if I talk about India, crime stories are pretty big genre, right? And people love to consume crime fiction or true crime and all those kind of content, which I don't think so people consume so much in China. So though the format originated here, I think every expansion into a different geography will enable new genres coming and absorbed by this format. So that is what we are interested in doing and seeing and exploring.
Are you gonna make some original Indian true crime dramas or help those creators who use AI to create?
So I think AI comes later. First, we have to understand that how to write it for it, right? How the screenplay works. Because people consume short dramas on the go. They do not want a very high cognitive load into consuming them. So how to really write a story in this format where they are a bite-sized episode. So we are working with a lot of writers. We have created multiple writer rooms, and currently we are brainstorming because even before AI, you have to understand the script and how the script will be different from OTT or a television or a movie, right? So that's where we are working on. Once we get the thing, we'll decide what is a better way to produce it. Is it doing a live shoot or is it like AI? And then we also have to take care of the costs, so we cannot go blind on that. But we are definitely going to try it. And in next 6 months, you will see, at least on our app, a lot of exploration happening across genres or across the kind of stories that we can make.
You mean you are producing more original Indian short dramas?
That's the plan for the coming months.
I'm just curious about the Indian market. So what does the short drama market look like in India right now, and how big is this market expected to become?
So Indian market is fairly new to short dramas, I would say. They didn't existed 6 months back, right? And then a lot of people saw the success in China and in US and in European markets, so got excited and just like us. And now you have seen a lot of people launching their distribution apps, creating their own content. There are a lot of studios who have started making this. A lot of people are actually distributing short dramas on social platforms. It happened in China, like in Douyin. That was the starting point. So Indian market is very early, but it is growing extremely fast. Consumers are liking it. I believe it is going to be in the world. It is going to be top 3 or 4 markets of short drama ahead, just because India is such a big user base. There is so much appetite for consumption. And in fact, I think within a year, you will also see Indian shows, Indian short dramas getting exported globally. So a lot is happening, and a big ecosystem is being created at the moment.
Right now, it's still the beginning of the market. It's still IAP, right? In-app purchase.
Right now, it's in-app purchase. Right now, it's also free because some individual studios are making and uploading it on YouTube. And YouTube is very popular in India. And even Instagram Reels is pretty popular in India. So some people are uploading there, which is free to watch. So we have to see it evolving. Most of the people who are launching their own apps have to make revenue, where there's a cost of running the app. So all of that are IAPs. But in terms of business model, the leading business model is subscriptions. So people launch their apps and they are charging you a monthly subscription for unlimited watching of short dramas, and that's how the early GTM is in this Indian market.
Right now, quite a few short drama apps are emerging in India. How does Dashrail stand out in this competitive landscape? What are its unique advantages?
So unlike other apps, the initial launch of Dashreel or any other app is first get the library, then get some users. And that is the first milestone. And that is where we are or the other apps are. The next important milestone for an app will be how to retain your users and make them coming back. And multiple companies are taking different approaches. And that is where I believe you will see companies moving away from each other. Everybody will try to approach the problem differently. Dashreel is approaching this problem by solving for content velocity. And we believe that you will drive user retention if you can add more and more content. And there is a limit to how much content you can produce internally, right? You could do maybe 200 shows, but there is a number and it will exhaust, and you can't produce more than that. And that is why we want to follow our platform approach, where we focus on democratizing creation, where we could work with 100,000 creators in a couple of months, so that all of these combined creative intelligence can come into making short dramas and they could monetize effectively from our app. That is only way creator will be interested. So that's the approach we are taking. We are taking a platform approach where we don't produce a lot of stuff internally, but work with creators in India to produce stuff for the product, and they should get good return on their efforts and investment.
Overseas producers or companies or content creators are interested in working with Dashreel. What kind of partnerships or resources are you most looking for?
We are doing all kind of partnerships with everyone, starting with IP licensing, and we directly license short dramas for the Indian market. We are also working with a lot of companies who are doing scripting work and writing rooms. So where we understanding, but we don't understand so well about what is the art of writing a short drama, right? How to make audience stick. So we work with a lot of overseas writers, especially in China, with our concepts to write for us, and then we kind of localize it, translate it. We are also co-producing a short drama content, and we are keeping in mind the kind of content we co-produce has kind of a global appeal and can be replicated into multiple geographies. So, and also we are licensing some, pre-written scripts and, just producing them. So we are doing all kind of partnerships possible. We are very much part of the ecosystem and would love to work with anybody and everybody in whatever capacity it is possible for us to.
I didn't know you were working with Chinese writers. I thought you were working with Indian writers.
So we are trying to scale in India with the Indian writing groups, but we are also working with Chinese writers because we really think they understand this format much than we do. So how the pacing of the story should be, how the structure of a 60 episode series should be created, how many episodes should I really cover one incident. So those kind of technicalities is where we are consulting with Chinese writer to really learn this art.
Those Chinese writers write scripts or give suggestions.
So we have initially done scripts, and we have worked with Chinese writer who are bilingual, like who could give us scripts in English, because English is kind of a common language which everyone understands. So we initially worked on complete scripting. And as we are going forward, we are establishing some writers room in India, and we are trying to use them as consulting writers more. So rather than actually writing the story, they focus more on the structure and the pacing and more technical stuff on writing rather than actually writing episodes for us.
I'm just curious how they cooperate. Like those Chinese, although they're bilingual, but they're not familiar with the Indian story or Indian cultural background, right?
Yeah. But so we start with the concept when we have an idea about the story and how do we want to structure in a 60 episode series, right? So that is a starting point. When people write episodes, we figure out, so the kind of things we realized we were doing wrong is the episodes are moving very fast. So we were jumping from like one context to another in every 2 to 3 episodes. And then when we got it reviewed, we understood it has to stay a bit longer because then for consumers, it's going to be very hard to like understand if the script is going very fast. There was a consulting writer who told us if this is your main sequence of the story, you should continue it for 10 to 12 episodes, right? And let people like really absorb it. Give more screen time to the characters rather than, using more incidents, add more dialogues, try to build in the emotion slowly. So the pacing of the script completely changed after that suggestion. So they don't need to understand context for it. I mean, people are smart enough to understand the flow of the story, right? And how the episode construction is. And that is a skill we need today because that is something we have not produced so much of content, so we don't understand, what really works and what are the fundamentals of it. So, but actual episodes and actual kind of incidences is written by an Indian writer end of the day. And to make it happen, the only challenge is that we have to write everything in English and only work with bilingual people. And then later on, we have to translate to Indian languages. So there is a rework required, but I think it's necessary. There is so much to learn at the moment about short dramas.
I think right now the Chinese writers maybe know more good at pacing and writing stories. Learning will take time. So how long will you think for an Indian or a Western writer, experienced writer, to learn about pacing, to know all about pacing, and to write their own original scripts?
I think it's more about success. There are writers. I mean, all these people are creative and smart. But you get true confidence once you see the success. Like what you wanted to deliver, you have been able to do that. Right. It's very early days, but as soon as writers will start building confidence that, okay, I wrote something, I learned it, and it really worked out for the audience, that will be the time. So not everybody, but I expect like 8 to 10% of the writers that we work with will learn this within 1 or 2 scripting. Right. Other people might take like 4 to 5 attempts to do it. So it's all about you tasting the success on your own, that something that you produced and created really worked out for an audience, and that truly builds the confidence. I have learned it, and I can now kind of compete on the quality of scripting.
Have you heard of Disney just work with DramaBox? That news.
Yeah, I think Disney invested in DramaBox, and they have this Disney Accelerator program where they periodically, every year they do this with 5 to 6 companies in content and media space. So that's really great. I think DramaBox will get a unique leverage over there, mixing the format with the IP behemoth that Disney is. And I'm excited. I mean, what comes out of it? So this is more like a investment corporate team of Disney, which is different from the IP team. But I'm also sure that, once you're part of the ecosystem, you will get access to maybe work with the IP team, work with the content teams within the Disney ecosystem. Really excited what happens. Let's see. Disney has been open to trying a lot of things. They're also working with webtoons on like vertical comics, which they historically never did, but now they're doing it. So I'm excited about it.
I thought they were just cooperate. It's investment.
It's investment and a very different team, which kind of invest in companies. It's a accelerator program that is run by Disney. It's I think it's almost 8-10 years old program. So every year they select a couple of companies where they invest. And also it's not just only a financial investment. It's more like, financial plus strategic kind of an outcome of it. I don't really know the details because we have not participated yet or applied for it yet. We are not at that stage. It works with companies who are much mature state than us, which DramaBox is. But yeah, I mean, excited to see what happens after this. Whatever good happens in short drama, I think it works for us. So being a part of ecosystem, the good part is you are also competing with everyone. But you're also at the same time cooperating with everyone because it's a win-win situation.
Hello, my name is Christoph Stafer and I'm from Prague, Czech Republic, Europe. And I found a festival called Vertifilms back in 2016. So it's almost 10 years now. And it was one of the first such festivals around the world. And some people say it was the nicest one.
Can you briefly introduce that? What vertical film is?
Vertical film is a content primarily, well, uniquely prepared for smartphones that you hold them vertically in your hand. It is not necessarily shot by smartphones because the films we were receiving were shot by professional cameras, but it is aimed to be for the smartphones and for the daily use. Therefore, the content is short. It goes from 1 to 5, 7 minutes, and you can consume it the whole day. What I was thinking is basically a TV. It's a TV from 9 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Then you can switch to your classical horizontal TV.
You started Vertifilms back in 2016. So what made you believe this format and decide to focus on it?
Because it was something very new and unique. Somewhat, I was fascinated by the format. And also, we were lucky enough, we were showing it in a church, which is obviously narrow and tall. And we put to this church a screen, and we were showing these vertical films, which we collected from all around the world. You are right, because it was pre-TikTok time, and the Instagram then was only square photos and random videos, which were also kind of squarish. And therefore, we developed a claim which was, don't be square, be verti. And we're trying to differentiate ourselves from Instagram and from this horizontal format.
So you see the potential of it.
I somewhat believe, because sometimes people on the edge of the artist bohemian world, they believe into strange things, which was confirmed to me by since we grow bigger and bigger. We were asking filmmakers what made a vertical film, what made them to make vertical film. And they told us, it was already TikTok time, they told us they love the vertical format, like TikTok and Instagram, but they just wanted to produce a more serious film of like kind of a slightly different content that you see on the TikTok or Instagram. And they were very happy about our festival. But what I'm saying is, there were filmmakers doing it. Also, I would like to support it by the Korean Producer or Directors Guild. They have a financial grants every year for any director who wants to do it to make a vertical movie. The same thing they have in Japan. Asia is always advanced, so in Asia, my belief in vertical format was confirmed because it's basically booming. Now you can see it with the short dramas.
You mentioned about the vertical films. Those like a proper film.
It was always the short films between 1 and 1 minute. We had one which was 10 minutes. It's basically because it's comfortable to carry the phone vertically for like 10 minutes. You can do it longer, but then the phone gets warm. It's a content for when you wait somewhere. If you are in public transport, or if you wait for some appointment, or if you are just enjoying yourself on the couch. That should not be 90 minutes because, nowadays it is almost 90 minutes, but the short dramas are done in a way that you can always switch it. You can always break it and wait for the next episodes.
What kind of contents have you showed so far?
It was basically, I was saying to the people, let's make no difference between vertical and horizontal films, because we receive documentaries, we receive music videos. By the way, there's a lot of music videos on Spotify, which is vertical now. We receive beautiful documentaries from all around the world about various issues, about the kidnapped kids in Latin America, how the life is on the farms in Kazakhstan. We received documentaries from Ukraine, from China, anywhere you want. And these were beautiful films. And the magic is that, as I said, when people are doing TikTok videos, they just take a smartphone and just show their family or what they do. Whereas here, People were doing it just like you are doing traditional shooting. You take a big camera, you take a sound group, sound crew, you have a director, and you have a proper editing and proper grading and everything, and credits and all that. And the only difference is vertical, but the love for filmmaking is the same as for horizontal. It was also interesting to see how people were playing with the sort of disadvantages of the vertical format. Yeah, when you want to show something which is wide, the people were striping the vertical format into 3 stripes, for example, or something like that. Or they've been playing with the format. It was always just beautiful to watch. I loved watching it, and I was enjoying the stories because it was beautiful short stories about the life around the world.
From what I see, vertical films focus more on artistic and creative storytelling, while in China, short dramas are highly commercial. So they're more like fast-moving consumer content or like fast food. How do you see this difference?
If you make a content, it's good that people see it. I'm happy for the Chinese short dramas that they brought to the world because I think they are improving in quality. It might have started as a purely commercial thing, but now to succeed in a quite a big competition already, you need to have a like quality-wise, story-wise, or visual-wise, or the way it's being done. And it's great that it's commercial because I mean I'm happy for the success of the Chinese vertical dramas.
Do you plan to explore more commercial verticals to show in the vertical films?
We have to follow the world, which means that because 2 years ago we said that we need to see how we will continue with the vertical films, and we took a little break, and now we are preparing to join the movement of the short. I'm still trying to think if it has to be dramas. I think it should be like a short something, but there are some rom-coms. You see, there are not necessarily dramas. It's called short dramas or micro dramas. But we would like to join this, and we would like to start producing short dramas.
What's the current short drama scene like in Europe? Can you tell me a little bit about one country or religion you're familiar with?
I don't have numbers about Europe yet, because I think it's slowly rising in Europe, but the same, it was slowly rising in China. I believe people are used to look at the success of TikTok and Instagram and other vertical apps in this content. I think some people grown up a little bit from the crazy madness, from the amounts of very short videos. They are looking for something which is more, they can relax with it, because with the short dramas you can be more relaxed, you can understand the characters, and you can sort of start following it. And it's basically the same thing like with the normal TV series, except it's very handy. It's right in your phone, in your smartphone, which is a very intimate thing for people. So I believe it's gonna be successful in Europe. We're dealing with obvious things, which is languages. Europe is 27 countries with, I don't know, what's 20 languages or something like that. So it might be difficult to do, because one thing we realized was the subtitles, the language subtitles on our films. When you have the smartphone screen, the subtitles are very small. It's not the greatly convenient thing, but with the rise of AI and with the rise of other technologies, I don't see it as a huge problem, the localization of content. I can see that people can be watching in Europe the Chinese content, the same thing as the whole world is watching the Squid Game on Netflix, right? And it comes from Korea, and people are loving it and watching it. If the story is going to be interesting, then the apps can succeed in Europe.
My name is Leo, and I'm co-founder and CEO of DramaShorts.
Can you briefly introduce DramaShorts?
DramaShorts, it's a vertical streaming platform, as we call it. We do short movies, short dramas, and currently we are on a track to have more than 5 million active users. We are growing consistently across United States, Europe, and Asia regions. Our main bet is high quality content and a lot of content. And we are on track to shoot 100 movies exclusively by end of this year. Mother company is STORYBY. We have Alpha Novel, we have DramaShorts, we have production unit, and we have some other minor apps, but those two are the most big ones.
STORYBY operates not only DramaShorts, but also Alpha
Yes.
Noco and STORYBY Writer together forming an ecosystem. How do those two additional apps support and empower DramaShorts in terms of data, reader feedback, and overall content development?
A great question. So basically, we see it as a content ecosystem. It all starts with Story by Writer, where writers all over the globe can publish their content. It can be a novel and it can be a script. We recently added functionality so users and writers can publish their script ideas and they can make it into movies. Then we test some ideas on alpha novels. So there is a book, then we show it to a US audience and see how it resonates. If it works, then it can make to DramaShorts as a movie. We adapt it, we buy out the right, adapt it into a scenario, and then make a movie. But we also do original series. We have a team of writers in-house and a lot of partners who are helping us to produce scenarios for short dramas. And currently we have like 50% of our movies based on our original ideas and 50% based on the book.
In the article, you mentioned that AI has helped you better understand your audience, improve your short drama production. Could you tell me more about it and how exactly AI is being used in your process?
AI is basically like a co-pilot. It's a research tool that helps us to understand, okay, what are the trends, what are the top movies, what are the outlines, and then it helps our scriptwriter team to basically refine ideas and write quickly. So we can produce scenario within like 2 weeks. And for industry average, it's like 4 or 5 weeks to produce a production ready script. So it's basically like an amplifier tool that helps us to move faster.
Your current focus into the US and European markets. As an app rooted in Europe, do you think promoting content in the US presents any challenges? If so, what are the challenges and how are you addressing them?
Great question. And I would say now we are shooting half of our content in Europe, half of our content in the US. And we see a trend that movies that are produced in US perform better for US audience. It's a different style of movie. It's more simple, fast paced. And I believe it's about main characters and their English pronunciation. So if you're doing the shooting in Ukraine or in Poland or in Czech Republic, some characters still will have accent. If you're doing like voiceover moment content, it would also have like specialities. When you are shooting in US for US audience, chances are higher that it will perform better for US audience for us. But here we found a lot of very, very good native English speakers in Europe, and the movies with them work perfectly as well. But it's hard to find a lot of actors who can play with proper English. So I would say it's the main bottleneck.
So language is the biggest challenge.
Also, yeah, language is the first one, and it's a different cinematography style. So here in Europe, we do more like directors and creative producers. They want to do like a movie style, more slow paced, a lot of perspectives, a lot of angles. So they want to make like a movie for a Cannes festival. Okay, it doesn't work. We need a movie that is working for a broad audience in US. It should be simple and it should trigger emotion when users see it ads in Facebook and TikTok. It's a bit also a mentality issue, I would say.
So does it mean that European audience like more art style or slower movement?
Yes. I would say more cinema. We see this trend. So movies that we shot with European actors and European producers, they are working well for worldwide audience, for European audience, but not for United States. And for United States, I believe we should have proper American production.
So did you show American production to European audience? You mean it's not that good?
Yeah, we try to do it, but in terms of results, it's different.
Actually, Europe is quite diverse as well, different languages, different cultures.
Yes.
And do you see any difficult for expansion and promotion, and how do you approach those challenges?
Good question. Basically, AI helps with this. We are doing translations and subtitles for various languages, and that helps a lot. For us, currently main like languages are like English, Spanish, Portuguese, German, French, Italian. Those are the key ones, and we are working only with them, and it's enough for scale and for localizations. So yeah, just covers the main ones, and it will be sufficient. If the movie is successful in English, it's probably will be successful in other languages. So it's like international stuff.
Those European-made short dramas, are they speaking English?
All English. We do only English primarily, and then we are using like AI dubbing or professional dubbing studios to do it in different languages.
Do you plan to expanding into other countries?
I would be frank, our main target is just grow existing markets. We see enough potential in US, in tier one English speaking countries like Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and Europe, and we want to double down on them. So yeah, as I mentioned, currently we like number 12, 13, 14, like different weeks, but we need to go into top 5, and that's a different scale, and that's what we should do now. So in terms of market, it will be still US, English-speaking countries, Europe, and maybe Spanish, Portuguese-speaking countries.
I've read in a recent report that there are currently about 330 drama apps worldwide. Most of them actually are backed by Chinese companies. And those companies actually, they have a vast library of web novel IPs, and they have some finished short dramas in their stock in the library. And also they have some data proving the Chinese market. And also those companies, some bigger companies are heavily investing in the ad promotion. You describe your company as European challenger to an Asian dominated market. I find it's very ambitious. So I'm just curious, how do you stand out in such intense competition, especially from Chinese companies?
I would say 3 main pillars. First one is content. Second one is marketing efficiency. And third one is just grit and attitude and understanding the market. We have a seasoned team of founders who already did some businesses before. We know how to do marketing for United States. It's our main competitive advantage. And basically, we have a very good relationships with Meta and TikTok. And now we see that we are in benchmarks or even exceeding some benchmarks of the industry in terms of marketing efficiency. And now it's a matter of quantity and quality of the content. So my main goal now is to produce more movies. We know that it's working and it's a matter of scale. We should invest a lot. We're investing everything from Alpha Novel into DramaShorts. All the profits from previous years we invest in here in production. That's basically a main bet for our lives, just to make this company like a fun 500 million revenue per year company. That's our target for next 3 years.
Hello, my name is Selen. I am from Turkey. I am the content manager of short form video streaming applications called Short and More and Vomot.
How do you define short dramas? What types of content do you think are best suited for this format and why?
For 20 years, we have launched and developed cinema, TV, kids and lifestyle channels, first on Turkey's biggest platforms, then under our own brands. We have provided consultancy to major players like Bein, Türk Telekom and Turksat, and still continue working globally in content and media project development.
You are currently licensing Chinese short dramas. Have you tested the market with them? Which genres have performed better or worse, and why?
I think best suited content for short drama format is still romance, because it is universally appealing and emotionally engaging. It combines fantasy, power, and intense emotional stakes. Yes, we are actively and currently licensing Chinese short dramas, but I prefer to say their performance after our launch. However, as we all know, China is a global creative leader, and I believe their short format stories resonate very well with international audiences.
Could you share the current development and status of your app in Turkey? Are you focusing only on the Turkish market, or do you plan to expand globally?
Okay, let me tell you about our vertical drama platforms. Now we are launching 2. both focus on high quality short form storytelling. Vomot for international markets, Short and Morris for Turkey. As we know that Turkey has strong storytelling traditions. That's why we are producing our own originals and acquiring also hundreds of qualified international titles to offer wide content variety.
What types of short drama content do you think still lacking, particularly in Turkey or in other potential markets?
Audiences are craving fresh, relatable stories, especially fast, with strong emotional hooks, diverse characters. For Turkey and beyond, I see big potential in blending universal stories with local culture and experimenting with genres like romance, comedy, suspense, and youth dramas in a vertical format.
As a local platform developer in Turkey, what are some of the key challenges you are facing? For example, technical, content-related, audience education, competition.
On the technical side, our technical partner is a regional leader with global success. We have implemented comprehensive anti-piracy measures to protect all our content. On the content side, yes, there are challenges like high competition from the established competitors, but this also pushes us to be more creative and focused on stories that truly connect with our audiences.
Hi, I'm Victor Potrel. I'm an executive of external strategy at The Soul Publishing. I'm based in London, in the UK.
Let's begin by defining short drama. In your view, what is short drama? Are there any genres or storytelling styles that are unique to short dramas?
For us, a short drama is a scripted, serialized story told in ultra-compact episodes, typically under 1 to 2 minutes each, designed specifically for vertical viewing on mobile devices. It's not just a shorter version of traditional TV, it's a distinct format that demands different creative choices in structure, pacing, and emotional delivery. Short drama focus on intensity and immediacy. Each episode usually opens mid-conflict or with a strong emotional hook, and ends on a cliffhanger. Their rhythm draw viewers in and keep them engaged, encourage them to enjoy more content. The entire arc of a season may span 50 to 100 minutes, but it's broken down into micro-stories, each built to stand on its own, while pulling the audience into the next beat. In terms of style, short drama tends to favor tight scenes with minimal exposition, emotionally heightened moments over slow build arcs, and visually intimate framing, given that most viewers watch vertically on a smartphone. So while the building blocks of drama character, conflict, and resolution are universal, short dramas require sharper focus, faster escalation, and simpler narrative structures. We see it not as a limitation, but as a creative opportunity to tell stories in a new and engaging ways.
You already launched a short drama app called Shirt. What type of genres do you feature on the platform? Are there any non-CEO romance genres that have performed particularly well? Could you share some data or audience feedback? Why do you think these genres are resonating?
Yes, Short is live and growing, and we're already seeing clear patterns in what works. The app features short, vertical format drama with episodes under 1 to 2 minutes, designed for quick, mobile-first viewing. We started with well-known tropes like CEO romance, since they're already proven in the short-form ecosystem, especially in Chinese and Southeast Asian markets. But we've consciously expanded beyond that. While romance is still popular, non-CEO stories are increasingly resonating with our audience. A few categories showing strong engagement include family revenge drama like Betrayal or Sibling Rivalry, mystery and thrillers like Suspense Stories, Secret Identities, or crimes with cliffhanger reveals, and social drama, class struggles, moral dilemma, and generational conflict. Though we're still early, first episode completion rates and depth give us good insights. Viewers often watch 5 to 10 episodes in one sitting, especially when stories are structured around escalating conflict and quick emotional payoff. When the pacing slows or the emotional hook isn't immediate, engagement drops sharply, and short drama demand very focused storytelling, as we all know, minimum filler, and a clear narrative rhythm. It really all comes down to emotional intensity and clarity. Story about betrayal, for instance, or hidden secrets, work well because they create immediate stakes, and the payoff is provided without requiring elaborate setup. These themes are also culturally adaptable, which allow us to test versions of the same dramatic arc in different markets. Ultimately, what we're building is a content model that's not only fast-paced, but also emotionally rich, and one that reflects both universal human conflicts, but also regional storytelling traditions. That's really where we see short's biggest opportunity.
Which short dramas genre do you think are underrated and deserve more attention in Western markets? Why? What do you think is the future of short dramas or vertical storytelling?
One underrated genre in Western short drama, I would say, is family revenge and social conflict. These stories, often about betrayal, inheritance, or moral dilemmas, have performed well in Asian and Latin American markets, but are still underexplored in Western short-form content. Another overlooked area is supernatural and folklore-inspired storytelling. There's huge creative potential in short dramas that tap into myth, tradition, or spiritual conflict, especially when adapted with a modern edge. These stories are emotionally rich and visually striking, and they fit well within the short-form needs for tension and high stakes. In Western markets, short drama is often equated with light romance or comedy. But as the format matures, there's real room for bolder, more culturally diverse storytelling that goes beyond familiar tropes. We think audiences are ready for it, they just haven't been offered enough of it yet.
Could you briefly introduce the Soul Publishing and your shirt project?
The Soul Publishing is one of the world's most viewed digital content studios, best known for creating engaging, positive, and highly shareable content across platforms like YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, TikTok, but also streaming platforms like Samsung TV and Roku. We have globally recognized brands like 5 Minute Craft, Brightside, and 123Go. We reach hundreds of millions of followers worldwide and specialize in scalable, data-driven content production. Along with our partner, Playcut, we launched Short, the latest innovation in mobile-first entertainment. It's a platform dedicated to vertical short-form drama series. Built for the binge-watching habits of today's mobile users, Short deliver emotionally gripping stories in episodes under 5 minutes, designed to be watched anytime, anywhere.
Besides launching the Shirt app, are there any other areas of your business where you plan to incorporate short drama or vertical storytelling?
While Short is our main platform for short drama, we also see opportunities to use vertical storytelling across other parts of our business. We already publish short-form content regularly on platforms like YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and others. These are places where our audience is active every day, and short, mobile-friendly videos tend to perform well there. That's why we started to experiment with short dramatic formats outside of short, especially on social media. We found that this kind of storytelling fits how people watch content now. It's quick, engaging, and easy to follow on a phone. It allows us to test ideas and learn what really connects with different audiences.
The show has had great success creating viral short videos. How has this experience influenced your approach to content selection, short drama production, and distribution? I'm especially curious about how audience preference differ across regions. Could you share a few concrete examples?
At The Soul Publishing, our heritage lies in crafting viral short-form content. Think 5 Minute Craft, Brightside, Small, and more. Those videos constantly draw tens of billions of views every month across YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, and so on. That experience has been very valuable and deeply informs how we approach short and vertical short drama. Our core method is testing quickly. We analyze what hooks and what fails. This feedback loop helps us shape short dramas that work specifically for mobile. Strong emotional hooks within seconds, tightly paced storytelling, and clear micro cliffhangers designed for serial consumption.
Let's talk about the Shirt app. What is its market positioning, and which countries or regions are you targeting? Do you plan to produce your own original short dramas in the future? What's your long-term strategy?
Right now, we're primarily targeting English-speaking markets, including the US, UK, Canada, Australia, and parts of Southeast Asia. That said, we're deeply committed to bringing cultural diversity into our storytelling. In our growing content library, you will already find drama inspired by or produced in different regions. This global lens allows us to introduce new story structures, new themes, and emotional dynamics to a broader international audience. Looking ahead, we plan to expand both our linguistic and geographical reach, with localized content and partnerships that reflect the richness of storytelling traditions across different continents.
I read an industry report projecting over 310 short drama apps in a global market by 2025, with most of them backed by Chinese companies. Many of these have massive IP libraries, mature company pipelines, and invest heavily. How does Short differentiate itself in terms of content selection, market strategy, and promotion tactics?
Yes, and in fact we already have. We've produced several original short dramas and are currently available on the Short app developed by Playcut. These were created specifically for mobile viewing, with vertical framing and short, cliffhanger-driven episodes. We're also working on new titles now that are currently in production. In addition to developing content in-house, we're also partnering with external studios to co-produce original series. These collaborations allow us to bring fresh creative voices while keeping the format consistent with what Shorts audience enjoy. Many of these co-produced titles will premiere directly on the app, helping us build diverse quality libraries. So make sure to download it and subscribe.
Hi, I'm Omar from Limex, and my unique role combines the international content director and operations manager both, giving me a full view from creation to global monetization. And my Turkish and Russian roots is the key to bridging the different markets. And so about Limex, we're in TV broadcast industry more than 10 years. And in Russia, we are something like a top player. We have audience like more than 10 million.
So in your view, what is short drama? Are there any genres that are unique to short dramas?
Actually, I define it by its format, not genre. It's content made for mobile with a dense plot, and every 1 or 2 minute episodes needs a strong emotional hook and a cliffhanger. It starts with romance, any genre, thrillers, sci-fi can work if it holds attention.
Why do short drama go viral? Are there any formula behind the hits?
Actually, for me, it's like a three topic. One of them it's psychology. For me, it's fast food for the brain, offering instant emotional gratification. And technology, it's designed for phones, so vertical, easily watched without any sound. You can watch it in subway road or at your classwork, everywhere. And most important, it's engagement. Constant cliffhangers create a bridge effect and drive social media discussion.
You've launched several short drama apps, as you mentioned. So what types of stories are you producing?
Actually, as a new platform, we just start our experiments in the new format. For example, our new Turkish production called New Boss is a corporate thriller in a vertical format. It's something like normal Turkish TV series, but shortened than it, because one series of Turkish serial is 2 hours. So in our corporate thriller in a vertical format, we're betting that audience are ready for more complex, high production and value stories. We just start to experiment our new format.
How does audience data and feedback influence your future short drama planning?
Actually, we use it for two things. And platform optimization, where we A/B testing to improve user experience. We test actually everything. And content analysis, we track competitor rates and churn to inform our script writers that works. Our end goal is interactive ecosystem where viewers can influence the pilot.
So what do you think the future of short drama looks like?
That's a huge question. Beyond drama, and the format will expand to all vertical content, talk shows, documentaries, and this kind of formats. Maybe in future it goes by the short content, not only short drama. And higher production value, quality will increase to traditional series, and more interactivity. Viewers will become participants through branching narrative and gamification.
I know you've introduced your two apps already, but can you again briefly introduce the two short drama apps you are currently promoting?
One of our apps is for the Russian market. It named Kinolenta and focused on Russian-speaking market with deep cultural localization. And another app is named Real Pics, our global flagship. a hub for top international content and new technologies. These two apps differ only in their target regions, and besides the language difference, Kinolenta is more about deep localization. Provide a tailored local product can outperform a generic global one because for foreign stories, Russian audience is really is not that bored. What I want to say, but the local stories and Russian actors is more important for us as expect for Kinolenta. Yes, there is a different contents in Kinolenta and Real Pigs, but monetization models and everything, it's kind of the same.
What types of short drama content are popular among Russian-speaking audience, and why do you think they resonate with them?
Actually, the cultural relevance is everything. So content produced in Russia, we organize scenarios and character types, performs for better than adapted foreign stories. Cinderella story set in Moscow resonates more than one set in New York. Our strategy is to fully localize universal pilots.
So I heard you are currently developing an AI-powered short drama platform. Can you tell us more about how AI is shaping the content creation?
We use AI as tool to boost creativity and efficiency in two ways, analytics and production. For analytics, we're using machine learning to personalize recommendations and even predict a script potential success. And in production, we use to generate AI for complex visual effects or locations, raising production quality while managing costs.
I read in a recent report that there are currently around 330 short drama apps globally, and most of them are backed by Chinese companies. So given that one of your apps targets the international market, how do you plan to stand out in this highly competitive landscape dominated by Chinese players?
First of all, we target a different audience, and we respect the Chinese companies that pioneered this market. But while they focus on mass promotion and adapting science IP, our strategy is different. Our unique advantage is like hyper localization and production quality. Instead of just translating stories, we create original content that truly resonates with local audience. So we compete on quality and deep market understanding, not just the budget.
Some Chinese companies like RealShot, they actually have an office in US. They hire local people and they produce original stories as well. Then how do you stand out from those competitors?
As I said, we target the different markets. Our Real Pigs, it's a global app, but it's mostly for the MENA market. So we start to film our Turkish titles. Kinolenta is for Russian audience. So I think it's okay. It's a huge market, as you know. So if we get what we have in our minds, so we become success. We believe in that.
How does Arabic audience like? What kind of stories those countries like?
Yeah, good question. Mostly it's something like hot stories, with romance, with beautiful girls. And this kind of content is most popular in these countries. Also, Turkish titles are so important for us because the Turkish series is so popular and worldwide. So we try to integrate it to our short drama project. We film already one of them and two of our Turkish title in production right now.
Are those more male audience or female audience for the Arabic countries?
It's something too close to 50-50, but it's more for the male audience, not for the female. But female audience also can find something unique in our story because it's something like office romance.
Your app's target audience, half male, half female?
Yeah, we mostly target our female audience, but exactly for the new boss, our Turkish title, there is more for the male audience. So it's one of our tests. We're going to see.
My name is Bogdan. I'm a founder and CEO of the company called HOLYWATER. Founded the company 6 years ago. Essentially, we are building AI-first entertainment network where we have a lot of content products connected to each other. In the core of our content ecosystem is our books platform called My Passion. Then we have interactive stories, and then we have our vertical video streaming app called My Drama, which is our biggest product at this point. I don't think I play any role in short drama industry. I think that the Chinese players are really good in short dramas, and especially in basically taking the approach from China and making it successful in the United States. They're focused on something else. Basically, short drama is just one of the format for expanding our IPs that we create within our content ecosystem. We don't look at this as like our one or core product. It's just one of the products of our ecosystem.
Can you explain more about this? My Drama, My Passion, how do you connect each other?
Yeah, we create hundreds of exclusive books per month. We test them within our audience. We get a lot of data. Then we discover great IPs as books. Then we create pilot video series. Normally we use a lot of AI for that. Then we pre-test video series. Then the best performing books to video series, we basically go and create a video series that we film for My Drama. This is how we ensure that our success ratio is the highest on the market right now among all the players in the market. Because we cannot compete with, for example, Real Short or Drama Box in terms of content quantity, because they invest in much more financial resources and much more like human resources in general. So we have to be smarter in different ways. Our way is to basically ensure that most of our series that we produce, they end up being hits for us.
Can you briefly describe My Drama?
Essentially, My Drama in terms of revenue and user base right now, we are top one vertical video streaming platform outside of China. So basically not founded by the Chinese entities or Chinese companies. If we take all the players in the market, I think right now in terms of revenue, we are around top 5, including all the players.
Hi, my name is Wojtek Jerzowski. I'm the creative director and owner of Black Rabbit. Now, we're a creative agency in the marketing space, but recently we've started to pivot into micro dramas. Now, as you're watching this, we're just about to start filming a series of pilot episodes for our investor, but we're in the forefront of this type of content here in Poland, and I think in Europe as a whole. Now we're doing this for not a private equity. It's a media conglomerate, and as you might know, there's some hype around micro dramas, and from what I've heard, a lot of big media companies, big media holdings are trying to find a way to jump on this bandwagon, right? They see the success that this format had in China specifically and in the US recently. And they're trying to figure out how to take that and use not only localized licensed content, but make specific regional content for the regional audiences, right? And here in Poland, we're fortunate to be at just ahead of the curve. So this is very exciting. And there's a lot of options on the table. And a lot of us are film pros, commercial pros, or television pros with long experience in those formats. And this is quite a challenge because nobody knows exactly how to do it. I mean, I've searched and read tons of content, especially from Chinese producers, and his YouTube channel is a gold mine of knowledge. And to be honest, when I first pitched the ideas of trying to implement microdrama productions in Poland, I kind of was thinking that, it's easy, right? We've done long form for a long time, and we know how to work under stress and tight budgets and tight deadlines. But what's different is the length of the episode, is on working with the hooks, working with the cliffhangers, having them very precisely thought out. That's something new. And the more we get into it, it's more challenging. And I like the challenge, and it's fun. It has its own unique storytelling format. And I think this is going to be very difficult and challenging to fine tune for people who are just starting out, right? Like us. In terms of differences or cultural differences between concepts and different types of microdramas, I'm on the side that for this type of format, there isn't much difference. Now, don't get me wrong, there is some cultural differences for very specific actions. There are some specific ways let's say, families in China might behave that is different than people in, let's say, Spain or England would behave. But on a very basic level, on the ground level, it's very similar. It's emotional, it's personal. There's family ties are very important wherever in the world you are. There may be very specific differences of how they are represented, but a story about an unwanted child or a failed love or somebody being forced into a marriage or into a relationship, I think that's very universal, right? It's a universal language of very emotional and personal stuff. So I think in that sense, microdramas are very similar wherever we go.
Hey, it's me, Maggie, the founder of Short Drama Alliance. I just want to give a big thank you to Anina Net and 360 Fashion Network for helping with the setup of live streaming. Your help made this possible. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Just a big thank you to producer Guillaume and the Duanju platform for great media promotion. Really appreciate the support, and I'm excited to grow short drama together.